Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and good night, no matter where you may be watching from in the world. We are here still on GSRC for the Majors 24 from Le Mans and Circuit de la Sarthe here in France. It's been an interesting 18 hours so far and 6 more left to go. I'm Chad Irvine. Here with me is Reese Gardner and Robert O'Brien. The bearded sim racer Ryan Bauer doing the producing for us today, with cameras, of course, as always, provided by the great Dougie Beard. Guys, it's been a fun one so far to watch, but a lot of the class is really getting spread out at this point. Justin Dardenne leading the way in SRS Abruzzi in the LMP1s, and he's got about over a minute lead over VJoy Esports, followed by Cy Andra wrapping up the top three. What about you guys? What are you seeing in the other classes?
I'm seeing the Williams Chill Blast just taking off like a rocket. When we were doing the watch last night, just coming up to midnight for GMT time, they were doing very well, cutting back through the field after their mishap, but they just asserting their right to be first in LMP2, followed by Pinto Seal Racing Red, and then R&R Abruzzi Esports Black being driven by Maciek Mlinek in third position.
And in GTE, William Esports BenQ has quite the lead over the Maniti Racing Green machine. Maniti Racing Green just, I think, coming down to the Mulsanne corner at the moment, while the Williams Esport car has just exited the Porsche curves. Coming up to the pit lane. They're not going for a stop this lap, obviously, but it's Williams, Maniti Racing Green and Maniti Racing Red in our GTE class as the Williams car comes around to start another lap here with Alex Arana at the wheel.
Yeah, that's something that's been really fun to watch, is a couple of teams here in this split alone going for multiple podiums. We've got, of course, the Williams teams leading both the LMP2 and the GTE, with Maniti as well taking second and third at the moment. They're in the GTE class. Some of these guys have been grinding out very long stints in these cars. 18 hours into this 24-hour event, it's definitely going to be taking its toll on the guys at this point.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, you know, I've done quite a few 24-hour races in the Australian scene, and it's always a bit of an event. You've got you often have trouble sleeping, actually, coming around to these 24-hour races, and then when the sun comes up and you're in the middle of the morning like we are now, you're just getting into a bit of a rhythm, trying your best to buy a ticket to the end, as we say in Australia. I guess in real life, you know, 24-hour races have turned into basically a long series of sprint races, and the same is true in sim racing, but there's still that really big endurance aspect to it, especially when you have drivers driving for hours at a time, having to deal with the changing light, changing conditions, and obviously all the traffic out there on the track, as we see one of the LMP1s going past one of the LMP2s in the opening sector of the lap. And here at Le Mans, it's quite the difficult circuit. Very long straights, many corners to deal with, but leading LMP2 now, coming up to, I believe that's might be one of their sister cars there. No, that's a different machine there, the Mag Performance SRT car. Yeah, traffic's always a bit of an issue in these long sports car races, but I think at Le Mans, there's a lot of obvious places where you can get by.
Yeah, it is a very long lap here at Le Mans. I mean, the fastest lap in any class in the LMP1s is a little over 3 minutes. And Robert, maybe talk about how that takes its toll on drivers as the race goes on.
You get you get this over any track, but in Le Mans it's particularly obtuse, simply because of the long straights. You do get a lot of tunnel vision. You're very focused on the thing that's right in front of you, because you're trying to keep yourself awake, and you're also trying to drive as fast as possible, and if you're not very careful, you could actually get yourself focused on just one very particular part of the track and nothing else. So You could have cars passing you. You can have cars behind you. You're not paying attention to that, so that's when accidents do really start to happen.
Now, from the second position at the moment in the LMP2s, Nicolas Rubiard getting into the car for Punto CL Racing Red. That was after a very long stint for Diego Ignacio Portelgarrido. So very long stint for him. He's been in the car for a couple of hours now. That driver changes. They get new tires and full of fuel in that beautiful red and black machine there that you see on your screen. Something that we need to mention here, we do have a poll going on in coordination with the Majors Series. The guys putting on this event will post a link here in the YouTube chat in a second for everybody. But there is a livery, best livery competition going on at the moment. So these guys worked very hard on some beautiful race cars, some interesting race cars, some that I might not be a big fan of myself, but this is one of the MRG performance machines that black and blue with the lime green highlights is always a great color combination, and that car's looking great. They're working its way now down the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, they got overtaken just coming into Mulsanne 2 actually by Joshua Chan driving Kinetic Racing Surge car ahead of them in car 62, and it was a very nicely executed move, just around and past. At this stage of the race, they're sort of having, you know, wake up times. You know, it is France. It is 9 a.m. technically in cinemas right now, but it's getting to the stage where they sort of have to think about consolidation of what they are doing, where they are, and then seeing if they can make up any places given the current time constraints. So they would have done a work overnight, and if that bore fruit, they'd be doing what My Performance SRT is doing right now, and is trying to claim back positions, as is what Kinetic Racing Surge is doing right now as well, is taking back positions over the morning, and then to do that before the sun takes its toll on the track temperature.
Yeah, and talking about the track temperature, overnight the track temperature dropped to 67 degrees. It's working its way up now, up to 74. The winds are being very interesting. You see right there, 4 to 5 miles an hour from the north. That's going to be pushing drivers along as they head down the long Mulsanne Straight, basically right at your back, and it's gusting up 7. I saw it at 11 miles an hour just not too long ago. So that's going to be giving them a huge burst of speed. If you catch a gust at the wrong time, entering one of the chicanes or entering the Mulsanne corner itself, it could definitely throw off your entry carrying too much speed, and you might miss your braking point by quite a bit of a margin there, especially this far into the race. We talk about fatigue. It's such a long and kind of uninteresting straightaway to go down, so it's definitely probably the biggest time in racing anywhere that you're keen to lose focus heading down such a long and open straightaway.
Well, it comes down to the fact that you survived the night, you survived the headlights of doom, and now you're trying to survive the issue of fatigue, and you're also trying to fight the fact that the car is still running, it might be damaged, you might have to deal with issues coming out of corners, going into corners, lack of speed if you're an LMP car is a real possibility if you've damaged the floor. And I guarantee you at least half the field in LMP 1 and 2 have damaged their floors. There's just no way they haven't. It's Le Mans, it just happens. But it's an ever-living thing that you have to work with. I come back to it now, and I said this a lot during the first stint that I did earlier today. Dynamism. It's very dynamic here at Le Mans. It never really ceases to change, move, shift, where it be positions, the condition of the car, condition of your tires, strategy. Can all change in a heartbeat. So it may be a boring straight away, but there's still a lot to think about. You do have to keep thinking.
Yeah, and you're talking about strategy. It's very interesting to look at some of the pit cycles that these guys are on. For example, the top 3 in the GTE class between Williams and Beniti, they have all pitted last time on the same lap. And then the .exe car in 4th place at the moment, they are just now coming in, so they're only 1 lap off the pit cycle as well. Very similar in the LMP1s between Williams, RLR, and GSR. All 3 of those teams, the top 3, only separated by 1 lap on the pit cycle as well. But over in LMP1, that is where things get very interesting with SOS Abruzzi, followed by VJoy Esports and Moradnes. They're all on very different pit cycles, multiple laps separating them throughout when they last came into pit. This is a very interesting race, especially when it comes to how long the stints are and kind of how few laps they are at the same time, because it's an hour-long run on a full tank of fuel, but man, does a 1 lap just take forever around this track.
You have to think about it as well in terms of the gaps right now, because the gaps are too big to really think about leapfrogging each other in the pits. So in VJoy Esports' mind right now, Stephen, who's currently driving, he'll have to think about just putting in purple laps as well as trying to save fuel. So it's actually more, the difficulty is actually turning up just a little bit for him to try and actually catch back up. Now, he was doing very well over the last few laps, and he was actually a little bit faster up until the last lap over SOS Abruzzi's Justin Dardenne is currently driving that car. But he'll need to basically just purple laps all the way through up until the point where the pit stops reform, and essentially everybody has pitted until last at the end of the race coming up.
Yeah, one interesting battle to take a look at is a little further back through the field, the battle for 8th in LMP2. That shows Mag Performance SRT currently holding on to that spot. Are currently in 9th, trying to chase down Joshua Chin, currently in that number 62 machine. You see them nose to tail right there. It's definitely going to be a fun one, a fun battle to watch. But these guys,
mistake
real
for Joshua Chin. Oh, that's really difficult to recover from, especially in the Dallara P217, guys. Sorry for piping up there. I just thought, he was about to have that one go for a bit of a spin. That's going to give an ever so slight advantage to Mr. Delatraz behind, possibly give him a little bit more of a whisper of a draft, which is obviously going to help him save a little bit more fuel as well.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, you can see them catching up to one of the lap cars there. That is the .exe car of Marius Brewer. And you see them staying in the slipstream as long as possible. Just trying to make as much speed down the straightaways as they can, maximizing the run that they get from every bit of traffic they can possibly find out there on track.
Yeah, Reese, I was thinking the exact same thing that you were thinking when I saw Joshua Chin almost parasliding his way out of the exit of Mulsanne 1.
Yeah.
It took off for comfort onto the tire barrier on the outside. So I can't tell you. He's not the first one to do that. Not at all.
Well, yeah, especially at Mulsanne 1, it's actually quite a fast entry into those chicanes down the Mulsanne straight. Mulsanne 2's entry, I think, just a little bit quicker, but at that point of the circuit, you really need to have confidence in both your car's front and rear ends. You don't want it to understeer a bit too much. You certainly don't want the rear end to get away from you coming into those corners, as we have the lead LMP2 in the pits, SOS Abruzzi, with Justin Dardenne staying at the wheel of that machine. It looks like a pretty routine pit stop for those guys.
Yeah, and you saw the car just behind us, kind of interrupting that battle we were talking about. That was the VJoy Esports car driven by Stephen Kimmins, just kind of getting in the way there. So that kind of gives you reference of where they are relative to the leaders on track. But of course, they're about just over halfway through their fuel stint right now. So definitely a little interesting strategy call there, as they have got a bunch of time on the car behind the 71 of Kimmins. They've got about a minute and a half on Sayandra and Moradnes satellite, currently running 3rd in that class. And that's a look at that VRS Moradnes satellite car. And Sai, we saw him earlier get a black flag penalty. He was actually up to 2nd in class at one point, but had an avoidable contact penalty given to him. That was a stop and go in the pits. So he's just been pushing very hard the last little bit during his stints, just trying to make up for that mistake. Thankfully, he got away scot-free, but a couple of other cars unfortunately did not. I know one of them was Nathan Moore, the 117 Pure Sims machine as well, was involved there. That was unfortunate for him. They had to retire with about 11 hours to go. So they were just pushing very hard. Some of these guys just, it's one of the only major instances, I guess, with notable contact between multiple different classes of cars. Unfortunate to see, but Cy back out there underway with very little damage, still on the lead lap in class.
Well, he has to be paying attention. It's the main thing now. Paying attention, and I don't say that as it's cliche. It's like, oh yes, pay attention, but you're not aiming for the next hour. You're aiming for when you'd be in the next 3 to 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours. You're basically aiming for the last hour of the race at this point. You need to be putting the car in such a position that, surprise, I'm here and I'm battling for your position. And with the lap times that both Syandra and Stephen Kimmins are doing now, Syandra just put in a 3:10.832. So compared to everybody else around this class, he's actually doing pretty well for himself. But he needs, as I said to Stephen Kimmins, proper laps. You need to keep doing them.
And by the way, something to make note of, the .exe machine currently running 4th in the GTE class. They had a huge moment going through Indianapolis about half a lap ago. Hard into the outside wall there at Indianapolis. They nosed it straight into the barrier. They did go right on past the entrance to pit road on their last lap, but they did lose a ton of time by making that mistake. They did lose the 3rd position as well to Miniti, who are on a different pit cycle as well. But yeah, that .exe machine does now have some damage to the nose of it, as there's a look at the Miniti Racing red machine currently running in the 3rd position there in the GTEs.
Yeah, Marius Breuer is currently in the .exe car, and looks like he's on the 2nd lap of that stint. It's been quite some time since Marius has been in the car. He was last in the car on lap 124, so that's what? It's like 9 hours ago, just about, that he was last in the car. So right now for him, it's all about getting used to that machine again. Obviously having to deal with a little bit of damage that car may or may not have picked up through that off into Indianapolis. Hopefully it doesn't affect their pace too much, because they've still got a podium on their hands potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch how this car handles and see what the lap times end up being, as he just now starts his first stint, as you mentioned, in a while. These GTE cars are currently working lap 279 for reference. The leaders overall currently working lap 328. 328 times around this 8-mile circuit. And I mean, a lap here takes just about 4 minutes, just over 3 minutes. These guys making it look very easy, but we can all assure you it is not. And the biggest thing that I've noticed, and maybe you guys can talk a little more about this as well, is just the downforce that you put on these cars. You want to trim it out as much as you can, but at the same time, you need to make sure you have something for those slower corners.
Yeah, and the faster corners as well, particularly the Porsche curves up the end of the lap. That's particularly important in the LMP1s and LMP2s, as we check out the Mag machine making their way past a GTE car. And in the Porsche curves, that's the one part of the track where downforce is absolutely king, and you know it's an undebated truth of racing, a scientific truth that downforce squares with speed. So for want of a better way of putting it, the faster you go, the faster you go. So these LMP2s and the LMP1s are certainly going to try and dial as much downforce onto the cars as they can without losing speed down these long straights, which is where you're going to gain the majority of your time, and certainly don't want to be a sitting duck in the draft. But for the GTEs, it's a little bit of a different case. You can't put as much downforce on those GTE cars, so they'll probably just focus on trimming them out as fast as they can, focus a bit more on mechanical grip for the slower parts of the track.
Yeah, I mean, speaking from experience in LMP1, it's you essentially want your overall car to be essentially a Red Bull wing, you know, as sleek as possible under speed, but actually give downforce when it matters, and especially in the Porsche cars, as Reece said. Exceptionally important you get them right, and it's exceptionally important you actually get the car set up correctly for most, if not all, of the track. You know, Mulsanne is quite a large part of it, but you still have to get around to it again once you get past it, so you have to survive the Porsche curves, and you have a car that's completely slick without any sort of aero grip. It's not going to be a fun lap for you.
And speaking of, since you do have the experience in the LMP1, maybe you can talk about it, but it's a very Audi-heavy field. There is, of course, the Porsche LMP1 as well, but only one team electing to use it here in the top split, and that's the number 29 machine, driven right now by Flavio Figiudio. But man, these guys just all really electing for the Audi. What's the big differences between them, and maybe is there a reason for that preference?
So the big difference between the two of them is how they generate hybrid. So Audi has a system where they only generate hybrid when braking, whereas the Porsche can generate hybrid while braking and while under its own steam. So right now, as we're looking at the number 29 ProDrive Esports Team Brasso, the only Porsche 919 in the field to take part in it started. They're generating hybrid as they go now, but there's also the difference in the way that they're actually set up. The Audi is actually a lot better at tracks like this over the 919. Naturally, it's a lot easier to get more speed out of the Audi as a given. The Audi will also very happily gain a lot of hybrid under braking, whereas due to balance performance reasons, the 919 will actually generate a lot less under braking comparative. Sort of like a Mon, the both of them use 100% battery, so use the car that has a lot better battery power usage overlap, and that can actually put the hammer down a lot better than its counterpart, and that would be the Audi.
We've had two full course yellows during this race, two safety cars deployed, and it's definitely been interesting. It's been 12 hours since we saw the second one. The first two came in pretty quick succession in the first third of the race. One coming just shy of 5 hours in, the next one about 3 hours after that. But ever since then, it's been green, and guys, the fast guys really showing their stuff. With all the only battle, at least at the front of any classes, in LMP1, where Kimmins is trying to catch up to Dardenne in the LMP1s, but otherwise Williams just dominating the LMP2 class as well as the GTE field.
The Williams car did have an issue on that second restart, though. We were watching and we saw them. They were just trying to get by a little bit too quickly. There's a problem with restarts at night. Is your tires actually do get stone cold, and it's to get going again and to put the hammer down a little bit too hard. What happened to them was they went essentially one coming out of Tete Rouge and just had to wait until every single other car went by. And yeah, that's it's essentially the slow lane of the lazy river, and you have to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm letting you through. Sorry.
Yeah, and that car has had quite the journey as well, that number 9 machine. They started the race 19th in class out of 20 cars. And they've worked their way all the way up to the lead and holding onto it by a good margin now. So yes, they've had those issues, but in a 24-hour race, I think just about everybody does have those issues.
Yeah, well, it's all about what you can actually do in the race itself. I mean, in any endurance race, qualifying doesn't matter a huge amount. But I guess Williams Esports Chill Blast here proving that qualifying doesn't matter at all. They set a qualifying time of 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Obviously had some issues on that lap, but now that they've worked their way up to the front and they're running these competitive times, Atte Kalpinen here is going to start dialing up the pace quite a bit, having started his next stint, and my goodness, he has been in the car for a while. A stint here at Le Mans is about 10 laps or so. In the Dallara LMP2, it's got a pretty small fuel tank of only 75 litres, so it doesn't get very far on a stint. So at the very least, it's not like, for instance, a GTE or something like that, where you've got a bit more time to deal with and a little bit more time to potentially fall asleep before you have to go into the pits next. But certainly keeping themselves nice and alert there. But Atte Kalpinen has been in that car now for coming on 50 laps now. Quite a stint.
And by the way, you keep on seeing cars down that Mulsanne straight heading into the chicanes, hitting the cone on either side of the track. And I just feel bad for whoever it is that has to run out there lap after lap and keep replacing that cone, because it gets hit way too often. Just shows how much these guys are pushing the track limits.
Yeah, track limits, of course, defined by the real-life governing body, and iRacing implemented those track limits. So you can use quite a bit of the curbs around here. As we ride on board with Will Leslie, we can see just how much curb he's taking here in the first part of the lap, and those bollards there that he just passed on the left-hand side, if you pass either or both of those, you're going to get a slowdown penalty. But I find the track limits mostly quite open around Le Mans, and it's when Le Mans first came out for iRacing, it was quite refreshing to see, especially seeing, look at how much curb they use through the exit of Tetra Rouge. It's one of my favourite parts of the circuit. You've really got to nail it, that run onto the Mulsanne straight, and these cars eat curbs for breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Yeah, that exit of Tetra Rouge is probably my least favorite part about this track in terms of track limits, because if you get just barely too wide, you're going to get a slowdown and have to give up a ton of time to the cars around you. Just a way that the iRacing system works. Sometimes you might not think it's very fair, but you know, when you can measure it in pixels, sometimes guys just go barely too far. But it looks like we've got a slow car on track. Andretti Racing Green might have had a moment. They're very slow down the front stretch going into the Dunlop curves.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm taking a look at how they went through the chicane, and yeah, I don't know, it doesn't seem like they had too bad of a run there, but yeah, they were slightly slow. Might be a slight issue for those guys.
Of course, we say slow, but they were still going about 140, 150 miles an hour at the end of that straightaway. So, yeah, it just shows these guys just pushing so very hard lap after lap. So look there at the Andretti Racing Green machine driven by Tim Mathke right now, currently second in class. Only 3 cars left on the lead lap there in that class, and all 3 of them have pitted on the same lap, currently 6 laps into their stint. So pushing very hard. And I think that if you're any of those Andretti teams, you're just praying for one of the cautions. And those in this race are actually being thrown at random. They've been predetermined by the stewards, but only one specific steward knows when they are going to fall. So, you know, it's not something that we have the information to. We can't just tell you guys that a caution's coming up soon, as interesting as that might make things. Some of these guys just holding on for dear life, trying to hope that caution comes so they can catch back up to their class.
They're more so hoping that they're done. The cautions are done, because it throws everything out the window. It throws your plan out the window, your fuel saving modes out the window. It throws them all out the window, especially if you just pitted. It's a not very fun time for you, because you've just pitted and then the yellow comes out. And it's like somebody just took away your birthday cake after everybody's saying happy birthday to you, and they just went, "Oh, you want this cake? Nah, you can't have it."
Speaking of cake, it's been taken away from one car. It looks like a black flag's been given out by race control. Now, I'm not too sure what car it's for, but one of the drivers being Augusto Cacciami, so we can get a bit of info on what car that's associated with. We're going to see a car making a trip into the pits, and we've just seen a driver change there for the number 56 LMP2. Timo Hayden in the wheel, taking over from Jan Bol, and currently in a battle with Ben Bishop in the number 22. But coming into the pits there, that Porsche looks like it was the 83 that got that penalty.
Being currently driven by Nick Madsen. It's already received a lot of damage, but it is the car that was indeed black flagged, and the driver that was black flagged is Augusto Cacciami. So I think it'll be a stop and hold. Yeah, it'll be a stop and hold for them.
Yeah, it's not the first penalty we've seen handed out during this race. I mentioned the one given to our very own Syandra earlier in the race. He's a very, very talented driver in the LMP1s and the prototypes all around. He's very knowledgeable about these cars. I've worked with him on Autobahn broadcasts on Monday nights from time to time, so he knows what he's doing, and unfortunately he got caught up in that. But we also had a penalty earlier in the race issued to Ben Bishop for avoidable contact. There was a blocking penalty to the 49 as well. Andrea Salvi was given a black flag earlier as well. So penalties being held or given out pretty, I don't want to say pretty strict by the stewards, but they've definitely been very consistent in their rulings and handed them out throughout this race.
Yeah, the penalty in question for the car of Nick Madsen was for blocking and lack of awareness. So they've had a bit of a run-in, I think, with another one of the faster class cars out on track. Hopefully they can get back out there soon and at least try and make it to the end. They're unfortunately not one of the most up the order of the cars. Far cry from their counterparts in LMP2, but looks like Madsen's now out of the pits and back onto track, albeit continuing to have that incredibly bent rear wing.
Yeah, they are 10 laps down in class. Currently the last car in terms of position running at the moment. But I think for some of these teams at this point, it is more about pride than it is anything else. This is one of the most prestigious events both on iRacing and in the world. This event, of course, kind of thrown together out of circumstance here on iRacing, and the Majors team has done a great job of officiating, organizing, and doing everything that goes along with putting on an event of this magnitude. 8 different races, 8 different splits to this race in a privately organized event, and just the participation from the community. These guys know what Le Mans means, and they just want to be able to pop that champagne at the finish and say, hey, we finished the 24 hours.
Yeah, something like 1,800 drivers, I think I read, competing in this event at once. So it's amazing to see the support that's been given to this event as we see one of the LMP1s pitting here. That's the P2 car, the VJoy Esports machine. It's a very difficult pit lane to slow down for here at Le Mans because it running alongside the final chicanes to end the lap. The pit entry itself has a couple of chicanes you need to navigate, and of course the pit lane only about the pit entry lane rather only about a car width wide at some point. So not only do you have to absolutely nail your braking point, but you also got to be careful not to pick up an off track in that section either.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those very difficult parts of the circuit where it's one of those where, and you see this on a lot of different endurance circuits where it kind of seems like the pits might be, I don't want to say an afterthought, but they definitely feel one of the most dangerous areas of the circuit. Spa comes to mind when, you can get basically Austin powers your car between the pit walls there. There's that very tight corner there. You got the chicane and pit entry here, and it's very difficult to get woed up while still being efficient on the brakes. So definitely one of those where every little bit matters getting into the pits.
You try to be as fast as possible when you go into the pits. Every 10th counts, especially if you're trying to hunt for a position that's 2 seconds away from you. But you can also very easily undo everything that you worked for in the last hour. So it's a balancing game, really, for some of them. But as Reese said, it's that entry. If you get it wrong, oh dear.
Oh man, it's been such a fun race, and these guys have been just turning lap after lap. Let's see if we can't dial up the driver for an interview. Looks like Josh Chin. Josh, you got a copy? Let's try this again. Josh, you have a copy?
I do.
Hey, what a great stint you just put in. And you've just kind of been working pretty hard out there. Talk about your stint and maybe how your race has gone so far.
That was entertaining. He's supposed to be Connor in the car, but he's come down with a stomach flu or food poisoning, one of the two. So he had to bail out before he got in the car, and it worked out well. I was available, so hopped in. It was a lot smoother than the first stint was. Didn't have to fight anyone 2-3 laps down in class, trying to race me in the corner, so that was nice. It's just been us in the 13 the whole time, especially that last stint, kind of working back and forth with them, making up some time. It's been fun. It definitely has been a smoother experience than I expected it to be for us. I thought we were going to be floundering around towards the back end of the class, but we've been putting pretty competitive laps together and hopefully get up towards the top 5 at the end of the race.
I recognize a couple of the names that you guys have in your car between Liam and Kraus as well. Very talented team. How did you guys come together as a team, and maybe talk about how you guys ended up with the plan for you to get in the car? Is that just kind of a having to wing it on the fly type of thing?
Yeah. Well, originally we had planned for, I think it was me, Austin Espity, Liam, Will, who's in the car now, and Zhao to be running, and then Austin backed out because he wasn't going to be able to get enough practice in, so we put Connor in, and we went, okay, we're going pretty good. Let's see if we can go a little bit faster for qualifying. So we added Phil in, and it also made the workload a lot easier having 6 drivers instead of 5. So honestly, it's worked out great. We had the last minute charge to get into top split on qualifying Friday with Phil, which he put in a clutch performance last session of the day and got us in the split. So adding Phil worked out really well. It's kind of a mishmash of kinetic and team talent guys, and I think we'll probably be doing a little bit more of this in the future for endurance races.
Yeah, it's a little different this event, especially with the way qualifying worked compared to a normal official iRacing 24-hour event. What's the experience been like for you guys, both with the way that qualifying worked and just with the race in general?
Qualifying was a thrash for us. It was every day finding speed. I lost out on a day to qualifying sessions because I had to stay and do overtime at work. So that kind of put us on the back foot going into Friday. And hats off to Connor and Phil because they put the time in Thursday and Friday, got us to speed. I put in an okay qualifying run, and Phil knocked it out of the park with his last run and got us in. The race has been a little bit calmer for us overall. We were actually working off an old Daytona set that we ran earlier this year, myself and Connor, with private label Team Hype in the Daytona 24. That set's worked really well this whole race, and I think we're about to get a break with this caution coming out too.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in and joining us here, Josh. We'll let you get back to things. Hopefully see if your team might need you or not, and get some strategy going for you guys. So, hey, thanks for stopping in the booth, and best of luck the rest of the way.
You guys.
That is Josh Chin, one of the drivers there on the number 62 Kinetic Racing machine. This caution comes out at a very opportune time for some of these guys. couple of them towards the end of their stints, especially looking down further in the field, like the GTEs. All of the top 4 guys were going to be coming in to make their pit stops the next lap or 2. So yeah, just a perfect opportunity for some of these guys. Of course, I mentioned earlier, these are randomly thrown cautions, kind of to simulate what might happen in the real world, as iRacing does not have safety car deployment on road courses by default. So definitely great to see that come out for some of these guys. And how do you think this shakes up the strategy?
Well, I certainly think it's going to help out the VJoy car. They only just pitted their P2 in LMP1, so they don't have to worry potentially about pitting. That said, I don't know if the SOS Brutus car is going to want to jump in. I think they're only about halfway through their stint themselves, so probably not the best time to pit for quite a few drivers in the LMP1s at least.
Yeah, and the biggest thing this is going to do, we kind of talked about it, is it's going to bunch up the field. That's going to, you got 3 cars on the lead lap in each class, and maybe some of them might get their lap back depending on where they are in relation to the class leader.
This is going to benefit the Williams, or not benefit the Williams cars. I think when doing the math, the biggest issue they'll have is the fact that for LMP2, Arlara Bruzi Esports Black will gain 3 minutes on them, and Punto CL Racing Red is actually taking this time to actually come into the pit, but the pit lane is closed. I think it's still closed. So I think they just...
Yeah, so you are only allowed to stop for emergency fuel on the first lap of the safety car. So you can only be stationary for 10 seconds or less. You can only take fuel in that time. You're going to be back underway. I believe that is the...
Oh, well, they were stationary for 3 times that. They were stationary for 33 seconds. They took a full chunk.
So I think that means that they will get penalized for that. Most drivers will end up in pit road on their second time by when the pits are actually open. And then you'll get drivers waved around, working their way to, and sounds like a couple other drivers are going to be making their stops. 22 coming over the radio and indicating he needs to get his stop done. It's going to be a 10-second stationary stop confirmed by the stewards for that number 22 machine. So they were, looks like, on their last lap of the fuel stop. You see them working their way down pit road now. They can only be stationary, of course, for 10 seconds, so you kind of need to maximize that. You'll see them come down to take tires and, well, fuel and probably tires as well on the next time by.
And that'll obviously filter them back through to the pack. Sorry about that, Robert.
No, go ahead, Reese.
I have made my point. You may continue.
I was about to say it's actually quite I wouldn't say hilarious, but very much interesting. If you actually look between the two top LMP2s, and given the situation right now, you can actually see they've bunched right up. The number 9 car is actually not too far away from the number 72 because of the way the field has actually all been bunched up. We've got a few wave arounds already. That is going to be the Andretti Racing Red being waved around just there. Marcus Deck, number 72, being waved around. So it is starting to, the field is starting to
just
get deliberations.
Yeah, and just kind of an update on how the full course yellow procedures will work here in this is they'll be thrown. So the caution was thrown when the overall leader was between the exit of the Porsche curbs and the entry to pit road, and that way the pace car will catch them as they go past the pit lane. And then the first caution lap will get basically every car that's trapped between the LMP1 class leader, the overall leader, and their class leader. So if you're kind of in that gap there, you'll be waved around to the end of the line. and then you can pit for tires and fuel and maintenance and everything on your second lap. And then hopefully by the time that you get all that done, you will be able to catch back up to the back of the pack for the green flag coming out on the third lap. So definitely going to be fun to watch as we go through things here. And I'm seeing something pop up. Okay, there was a flag that popped up on my end saying that something had happened to the SRS Brutus car, but it looks like it was just them slowing down for the safety car. Look, it said that they crashed, but that obviously is not the case. All right, and looks like as we're under the safety car, let's run through the field real quick. Number 51, of course, of SOS Brutus, still at the top of the field, followed by Kimmins of VJoy Esports and Cy Andra for Moradness Satellite, followed by David Baker there in the 118, and Tom Blindos for Team Oblivion, wrapping up your top 5 there in the LMP1s. And Robert, what do you see in the LMP2s?
What I see is the RLR Bruiser Esports Black getting a new lease of life, but they'll have to go up against the car number 9 of the Williams Esports Chill Blast, which is a force to be reckoned with. Even though the car being driven by Maciek Mlinek did get a wave around and is now right back in the fight for the lead of LMP2, he'll still have to contend with a great set of teammates working on a great car in the Williams Esports Chill Blast. In third position is GSR by Hetzner. In fourth is Impulse Racing 56, currently being driven by Timo Hayden. And in fifth is Punta Seal Racing Red, being driven by Nicolas Rubila.
And in your GTE class, William Esports Ben Q still leading the way there in the number 53. They got the 2 Maniti cars on the same lap as them in the top 3, the 23 of green and the 179 of red. And Maniti Racing Red is currently making their way back around to the train behind the safety car, with Maniti Racing Green quite a few cars behind Williams Esports in the queue. But for 4th and 5th, I think I can see a battle starting to emerge. Marius Breuer in the .exe car, he is only just ahead of Lewis Woods in the RLR Abruzzi Esports Chrome machine. So look out for them to start battling if neither of them decide to come into the pits under this caution.
And with that, we will step away for a short break and be back for more green flag racing right here from the Majors 24 on GSRC.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12-Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Back live here for the Majors 24 from Circuit de la Sarthe here in the countryside of France. 24 hours is the race length. We are about 19 hours into that at the moment. I'm Chad Everett here with Reese Gardner and Robert O'Brien in the booth with, of course, Ryan the Bearded Sim Racer Bauer, and cameras provided by the wonderful Dougie Beard. And guys, it's been a great one so far. This safety car really going to bunch up the fields. It's definitely going to give some of these teams that were very far behind a shot at least back at some of your leaders, especially, you know, some of these guys. Williams Esports, both LMP2 and GTE had huge leads, and now that's basically wiped away.
Yeah, for sure. They've both decided to go for the pits, and we've had in the GTE top three battle, both Manetti cars, green and red, have gone for driver swaps. Currently at the wheel of the number 23 now is Keanu Bushman, and Marcel Erang is in the 179 Manetti Racing red. And we also noticed, Robert, that the .exe and TechSense Fitstye GTE cars stayed out of the pits while their rivals pitted, and there's a chance that they might be using that as an opportunity to get a free wave around.
By the way, guys, I hate to jump in here. A big issue just happened for the number 62 Kinetic machine. Their driver, Will Leslie, disconnected due to a packet loss issue with the server. So that car is now, well, they're not going to lose a ton of time because it's under the safety car, but unfortunately they're going to lose probably a lap, if not more, depending on when they can get back into the session.
It's not the time to lose it at all, because it'll be under safety car, and it'll also have tow time as well to deal with, especially whoever gets back into the car, if it would be Will Leslie or somebody else on his team. Yeah, that's not going to be a fun first 10 minutes going back into that car, because they'll have lost a lap, more than likely, given the current safety car conditions, and they'll be kicking themselves.
That's a big shame. Yeah, absolutely. Especially, it hurts especially because of the great drive that we saw Joshua Chin putting in the hour or two before we went live. He managed to get that car back up there, make up a couple of positions, and now all of that work has been undone. That's such a shame for Kinetic.
Yeah, still waiting to see who might get in that car. Man, that's unfortunate for them. We just had a talk with one of their drivers not too long ago, Joshua Chin, and man, they are fortunate. But we're going back to green this time by. Lights are out on the safety car. Going to be a fun rest of the way. Still just over 5 hours remaining, and we got a lot of great racing here to come.
So, Reese, as you said before, the .exe car and the TechSense Fitzky car, both of them did indeed have a little cheeky wave around after they passed the Esports BenQ car under the caution, and they got waved around. Now, .exe actually stayed there, so they're going to rejoin the pack as they are. But the number 397 car is actually in the pits. It's doing a full service, so it really is. It's back at it, and it's going to be back at it with fresh tires, a new driver, fuel. It's got the ace in the hole essentially at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Harold Stadler is the one taking over, the Austrian that is active in the international division of the Majors Series. And just coming out of the pits now is Mr. Stadler, and he's a driver that I've known for quite some time, Harold. On another website, on another sim, in a very different time, probably like 6 or 7, no more than that, nearly 10 years ago, we raced in a league together, and he was blindingly quick. He hasn't lost much of his speed in the years since, has Harold, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here. His first stint in the car for quite some time. He was last in there on lap 114, and they're on lap 289 now, so it's a very long break, many hours that Stadler's been out of the car.
Speaking of very long breaks, Joshua Chin did just get back into that number 62 car.
Oh, no.
He's been riding it out for hours and hours now. Only about 6 or 7 laps were turned before that disconnection happened to Will. But man, it's his legs have to be feeling it at this point. I'm gonna assume he's just gonna run a single stint, and hopefully somebody else can get back into that car.
Yeah, he is hoping. Joshua will obviously need a little bit more of a rest, see if he can jump back in the car a bit later, try and take it to the finish with his great speed, but I'm sure Will Leslie will be kicking himself for that. I mean, these internet issues going to be difficult for cars, but it looks like we're going to be going green at the end of this lap, so pace car's going to pull in, and it looks like the SOS Brutus lead car has an LMP2 up ahead of them, and another LMP1 in the form of Syandra in the number 43 in third place. So it looks like Mr. Andra is going to take us down to the start.
Yeah, Syandra inheriting the lead, did not pit under that safety car. So they're going to be off cycle the rest of the way here, but they do have the track position at this moment. They're just kind of hoping that maybe that car of Sport Team LMP2 driven by Giro in CS will hold them up just enough to give that the Moradness Satellite E-Stars team a bit of a gap there out the front. There was a penalty handed down, by the way, from the stewards to the number 75 LMP2 machine. That is MAG Performance driven, or sorry, that's the Punto car of Nicolas Rubiar. They are going to, the pace car is off. We are going back green here, and a huge jump given. Oh, but Cy spins it coming out of the final chicane, and that's going to give the lead right back to the SOS and Brutus car.
Syandra is going to be kicking himself for that one. Doesn't look like any damage on there. It looks like there's been a Corvette with some issues as well. Joris Thielen in the FSR and Friends car taking a unorthodox way into the pit lane, but up the front looks to me like SOS Brutus back into the lead, but they got VJoy Esports in very hot pursuit.
Yeah, let's see if we can't take a look at that once again for Syandra on the restart. It just looked like he tried to pick up the throttle as it went green and lost the back end there through the final corner. Here it comes on the replay. and you'll see the pace car pulling kind of late, it looks like. You'll see it pulling there. They go through this little chicane. Yeah, just the curb with picking up the throttle upset the car enough. Thankfully held the brakes and got out of the way of everybody else. But man, that's just a killer after you inherit the lead basically for free.
Yeah, that's a massive shame.
LeMans giveth and LeMans taketh. And even though the sun is still out, you still have to be very careful of how you restart, especially if you're the lead car. You can actually just jinx yourself. We do actually have a car that's just gone off.
Oh yeah, that's the Andretti Racing red car up at the. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking on the replay. That's at Mulsanne 1. One of the Porsches
it's
having
the
some issues.
RLR Abruzzi machine there, the number 73. He's pretty far down. He's currently 7th in class, but that's going to be a huge killer. The second car out of 3 that are 1 lap down in class.
Mulsanne 1 again. It's claimed another spin.
Oh, yep, loss of traction there coming out of the left-hander, and of course the walls being as close as they are on this part of the circuit, it is a French national highway, so there's not much to save you if you spin out there.
Yeah, it's a very punishing area. Of course, as you mentioned, it is public roads. This is more of a street circuit at this portion of the track, so definitely not the easiest place to have issues and stuff like that compared to, say, areas of the Dunlop curves and the Porsche curves and stuff like that, where you have plenty of runoff in a gravel trap. And there was an incident as well on the restart for, you mentioned it, the Andretti Racing red car. Thankfully, no contact for them, but they are going to drop down a position. They are now 4th behind the .exe machine. I believe they are running with damage after contact earlier, that 168 car.
Chad, do you want? I don't think you want bad news. It's gone from bad to worse for Syandra.
Oh, it has.
It's picked up damage.
Oh no, Cy. That's unfortunate to see for sure.
I can actually give you the full play-by-play. I did actually just see it happen. It's just coming out of the Tetra Rouge. It tried passing by the 79 about half a lap ago. It tried passing the 79 coming out on Tetra Rouge, and it struck it quite heavily coming out there, and yeah.
And I mentioned that penalty that he got earlier in the race. That was at the same corner with a similar style of incident where he just made contact with a faster class car, or with a slower class car, excuse me. And just unfortunate, this race is not going the way that he had expected it to. That team was running very well, solidly in the top, on the top 3 in the podium. Then that safety car really threw a wrench into their plans.
Yeah, as you can see on the replay here, he's trying his best to get back at it. He's just pushing the car through the traffic now. It's probably the best time, if you did make a mistake coming out at the start, it's probably the best time to make up time, because you just cut through the traffic and you have a clear track ahead of you. Now, as you see here, he comes past Tetra Rouge coming onto Mulsanne. You can see the 79 passing a Porsche, and, well, avert your eyes, because this is how it ended. Oh, struck the wall.
And he's now in pit road as well, taking repairs after that one. Man, that's the same area. It was a little earlier in the corner the last time he was involved in contact, but definitely getting pinched over into the wall by that LMP2. Unfortunate to see for Cy and the rest of that Moradna satellite team.
We got a battle on for second in GTE, meanwhile, as Andra spending all of that very painful time in the pits. Keanu Bushman in the Andretti Racing green car is starting to come under a lot of pressure here from Marius Breuer in the .exe car. A little bit of a draft here down the Mulsanne straight. Now the question is, I think, for Breuer, you can see that he's not going for any moves here, because even at this stage of the race with under 5 hours to go, You don't want to try and make any silly moves too soon. I think he's just trying to focus on just lifting off a little bit in the draft down the straights, save a little bit of fuel if he ever needs it at the end.
Yeah, you see that there is the number 21 there of Luigi Nespolino in front of them as well for the Leo Racing Team. That car is a lap down, 2 laps down in class. The leader of the class is about 5 seconds up the road already, and that's the Williams machine. So Williams picking up right where they left off before that safety car was deployed and just starting to pull away and do what they can to build a lead.
It looks like Nespolino letting them go as it is on for third in LMP2 as well. Arkadiusz Neumann is the car that we were looking ahead at, and we're now right on board with, as he's getting chased down by Timo Hayden, who took over the Impulse Racing number 56 car just before the full course yellow came out.
And just an update on the Syandra, that Moradna's car. They did spend about 2 minutes stopped in their box on pit road. Took a bunch of repairs, and they were just barely, it looks like, hanging on to the lead lap at this time.
Punto CL Racing Red, black flag car number 79 to fail to follow emergency stop procedure. So they have also been given a black flag.
Yeah, that was what we mentioned while running through the safety car procedure. Right when the safety car came out, they had to make a pit stop, and instead of the procedure states you can only take fuel until the pits open, they unfortunately made a full service stop, and they were given a, I believe it was a stop-go penalty once the race went back green. So they're going to lose a ton of time there, and they served that and are back underway. Oh, and a huge wreck just a moment ago for Nick Madsen and the Mag Performance SRT number 83 in Indianapolis. Just trying to, in the draft of another car, catching the right side wall, and not too much damage to that car, but it was definitely significant contact, and there is rear wing damage now as well, as they are towards the back of the field. So that car back now working its way down pit road. You see all that damage to the rear wing. Just unfortunate to see that damage was there before as well to the wing, but definitely significant damage to that car.
Yeah, running very difficult there for the MAG Performance car, but just before we went to that replay, we did see that Timo Hayden has made his way past Arkadiusz Neumann. So now Impulse Racing up into the top 3 in LMP2, and I love watching prototypes battle around this circuit. Just the sheer amount of speed that you see. Is that smoke?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Don't know where from.
That's a very interesting place to have tire smoke as well, because you wouldn't get that if you were running just on the edge of the track there, because that is grass. It would kick up some dirt. There's not really a place to spin or lock up the tires there either. So very interesting place to see smoke.
I've seen it. It's engine smoke. The Black Eagle SimRacing LMP1 number 52 has had problems with the engine. Ivo Costa is currently making his way back to the pits. He's in Arnage at the moment.
Oh, that's this far into the race, engine failure like that. We saw them earlier in the race involved in contact as well. They are 7 laps down. I see them kind of moving off the racing line. The fortunate thing here in iRacing is that car is not spitting out oil, but looks like we're going to have to retire the car because engine damage this far in is definitely going to be very difficult to get fixed by the time the checkered flag flies.
They are currently the...
It's sorry, just to interrupt. It's the cruelest way possible. The engine just goes. They have radiator damage at some point, and it just went bang.
Right in the middle of the straight.
Right in the middle of the straight.
That's painful.
By the way, it looks like, the battle for the lead in the LMP2s. We have had a lead change with Lucas Lippert getting around Lehoke for the Williams car. Looks like, is this coming into
immediately?
So that So you did get the lead, yes. So that was a scheduled pit stop as well. That was about halfway through the run. Did not come in under the safety car. So re-inherits the lead, and they have about 4 seconds out the back to RLR and Arteas Newman.
Yeah, it's starting to calm down simply because everybody's sort of splitting out. You do have on screen.
That is Marius Brewer, the .exe esports machine there, fighting very hard. Currently third, I believe, in GTE, right behind the Maniti Red machine that, or sorry, was it red or green? I believe that's red. Yeah, that's in front of them. I'm sorry, that is green that's in front of them with the red car just behind them as well. So all three of those cars are about 10 seconds apart on track, but those two cars very close to each other for the second and third steps on the podium.
Interesting to see how this one plays out because we hadn't seen, well, the three of us had not seen how the guys in GT are doing comparative to the rest of the field because they were so spread out. The Bennett Q car was essentially 3 minutes ahead of everybody else, with the two Manatee cars sort of bringing up the rear guard. But now we actually get to see how the .exe esports car can throw a hammer into the works because they were the outside chance at top 5, and then it's just so very suddenly it's just like, where have these guys come from? They've played their cards exceptionally well under the fourth course yellow, and it's a joy to see how a little bit of ingenuity and playing by the rules can get you such a great jump up in the positions.
And this is a battle for the overall lead. This is the V-Joy esports machine of Matthew Levine, right behind Justin Dardenne of SRS Brutus. And very, very close, but getting a fantastic exit onto the front stretch and now into the Dunlop curves was Justin getting a great launch and pulling about half a second on the gap, but it's going to close right back up, I feel like, here with Matthew Levine just trying his hardest, digging. He can see that P1 and he wants it pushing very hard now on this restart.
Very close between these two cars, and the gap between the two of them 1.4 seconds at the moment, which is probably just outside slipstream range. So Mr. Levine is not going to be getting as much draft assistance as he would possibly like. He'll have to try and get a bit more regen done under braking, have a bit more hybrid power to deploy in his pursuit of Justin Dardenne. And had some news from Joshua Chin in the broadcast chat regarding Will Leslie disconnecting from the server. Apparently his computer had a blue screen of death when they were getting the wave around to get back on the lead lap, and that is one of the big characteristics of sim racing for me. You know, in real life motorsport, you can have just about anything go wrong with the car. You can have a steering rack failure or a bearing go or a suspension arm snap. In sim racing, you have to deal with hardware issues and software issues as well. That's one of the many ways that sim racing is both different and similar to real life motorsport.
Say the biggest difference to me is when you're in the car, you don't have as many distractions. We've seen real life guys, notably when the NASCAR were doing their esports series during the pandemic last year. Denny Hamlin had one of his children turn off his monitor. That's one of the biggest notable differences. You can't get something like that. You don't get somebody just jumping on your windshield or throwing a tarp over you in real life. So definitely one of those differences, and it's definitely fun to watch the difference between Levine and Dardenne right now, and when they use their kinetic energy and when they kind of dissipate or use that hybrid power, because it looked like Dardenne used all of his power to kind of pull away entering the Mulsanne straight last time, as this is look at Marius Brewer, the .exe esports. This is a scheduled stop. He is off cycle from the rest of the people in class right now, with Sami Mehdi Trogan for Williams about half a cycle off, currently 6 laps into his run. But yeah, these two guys out front pushing very hard. This is on board with the number 22 of Thomas King and GTA Racing. They are fighting very hard. They just got around, it looks like, Lucas Lippert, or they might have gotten back by. Yes, they are still right there in the thick of things with Lippert, Hayden, and King. All 3 cars pretty much nose to tail right now, battling very hard for position there midway through the LMP1 field.
Yeah, this fight here between Lucas Lippert and Thomas King. Further to my point before, watching prototypes go around Le Mans, especially when they're this close, it's heart in your mouth stuff, especially through the Porsche curves when you have to deal with aero push from the car in front. Of course, these LMP2s produce a lot of their downforce through the floor of the car. They don't rely as much on the aerodynamic devices on top of the car to produce their downforce. So, aero push, as we call it, when you're in the dirty air of a car in front, and that sort of messes up the airflow of your aerodynamic surfaces, induces a little bit of understeer, a bit of instability. You don't get as much of it here with LMP2s, but it's still a problem in the faster parts of the track, and it's not going to be a problem anymore for Thomas King as he goes round the outside into Indianapolis, which is a very scary place to make a pass.
That's my favorite corner of the racetrack. Of course, the track named after is about 20 minutes from me, so always my favorite place to watch a race there, and you get to see that corner emulated here at Circuit de la Sarthe. So very fun corner to watch racing. And by the way, just no need to look back at it, but we talked about Will Chin Will having the BSOD, the blue screen earlier for Kinetic, and then Sam getting in the car there. He has now stepped out, and Liam Quinn has taken over behind the wheel of that 62 Kinetic machine. So he definitely was not in that car very long for Sam Chin.
We just saw the Precision Racing Esports car make its way in. Elliott White starting his...
Josh Chin. I'm mixing up all my first names on this team. Sorry, Josh. I appreciate you.
Joshy Sam. So Lucas Lippert is starting to lose a bit of time there. Looks like Thomas King has made some great gains there in the last half of the lap, as Elliott White has brought the Precision Racing car then out of the pits to start his second stint of this run.
And 9th, Elliott White. And they're back into the LMP1s. That's Matthew Levine is still attempting to chase down the SRS Bridges car. Oh, Justin Dowdad coming through Dunlop chicane on towards Dunlop curbs. These two are going on a 1.2 second difference. It's like they're battling at a distance. They're essentially sword fighting. Just they keep staying on guard, but they never really get to battle. And they exchange pleasantries with each other as well. So it's a very it's me a way of saying it's a very distant battle right now. They're having to cut through traffic and all, but there's never really that moment where they just contracting together, and we're just waiting for that right now. But they are starting to meet more and more patchy traffic, and that might bring in Matthew Levine if he can just catch traffic, let's say just past Mulsanne, or if Justin Dardenne catches traffic just coming into something like Mulsanne 1 or 2.
Yeah, the Porsche curves are going to be a big part of the lap for traffic as well. I think Levine's going to be hoping that at some point Dardenne does encounter some GTs or an LMP2 or 3 in the Porsche curve section, because that's where the LMP1s can take the most advantage of the supreme amounts of downforce that they produce. So any time lost through there is going to be tenfold if you're behind traffic, and it might just be enough to bring Levine back into the range of the draft. He's about a tenth away, I think, from the slipstream becoming properly active down the straights, as the gap is starting to reduce a little bit here. It seems that Levine has used a little bit more hybrid out of Mulsanne.
Yeah, that's one of those things we've seen lap after lap out of these guys. Is one person will use it to pull away, and then Levine gets all the time right back. You see him closing right at the exit of Mulsanne and into Indianapolis, making up a ton of, now going into Indianapolis, but make up a ton of time. And these guys just doing everything that they can to keep one another in check. Now Dardenne on the I guess you could call it push pass on the hybrid system, getting that back. Getting the gap right back to over a second.
Unfortunately, they got an LMP2 to deal with here. Miguel San Martin in the Sport Team LMP2, so Levine's just had to lift off there around the outside of the Corvette corner. So that is all of that time he gained completely gone, and then some. The gap is now 2.2 seconds at the front.
It'll be Levine's. It'll rue the day for him, because he'll have to watch as Dardenne, even just as a little speck just keeps going. We do have, by the way, Thomas King and LMP2 still going at it. There's a battle now starting to heat up between himself and Hayden, coming down the Mulsanne straight towards Mulsanne 1. And does Thomas King, he does slip onto the inside line. Does he make the move? He's making it, but no, attempting to rejoin the line coming into Mulsanne 1, but a bit too shallow, and that is Timo Hayden all over the back of him and wanting to exit a lot faster than he did. That is one of the things that you do have to watch out for. If you take a very shallow line coming into Mulsanne chicanes, you do run the risk of having a very slow exit onto the straightaways. Coming up to Mulsanne 2, this will be Timo Hayden hugging the back of Thomas King. Yeah, another bump shot.
Oh, that's a little bit naughty.
Yeah, we were seeing that last night as well. There was two LMP2s trying to catch back up to essentially they're trying to help each other catch back up to the top two, I think, of LMP2, and they used bump draft, but I'm not gonna lie, it's not the easiest thing to do in the world, and I certainly wouldn't do it while I was driving these cars. Two black flags just handed out to Mauricio Cuero and Harold Stadier. Well, not Stadier, but Stadler.
Yeah, Stadler's in the TechSense Fitzstye GTE there.
Be interesting to find out what caused those to be handed out. It was something done by the stewards. They must have seen something they didn't like, did not see a reason given for those black flags, but unfortunate to see this far into the race, guys just getting maybe a little too aggressive out there.
This is car 79, by the way, for Punta Racing Red. That was what Mauricio Cuero is part of, and the team gets a black flag. I'm trying to figure out what the incident is for.
I'm trying to do the same for the Fitzstye car, but I'm not seeing anything that Harold Stadler's done out on track. He's mostly been lapping by himself, so that must be from an earlier incident. Unfortunately,
with these kinds of events, if you're on one part of the track, it's as if the other part of the track is in a different world, because it's difficult to determine where bits are in terms of, especially if a black flag happens, you lose sort of the section where it all happened. It's like its own little microcosm of events, and we'll try and get it for you as best we can. But we still do have this battle between King and Hayden. I think Hayden will just want a little bit of round 2 as to come back towards an almost end straight.
Yeah, very aggressive moves. He's been peeking to the inside there, but thinks better of it. These guys have been just really going at it. Tetra Rouge right there gets the move done. There it is. So fantastic move. They're getting that position back. That was, of course, for the 4th spot. And just a little note for you up in the LMP1, Cy Andra, we mentioned very close to being lapped. He just lost another second to last lap to Justin Dardenne. So he's only a matter of seconds and a matter of laps at this point. You see there, yep, up the Mulsanne straight, just behind the chicane is the class leader.
Yeah, potentially big trouble there for the Moradness Satellite E-Stars Neon machine, and I still can't get over how unfortunate it was for Cyandra to make that mistake on the restart after the full course yellow. Had the lead in his hands were it not for that final curb on the run up to the start-finish line. And I mean, we've talked about track limits and curbs around here before, and particularly in the second half of the circuit, the curbs can be especially brutal, especially at the Ford chicane. Obviously, there's been quite a few changes made to the circuit over the years, because if you watch races from past years, you'll be able to see cars just absolutely monstering the curbs in the Ford chicane, leaving the track entirely. And of course, real-life organisers don't particularly like that, so they've installed anti-cut curbs at the Ford chicane now. And unfortunately, Cyandra getting on the wrong side of one of those, but overall lead 2/10 between these cars now. Oh, that was close to the wall on the exit of Arnage for Justin Dardenne. Got to be very careful out of that corner. It's just about the slowest corner on the racetrack. You got to try and nail the exit for a good run up to the Porsche curves, but cutting it a bit fine there in his fight to keep this lead.
And by the way, I'm just seeing a note pop up here. Michael Schlack's one of the drivers down in the GT class, the Mag Performance SRT number 14, the number 83 car. He was actually punted not too long ago by Liam Quinn. Liam, of course, is in that machine, the 62 for Kinetic, that had the issues with the connection with their team just a little bit ago. So we focused a lot on that team lately, it seems like, for them being so far down in the order. But it is with good reason, of course. They're getting involved in more contact, and that Mag Performance team now sits on pit road taking repairs.
Out of the pits now, but unfortunately with a bent rear wing, which isn't going to do wonders for their aerodynamic grip in the Porsche curves.
You could just say it's drag reduction for the Mulsanne straight, getting that wing out of the air. yeah, absolutely. Airflow's a little bit disturbed, but hey, a couple extra Ks and straight line speed.
It's still unnerving for me to see an LP1 car go 350k. Everything in my head is screaming at me, going, "Oh my god, that setup! How have they done it?"
Yeah, I've had a bit of experience driving LMP1s myself, and you know, I always look in amazement at the speed that some of these teams can get out of these cars. A little bit more of a lift there for Justin Dardenne on the run into Mulsanne 2, which allowed Matthew Levine to catch up slightly. They are encountering quite a bit of traffic, and Looks like Levine took about 2 seconds out of Justin Dardenne on the last lap, so they've certainly been encountering some traffic issues. But now Dardenne, I think, focusing on just trying to get as much regen done as possible so he can put down a big splurt of deployment out of one of the slower corners. Oh, he's actually a bit slower here down the straight. There's been more deployment here from Levine. There's going to be a pass for the lead, potentially. And there it is. Done. VJoy Esports now into the lead of the Majors 24.
And making it look easy.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. It's so cool and collected and just sent it right where he needed it. And he's going to have it at least up until they come back around onto Mulsanne Straits. He just needs to run away as fast as he can through the portion curves and through Ford.
And by the way, I was just able to get a close-up shot of that SOS Brutus car. Possibly one of my favorites that I've seen out here as of late. Just covered in between Twitch emotes and slowdown penalties, as you see there. Just a very comical car. Those guys obviously having a lot of fun with it. You got Kappa on the front wing and or on the nose of that car as well. Just slowdown penalties on the rear wing as well. But I'd expect some of these guys to be making pit stops here in the next couple of laps between your two leaders. They both pitted 11, make it now 12 laps to go as they work their way down towards the Dunlop curves.
There was also a lead change in LMP2 on the last lap. The RLR Brute C Esports Black Machine is now in the lead, and Williams Esports Chill Blast, Arthur LeHouk has brought that car into the pits after losing the lead. I expect that is a scheduled pit stop for those guys.
It was a scheduled stop, but it seems to be pretty lengthy. Currently sits stationary for 45 and counting seconds. That's compared to other guys in class that made stops of around 32 or 33 seconds. A very long stop for Arthur LeHouk and that Williams Esports team.
Yeah, well, they did do a driver change as far as I'm aware, but they should have done it. It should have been done by now. I'm struggling to see what the issue might be, but I'll just double check and see if they did manage to pick up some damage. It could be possible, but no, let's see.
There's certainly no penalty for speeding into the pits. He was well down to speed before the limiter line came in. That's a bit of a mystery there. Oh, he's away.
And it was not a driver change, I can confirm that. He was in the car for the first stint after the safety car deployment. He came in during that time. So not sure why it was such a long stop, but he was in for quite a long period of time. Thomas King from 5th place pitted in that class as well. That was a 33.1 second stop. That was a very routine service there. But losing a ton of time was the 9 of Williams Esports. And slipping away was that lead that they had so dominant earlier on in the race.
Battle's ongoing for the LMP1 lead, and Dardenne shadowing Matthew Levine down the Mulsanne straight, taking a little bit of extra time in the slipstream, I think, to just lift off a bit more, focus a bit more on regen, and perhaps have another bit of a lob at the race lead pretty soon.
Very hard charge there out of Indianapolis for Dardenne, but still staying just in line from Levine. Possibly just trying to hold on to slipstream range and try to generate as much of that hybrid generation power system as you can, trying to get the move done and not let them take it right back. So Levine still out in front in the LMP1s for VJoy Esports. Then RLR with Newman now coming into pit road from the lead there in the LMP1s. And that's going to make things very tight between the 72 and the 67 of GSR. Because they're going to be stationary for about 30 seconds. The gap was just under a minute when they made their way onto pit road. So we'll have to see where they come out. 67 now working their way out through the Porsche curves, it looks like.
You have the two lead LMP1s as well coming into the pits, and they're going to have the GSR by Hetzner car is definitely going to have traffic under both situations when he comes back out. And we just see there on screen, Justin Dardenne sat in the pits. It's probably going to be just fuel, and then to be back out again. And if my napkin math is correct, just coming out of the box is Aaron Arbors, the Esports Black. You can see him there just coming by and on the straightaway. Oh, at the very same time.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
That is a very dangerous pit exit there for all three of those guys. Very tricky, but thankfully no harm, no foul between them. But the gap now just about a second, maybe not even that.
That was a lock up there for Dardenne going off there at the Dunlop chicane. So that is even more time lost that he would certainly not have appreciated. He was off the racing line there, passing the number 72 here on the replay. Goes up the inside and looked like he just braked way too late there to try and get past the LMP2.
Yeah, and of course that was the LMP2 there as well. That was Newman, the leader of the class, trying to get out as quickly as they can. They barely got out in front of Lippert, the GSR machine right behind them. This is now on board with that machine. Yeah, it's on board with Lippert looking out the front, and just a couple of cars ahead in line there is Newman. So that very tight battle right there. But the difference is that Lippert's about 3/4 of the way done with his fuel stint. Meanwhile, Newman just made his stop.
And we've gotten word from the broadcast chat that the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 9, who had that really long pit stop, likely that they had floor damage that they were getting repaired there. So that definitely makes sense. As I said before, the prototypes produce the majority of their downforce through the floor. So if that gets damaged, you end up losing a ton of speed, and it also takes quite a bit of time to repair.
And yeah, those are going to be considered, I would assume, optional repairs by iRacing, but you definitely want to take them, because sure, you lose a minute on pit road, but you'd probably lose a lot more over the course of the race if you just left it as it is and lose all that straight line speed.
I mean, if you're 10Ks down the straight, that's practically 2-3 seconds, and even at this stage of the race, it is more than worth it to take the hit in the pit stops and then recoup it back on, having a car that's going at normal speed, especially if, your setup depends on it. You can't drive a setup that's, untenable. And if you get the damage repaired and it being back to tip-top shape, that's it's a win-win for you. I mean, you lose time, but at the same time, you're probably going to make it to the end then.
GTE lead is still growing for that Williams team, up to 16 seconds and still growing. Sami Matti-Trungen for that team, putting on a clinic, building that lead right back to where it was before the yellow flags and the safety car came out. Maniti Racing, they are both back to second and third after their incident on the restart for the 179 and their self-spin. So no damage to that car. They are 15 seconds behind their teammate running 2-3 right now. They've still got about 90 seconds out the back to Marius Brewer for the .exe team. And they are both separated by about half a pit cycle there as well. So most of the GTE class still on the same pit sequence, with the exception there of Brewer of .exe and TechSense with Stadler running currently 4th and 5th in class. Both of those guys made pit stops within the last handful of laps. Meanwhile, we'll see Trong and Bushman and Irang come in over the next couple of laps to make their scheduled service.
And of course, Harold Stadler in the TechSense Fitzstye Hades GTE had to serve a black flag. Still not quite sure of the specific reason for that one, but back out on track and continuing to plod away there in 5th place. Got a bit of a gap ahead to the .exe car that's just exiting Tetra Rouge now and onto the Mulsanne straight as LMP2 lead has changed there. That's Arkadiusz Neumann falling back to 2nd and Lucas Lippert to the lead.
And all 3 class, well, at least the 2 prototype class leads have been very tightly contested. Levine, of course, now growing his gap just a little bit after Dardan's moments in the Michelin chicane. But still, just only a handful of seconds separating those 2 cars, and of course less than a second between the LMP2 lead. As we mentioned, the Williams starting to pull away there in the GTs. Little side note, that Mag Performance car that we talked about having another issue this time at Indianapolis, running deep, no contact, but definitely smoked the tires and seem to be back underway with no problem there. But this is quite the battle that we are looking at right there. That's, of course, the 72 and the 67 battling very hard for the lead in the LMP2s.
And Timo Hayden is behind them in the number 56, just monitoring the situation. He's got a front row seat to this action that we're seeing at the moment. Gap behind a few seconds, but if these 2 end up coming together, or if there's a problem for either of them, Hayden will be right there to pounce. I'm loving how competitive the battle for the top positions in LMP2 is at the moment.
Well, the battle never really died away ever since the field was sort of grouped back together under that full course yellow. So it's definitely worked wonders for the 2 of them. And with the Williams Eastward Chilplas car having issues as it is, they're 50 seconds at least behind this grouping of 2 ahead of them, and so they can just get to doing battle as they see fit in their own little in their own little realm, essentially, and get down to it, because they're both very fast drivers. 326.543 is the best for GSR by Hetzner. 326.127 is the best for RR Abruzzi Eastwards Black at the moment, but it's all about who's driving them at the ins and outs now. And it's Lucas Lippert for GSR by Hetzner and Arkadiusz Neumann for RR Abruzzi Eastwards Black.
Yeah, and you'll see some of these lap times are a couple of seconds off of their peak top lap times in the entire race, and the biggest reason for that, the track temperature starting to climb even more considerably now. It was about 70-ish degrees when we got here for our stint in the broadcast booth, now up to 88 degrees. The wind, of course, still blowing from the north. That's going to be pushing you down the Mulsanne straight, but that track temp is climbing. That's going to start taking some grip away, and you saw there partly cloudy skies as you look over the Dunlop curves, and those partly cloudy skies, that can cool down the track enough to maybe give you an advantage as we look across the French countryside. Man, such a beautiful circuit here on the outskirts of France. Just a fun, exciting track, 8 miles in length and very technical.
Very historic circuit as well. It's been around for just about 100 years now, this particular track, and the run down the Mulsanne Straight remains exactly the same as it always has for all of those years. It's very much an old school circuit here in France. You don't get race tracks like this anymore.
I believe the only change to that Mulsanne Straight was maybe the chicanes over the years. I don't believe that they had them at first, but yeah, it's still a historic part of this track, and man, it's one of those things. It's just one of the signatures of it, because you talk about the Mulsanne Straight. That's one of the most recognizable areas in motorsports. We've seen cars just pick up so much speed that they end up going airborne and flipping over themselves without any contact, and moments like that in history really make parts of this track stand out.
Yeah, this track's undergone quite a few reconfigurations over the years. Mulsanne Corner that we see these guys going through now. Just before that, there is a hump in the road, and that hump used to be a lot higher, but it was regraded many decades back, just to make it a little bit safer for cars going at such high speeds to avoid flipping over that particular rise at the high speeds they were reaching.
Well, speaking of safety, a note from our producer Ryan as well. They used to not even have guardrails on the Mulsanne Straight. That's going to make things a lot safer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it used to be just trees, and when they first started racing at this circuit, it was, I think it was barely even sealed tarmac as well, back in 1923.
Yeah, I mean, early tracks like this were not always paved with the finest and most durable materials. We've seen tracks like Indianapolis paved with bricks. Even before that, it was gravel and tar mix. And yeah, just over the years, as we've gotten to seen racing grow into what it is today, much smoother, more durable tarmac surfaces for drivers to race on, and it definitely adds a lot for these guys. Making things as smooth as possible, even with some public streets being used on the circuit.
We got a pitter in LMP2. Lucas Lippert has brought the number 67 into the pits. And that's a scheduled pit stop, and looks like a driver change as well. Leandro Andretti making his way into that machine.
Anthony Farrell pits from 4th place in that class as well. So they're now stationary in their box. We'll probably see Timo Hayden come in within the next lap or two, pitting from 2nd place there in that class. Otherwise, Nicolas Rubiar has spent quite a bit of time during his last stop on pit road, over 100 seconds there for Rubiar's stop in the Punto CL car, the 79 machine there. Now cars working their way back out off of pit road. And it's a very tricky thing to do, especially with as you see the traffic coming up on you. Very tricky to get that right. It's such a difficult corner, especially if you take tires. Cold tires in that corner don't mix well, or at least for an unskilled driver like myself.
They don't mix well for anybody. It's cold tires will get you if you're not careful. If you're not paying attention, they seriously can ruin your day. So you do need to be on the ball at all times. It's not just a case of, I have a lot of practice around this track. I'll do fine. Cold tires would like to know the joke that you're saying, because it's like I'll ruin your day, buddy. Don't test me. I'm cold tires.
Yeah, indeed. You can't be like, oh, my car has lots of downforce. I can cope with this. Well, if your tyres aren't up to temp or up to pressure, then downforce doesn't mean squat.
This is on board with Timo Hayden that we were just talking about. That is a move for the lead in class. Side by side down the Mulsanne straight into the first chicane. Or sorry, that's out of Mulsanne, is that right? Into now Indianapolis.
Very scary part of the track, and you're struggling to slow it down through that high-speed right-hander down into the lower speed left. The brake's always complaining, and you've got to be careful not to let the rear come around, because you want to run your brake bias a bit further to the rear just to shorten the braking zone, decrease the chance of lockups on the front. But if you get on the brakes at the wrong time while the car's still loaded up through that right-hander in Indianapolis, then you can easily come a cropper and make your way into the wall, potentially in SimWorld into the void if you go into the gap between the tyre bundles.
And by the way, just a thought that occurred to me as I heard a car come down pit road. Which job here at Le Mans would you rather have? Would you rather be the person with the air horn at pit entry, or would you be the person replacing the cones at the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight?
Air horn.
Air horn. Yeah, replacing the cones on the Mulsanne straight. Bit of a dangerous job. You have to run out there and put the cone back while there's potentially cars going by you at 300 plus kilometers per hour. So yeah, I'll take the blasting of the air horn. A little bit more power.
We see now pit cycle working their way through with Timo Hayden making his stop. They're going to make a driver change as well with Antoine Blankers coming in to that number 56 machine now. Definitely going to be interesting to watch where they cycle out now that they've made the driver change. That's going to add a little bit of time onto their pit stop there in the 56.
Chopin's coming through the four chicanes. And now onto the start-finish straight. I think they will have second place.
At least for the time being, until they come around to the pits again. They're currently on their 6th lap of this stint, so we should expect them in sometime in the next 4 or 5 laps, and then those positions will equal out again.
It still amazes me how quickly the LMP2s eat fuel. I'm fully as an Audi driver myself, it's like the 50 liter fuel tank, 55 liter fuel tank. That ain't big, but the fact that it can still go further than the LMP2, just ooh.
Yeah, well, that's the difference between a naturally aspirated Judd V8 in the LMP2 consuming petrol, and in the Audi, not only do you have hybrid assistance, but you've got a twin-turbo V6 diesel engine in the Audi, which really sips fuel compared to a lot of other kinds of engine out there.
Good old tractor.
Love it. Best tractor. Levine's making his tractor work pretty well here in the lead, just by the by. Ever since that lock-up for Justin Dardenne coming out of the pits, Levine's been pretty much untroubled there in the LMP1 lead. At the moment, he can just focus on setting his pace, getting those consistent times down, navigating traffic. And after a certain point, as an LMP1 driver, you just get into autopilot mode. You know the places where you're going to be coming up to traffic. You know where you'll need to lift off a little bit earlier. Just wait until the exit of the corners, and you just have these robotic reactions after a while in the car. Of course, if there's another full course yellow, that's certainly going to be disrupted.
Yeah, it's a spanner in the works if you have to start, waking up and, you're just driving through and it's just like, yes, I'm driving through Mulsanne, having a great time. Oh no. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, especially for the likes of Matthew Levine right now, he's in the prime position to have sort of, not complacency, but sort of like, he could lull himself into sort of like a routine, and then time comes to it where he has to, be up and alert. He won't have the reaction time that he needs, because I'm looking at it right now. The SOS Brutus car, Justin Dardenne, he actually just closed the gap just a slight smidgen. It's now come back out again. But if he has to come through traffic, or if traffic slows him down through Indy, for instance, that can take a second off you very quickly.
And speaking of Levine up there in the lead overall, he's got about 2.5 seconds over Dardenne of SOS Arbutus, and about 18 seconds back to David E. Baker, followed by Gabriel Roos, 1 lap down, currently running 4th in that class, and Matt Loveridge for Team Oblivion. Team Oblivious wraps up the top 5 there, currently 2 laps off of the overall lead. So those guys really putting on a great battle there for the top spot between Levine and Dardenne. And it looks like we've got some interesting battle cycling through pit stops as well as we run through your top 5 down in LMP2, Robert.
R&R Bruce Esports being driven by Arcadius Newman II in the car 72. In the car 9 will be Arthur LeHoque of Williams Esports Chillblast. Third, GTA Racing by Thomas King. They do need to start pushing the buttons. They need to start, getting their socks up. GSR by Hetzner in fourth, driven by Leonardo Andretti, and Mag Performance SRT running at the top 5 with Anthony Farrell behind the wheel.
And of course, it wouldn't be LeMans with an exciting GTE class. Reese, what are your thoughts down there?
Well, Williams Esports, Ben Q, currently holding on to the lead, but Maniti Racing Green are shadowing them. They are pinning on the same lap, as we can see, so we're looking forward to seeing how that one's going to work out. Having just come out of the pits is the Maniti Racing red car in third place. Marcel Erang at the wheel of that one, so he might potentially throw a spanner into the works later on in the race if the pit cycles end up getting jigged up a little bit. .exe with Marius Breuer at the wheel, currently 10 laps into his current stint in fourth, and Harold Stadler holding on to fifth place in the Texans Fitzstye Hades number 397.
And some very interesting, very great liveries all throughout this field that we saw as we ran through our top 5s. Make sure you guys are voting. There is the Google poll for the series. There is an award given out to the best livery that's in this event put on by the majors. There's some very fun ones out there. Mentioned one of my favorites just a little bit ago. But I have to say, I think my favorite is the Matthew Levine VJoy Esports car. A little bit of maybe the wrong sim that they're promoting there on the back, which is unfortunate, but they are doing their darndest to do some promoting out there, and maybe some of their luck that they had earlier was a little bit of karma, but they've re-inherited the lead in that car, so definitely very fun there. What about you guys? Any cars that stand out to you?
Yeah, I do actually have one. It's the Esports Chill Blast. It's the fact that they've picked up the LeMans and are still having only half a second faster laps over the Laura Bruce Esports black car. This is sort of the start of the time where they need to start thinking about how they're going to close that gap quickly, because it's 4 hours to go. That time is ticking down.
And one of the details, by the way, that I really love about iRacing is look at the dirt and the oil and the marbles, everything just building up on the nose of that BenQ machine. See if we can't get a good look at the nose of that car. That car was white at the beginning of this race, but everything getting kicked up in front of it really building up on the front of that 9 machine in all of these cars. That's the attention to detail that they have here in iRacing.
Chomping on that debris, certainly. And you know, looking at your car at the end of an endurance race like this, it can barely look like the same car that you started with. It really is quite the simulation aspect that we've got. He's really cutting it fine there on the exit of Tetra Rouge, using quite a bit of the curb, but no slowdown for now. Let's see what the number 9 can do.
Yeah, Tetra Rouge is one of the most punishing corners in terms of the slowdown penalties that you can be given. On exit, you just barely run too wide, and you'll get a significant slowdown, losing time to the cars around you. But man, these guys really pushing flat out. Gap's starting to grow just a little bit once again down in LMP2 and the prototypes, with Newman now 50 seconds up on LaHook, and Trogan and that Williams machine now 25 seconds up on Bushman. But still, Maniti red and green holding second and third there in the GT class. And Williams looking to get a double podium as well. There's a split between 2 classes there in the LMP2 and the GTEs. But as we tick just under 4 hours remaining here in this race, we are 20 hours into the Majors 24, and we'll take a short break here and be back with some more exciting Majors 24 action right here on GSRC.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
And we return to the beautiful French countryside and Circuit de la Sarthe here for the Majors 24 and the Global Sim Racing channel. I'm Chad Irvine, and here with me, continuing for the next hour or so, is going to be Reese Gardner and Robert O'Brien with Ryan Bauer, our wonderful producer with the lovely beard that you see, and Dougie Beard wrapping up the crew, providing our wonderful cameras as always. It's been a fun show to watch, and still no changes for the lead in any of the classes, with still VJoy Esports about a 3-second lead over SOS Brutus, followed by RLR battling about a minute lead or so over Williams Esports, and then Williams still growing their lead over both the Maniti cars there that are running second and third in the GT3 or GTE class. Definitely been a fun race to watch so far, and it's only going to get better as the minutes tick away.
Yeah, absolutely is, and it's been a lot of fun for me here in my first broadcast for GSRC, seeing the high standards of competition that we've got here at the Majors 24. And the battling for the lead in the prototype classes has been nothing short of immense. I mean, I'm thinking back to when the full course yellow ended. Syandra, unfortunately, spinning the Moradness Satellite E-Stars Neon car, just taking the lead. Gabriel Roos is now in that car in 4th place in LMP1, but we've still got positions to work out in LMP2. There's big gaps starting to form between the competitors in that class, but we've got quite a few cars in contention for victory in that class, with Williams Esports Chillblast, the number 9 with Arthur LaHouque at the wheel, looking to try and work his way back from some floor repair damage in one of their previous pit stops.
And it looks like Liam Quinn in that kinetic car just a moment ago, going through the final chicane, went wide on exit and went straight on, but able to keep it out of the wall and keep it rolling in the right direction. But that car over the last 2 or 3 hours has just been really struggling. They've had everything from technical issues to contact with other classes. Now they're just putting themselves offline and off track. So really struggling last 2 hours or so for this Kinetic Racing team. And you really have to feel for them with how strong they were showing early on in the race.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, Kinetic, now with Liam Quinn in the car, Unfortunately, having to take over from Will Leslie and Joshua Chin in some very negative circumstances. A technical issue for Will Leslie under the full course yellow that we saw an hour or so ago. But Liam Quinn still trying to make his way forward, and these guys will be hoping that Kinetic Racing surges, as it were, up the positions in the final 4 hours of the race, but it's looking a bit unlikely that they'll be able to get too many positions back, being a couple of laps down now on their class leader.
And it looks like we're starting to see some guys come into pit lane, especially from, it looks like, second and third in the LMP1s with LeHoque and Thomas King, both down on pit road. They're about halfway through their routine stop here, and I'd expect Newman to come in within the next lap or so as well. As these, we talked about, these LMP2s love to gobble up fuel. Of course, this is a single make field with them all being Dallara P217s compared to what we might see with the two LMP1s and three three GTEs here in today's race.
Yeah, but of course, despite there being different cars in the other classes, there's still a good amount of balance of performance done between them. So in the GTE class, they should all take roughly the same amount of time to complete a stint. Here at Le Mans, get roughly the same amount of laps out of a tank of fuel. But yes, it is single make racing in the LMP2s, which just drives the competition up further because every driver has to adapt to the exact same car. And LMP1 is effectively a one-make class at the moment as well, with the majority of drivers going for the Audi as Arthur LeHoque makes his way out of the pits in the Williams eSports machine, and they are going to rejoin there in P6.
And I would expect them to possibly get a penalty. They might have served it when they were in their box, but LeHoque missed pit entry completely, I guess forgetting which lap of his run that he was on. He had to cut across the grass divider that separates the front straightaway from the pit lane, cutting across there, able to make it without contact, but a very dangerous maneuver, and I would expect some sort of penalty to get handed down for an unsafe pit entry there for Arthur LeHoque and that number 9 Williams eSports machine.
Yeah, it's very easy, especially in these later stages of the race when you're just in the rhythm and, as I mentioned before we went on break, starting to get into that robot mode where you're just doing the same things lap after lap. The mind can wander and you can forget what part of the track you're on, what lap you're on, etc. As we see one of the LMP1s going for the lane here. That's Matthew Levine and Justin Dardenne, the top two in class and overall, making their next stop.
I am what you would call driving deficient on the sim. I currently lack all the speed in the world, especially around a track like this. So typically when I'm with my team, I'm just going to be spotting in these endurance style events. And I'm constantly reminding them, hey, hit your marks, counting them down how many laps until they have to pit, making sure everybody on the team knows what the cycle is. And that's one of the big things, is having somebody there with you in the sim to keep reminding you of that kind of stuff. It might seem small, it might seem inconsequential, but the consequences right there for LeHoque really seemed to cost him a lot of time. He was on pit road for 73 seconds compared to what should be about a 30-second stop.
Well, that's the main reason why real-life racing teams have an army of engineers and a dedicated race engineer always with the drivers, just to keep them reminded of everything that's going on out on track as the LMP1 leaders have exited the lane, and Flavio Figuccio in the sole Porsche 919 LMP1 in our top prototype field, making way there for Justin Dardenne, so the lead battle can resume.
Yeah, and it looks like we did officially have that number 52 Black Eagle machine retire from 7th overall. Saw them have the engine issue just about an hour or so ago. So unfortunate for them. It looks like their race is done and down to just 6 cars running there in the LMP1 field. Still quite a few, though, in both the LMP2 and the GTEs, with looks like 12 cars running in the LMP2s, as well as 12 in the GTEs to go along with it. And this is a look at the overall lead. This is on board there with Justin Dardenne of the SOS Brutus machine. He's just doing great. He's caught right back up, cutting Levine's lead from 3 seconds now down to less than 2/10. You see him right there on the gearbox of Matthew Levine.
Yeah, and the GT traffic there of Alex Henke in the number 377 certainly helped that. They're going to encounter a bit more traffic here on the run up to Mulsanne, just passing Harold Stadler, who is currently P5 in GTE. And they're coming up on a LMP2 as well. That's Leandro Anteruti. That is the current LMP2 class leader that they've just made their way by. Let's see how much electricity they deploy there. Looks like a bit more deployment there for Matthew Levine to try and extend the gap over Justin Dardenne.
Yeah, able to get about half a second back to that lead. It was 3/10, now up to 8/10, and still starting to grow as they come into Indianapolis, just pushing out of Indianapolis, now working their way around a very technical racetrack. And these guys just love to push everywhere they can, trying to make up every bit of time.
The VJ Esports, they need to make up as much time as possible, simply because as soon as they get back onto Mulsanne, they'll be under the watchful eye of the SOS Brutus car. So Matthew Levine has to essentially get as far away as he can, away from the R18 of Justin Dardenne. And Justin, by contrast, has to keep as close as he can to the VJ Esports car so that he can attack essentially on his own terms against Matthew Levine. But it's shaping up now within the last 4 hours. We're just coming up onto 3 hours 40 minutes left to go as they cross the line onto lap 360. So it is going to start shaping up here over the next 10-12 laps to see how they do.
Yeah, of course, the fun part about iRacing is you get drivers from all over the world. I know we've got some South and Central Americans, some Europeans as well, and of course some Americans in this field. It's an international field, and the one thing you kind of have to think about when planning out your stints is when you put guys in the car. Currently 5:22 a.m. here on the east coast of the U.S. Compared to say for Reese, it's 5:22 p.m. over there in Australia. So times like these where you say, okay, it's the afternoon for you, you're wide awake, you can get in the car. Meanwhile, I would probably be sleeping if it wasn't for this amazing race and what we're watching on track right now.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the beauty of sim racing. Being on the internet, everyone from around the world can compete and commentate at the same time. It's really awesome to see the big international crossover in races like this, and I've certainly enjoyed my time here this afternoon. A very good way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
And it looks like we might have an issue for Alita losing a ton of time getting passed by Dardenne, and then now about 2 seconds back, and this move just happened. Especially not even drafting before the first Mulsanne chicane. You see how much that gap from first to second has already grown.
Yeah, that was on the exit of Tete Rouge, actually.
It's going to play into Justin's hands more than anything else, because he now has the best ever solution ever to have happened in the whole wide world, which is he got past Matthew Levine, and Matthew Levine got stuck trying to catch back up, and now has, well, he did break the toe, but Matthew Levine has used some more electricity in response down on the run up to Indy. Now, the cameras are actually just looking at a very spicy battle between Obsidian Edge Black being driven by Lawrence Cosvind and Leo Racing Team GTE 21 being driven by Luigi Nespolino. We're just looking at Luigi's car right now. This is a battle for the 9th position, car 49 versus car 21.
And by the way, you guys mentioned it coming out of Tetris. I mentioned a couple times the track limits there. Could it possibly be been just a slowdown, exceeding track limits there at Tetra Rouge, and having to serve that penalty before you get to the first chicane there on the Mulsanne?
Well, I went back and checked. It actually looks like Levine just went way too deep into Tetra Rouge. He didn't actually exceed track limits there. He got back on track before the end of the curb, but yeah, he just overshot the corner a bit and lost momentum onto the Mulsanne straight, which made the job very easy there for Dardenne.
Looking on with Victor Esports, Matthew Levine. As he now chases down Justin Dardenne. So the goal here will be for... Well, Dardenne will have to essentially fight continuously, as Matthew Levine will just be sitting there attempting to snipe every opportunity that he can to get up to the rear and get by. And we just see it's now turning into a boost battle. This is the one thing that you do not want to happen. You don't want to have a boost battle coming down Mulsanne, because what will happen is invariably the guy who has slipstream will win, and the guy who is attempting to break the slipstream using boost might invariably lose. And the gap was 1.3 seconds coming into Mulsanne 1. They both do a very nice clean line coming through Mulsanne 1 onto Mulsanne 2. Dardenne just needs to pray that he's done enough to break the toe. But it's just looking like he just might... Oh, no. He might not have... Oh, he just did. Just enough to keep him at bay. Just ever so slightly out of range for Matthew Levine.
Yeah, and the one thing to note about the hybrid system here and when you can implement it, it's much more compared to the push-to-pass system in IndyCar, where... you can use it both as an attacker from behind or defending your position, compared to, say, DRS from Formula One, where you can only use it when following another car. So definitely going to be fun to watch both of those guys battle it out for these last 3.5 hours. Have to say hello to everybody there watching us on YouTube. You see the major series there, as well as Southpaw Racer, Marcus, Phoenix Wild. All of you guys, thanks for stopping in. It's very early here on the East Coast, and from wherever you may be watching from, thanks for tuning in, and thanks, of course, everybody over at the Majors Series for putting on this great show. These guys doing a great job organizing and putting this event on, and we're having a great time commentating and watching it as well.
So we're just back to GTE class. This is, again, once the battle for 9th position. Now the battle for Lawrence Cosvinder to gain back 9th position. As we said before, he was in 9th, being chased in by Luigi Nespolino. Nespolino made the move and didn't see where, but he did make it in a very... It must have been very, very quick, because they seem to have been going out for the last lap and a half, or correction, half a lap. Though I will say, on that last lap in particular, Cosvinder lost 2 seconds over Luigi Nespolino. So let's see, as they cross the line, the lap difference will just take over. 351.109 for Leo Racing Team GTE, and a 352.649 for Lawrence Cosvinder. So he definitely did have a mistake at some stage throughout the lap. On the inside went the Vito Esports of Matthew Levine. He needs to... This is how it is. It's going to be like this for the next little bit, because if Levine loses that goal, it could potentially be game over, because he'll lose the focus on the car that he needs to get to. And the car he needs to get to, it's just a little speck in the distance. That's Justin Dardenne right there. I almost said Justin Devine. I combined the two people. Justin Dardenne. And he already lost 0.4 of a second on the last lap, so he needs to be uber focused right now, and he needs to not do what he was doing before, which was boost battling, because it's a losing game if you do not have slipstream, because you only have a certain amount of percentage of battery that you can use over a lap, and there's only a certain amount of energy that you can store. So, and if you break that, and if you can't regenerate it back, you're permanently at a disadvantage compared to the car ahead of you.
Yeah, and by the way, we saw the lap traffic there, and trying to get past was Vjoy and Matthew Levine, just trying to make that move. Maybe the biggest thing is at this point when you catch the traffic, because you just saw Dardenne get around a car very cleanly, but now working their way down into Mulsanne, might have to. It's not going to make an impact yet, but it could have an impact as they approach Indianapolis. So it's all about where you catch the lap traffic here.
You just see there, looking at Woods, he sees the Vjoy Sports of Matthew Levine coming by, and just seeing now, as that is the Corvette, I think that's a car of Stewart's Wave Italy. It is indeed, as he gets by them. Now, for GTEs, it's not too bad because the speed difference, especially in the straights, is quite massive. So it's usually hello and goodbye, but for LMP2s, it's more like hello, oh no, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. I'm just an innocent car. Don't hit me. Okay, bye. I mean, there are better ways of explaining it, but it's the best way of saying it.
You're putting us right into it, right into the emotions right there, and it's probably the way I'd describe it too.
I mean, it can also be risky for. It's not just risky for one class. It's not risky for the slower class. It can be risky for the faster class as well, because we have the other side of the coin. A battle for GTE. Again, we're coming back to Luigi Nespolino and Lawrence Cosvinder of Leo Racing Team GT21 and Obsidian Edge Black, respectively. If the two of these are caught in a battle, but at the very same time, lapping traffic is trying to get past them. Let's say, for instance, if SOS Brutus were trying to get by them, it's you kind of have to respect the battle if it's going on. I mean, you are caught behind it, but I mean, if they're going too wide, they've been going too wide for the Mulsanne. A blue flag is a blue flag, but in iRacing it is not compulsory. Of course, they would decide to let traffic by, but in the heat of the moment, you might be trying to get by somebody in, let's say, Mulsanne chicane. It's a very tricky situation to deal with, especially if you are the slower class.
Nespolino was a bit deep into the Ford chicane that time. He almost gave a sniff there to Lawrence Costvinder, and I'm thinking there's going to be a pass very shortly here in this battle.
Threatening the rear end constantly. It's one of the main ways that you're not necessarily passing, but you just hound the other guy. Essentially, you're just trying to push him in such a way that he's just like, oh, I made a mistake, I went wide or something. Especially coming out to Rouge, if you go wide and you don't come back on past the blue box, yeah, that's a nice juicy 2-second slowdown for you. So it's definitely not something that you want in your back pocket when you're going down Mulsanne. You've already been threatened by a fellow racer that's charging behind you, and in this case, Cosvinder is actually not. He's actually keeping behind. He's actually lifted off quite considerably, speaking. I think he's either fuel saving or he doesn't see himself being faster than Luigi on pace alone.
And it looks like some damage to the car. You see it, the car's right rear, as you're looking at from the nose, the left side bent up just a little bit in relation to that car just in front of him. So there is been involved with a little bit of contact there, and that's of course how they're 2 laps down in the class. But still, I mean, it's going to cost you some straight line speed, but still definitely saving some on the back end, trying to make sure that you get the move done in a perfect spot where you can hold on to the position on the next lap to come. Keeping tabs on the lead for the overall lead. Dardenne now 2.5 seconds over Levine, as this is now on board with the number 51 of Dardenne. and you can just see working their way back towards the front straight through the forward curves. Man, these guys just aren't letting each other out of sight. That SOS Brutus car keeping its nose clean the entire time so far and really doing its best. The lead now down under 2 seconds, it looks like. Man, it's really pushing hard on that hybrid system, trying to catch back up.
You know, then both of them know if either make even a small mistake, it can change the flow of the game. You know, if you have Justin Dardenne making the mistake, that brings Visual Esports back into play. And if the two of them start battling for more than a lap, you're going to have Pure Sims Esports back at it again with David Baker at the wheel. And he quick. He definitely quick.
Indeed he is. That car with Chris McGrath behind the wheels set the fastest lap of the entire race, 3:08.598, which is quite pacey. David Baker has been lapping roughly in the 3:12 to 3:15 range at the moment, but he is still very much in contention if there's a problem for our top two.
And by the way, we've promoted it a couple times so far during this stint, but just want to remind everybody there is the poll going on for your favorite livery in the race. Make sure you click that link in the chat here on YouTube and vote for whichever car you think looks the best. There's some very clean looking ones out there. So we're doing that, and there will of course be prizes awarded other than your podium finishers here. A great job organizing this once again by the Majors Series, but still a fantastic race that we have seen so far as we watch these guys now work their way down the Mulsanne Straight.
And the Visual Esports car doing the thing that it need not do, and that is lose time to SOS Brutus. But what's even worse is David Baker. He's actually catching the car number 71. He's already a second, not 1/10, not 100th, 1 second on SOS Brutus, and is going at a breakneck pace right now. That gap is closing, and it's closing fast. A second a lap, that's 25 laps. That's it may be 2 stints, but yeah, that's still within striking distance. You know, the AWS coming up on your screens now, it's like the striking distance, 25 laps. That's my guesstimate for the current pace.
Yeah, seeing the lap comparison there, Baker gaining ever so slightly in the last couple of laps, but these guys going through the Porsche curves, it looks like business as usual. The next bit of traffic for these guys is going to be Sami Matti-Trogan in the Williams Esports BenQ car, which leads the GTE classes. Into the pits he comes. One of the prototypes there. That's Matt Loveridge for the Team Oblivion racing car. They're 2 laps down on the lead at the moment, but still holding on to a top 5, and they are under no threat for that because the ProDrive Esport Team Rosso car is a further 5 laps down.
And the Pure Sims Esports coming into the pits there, actually, I think they have 5 laps of extra room comparative to Car 71 and Car 51 of Visual Esports and SOS Brutus respective. So it could be tantalizingly close coming up to the flag, because they could actually have 5 laps worth less of a pit stop, so it would be about an extra 10 seconds in their pocket. Or if the LeMans track is smiling on them, they could, in theory, have 1 less pit stop if everything works out the way that I think it might.
Yeah, and it really just depends on at the end of the race when your last pit stop falls. If you're just outside of, if you're just barely outside, it is a long enough track where you can save enough fuel to possibly do at least part of a lap. Meanwhile, if you are well off, a couple of laps shy, it's going to be very difficult to save that much fuel, and you're going to need to come in for an extra stop, even if it is just a splash of fuel and getting back out on track.
Yeah, as explained to the viewers way back when, about nine hours ago. Essentially, what you're trying to do is you're trying to go for 12 laps in the Audi. It's very possible. You just need to save a little bit of fuel per lap, and basically you're lifting, coasting, using the traditional techniques of extending your braking zones, coming off the gas, making sure that you're gunning it at the right time, making sure that you're not making mistakes, because you need to be consistent with with how you come around the track. You can't just be continuously making small mistakes, going off. That does expend fuel, and it can ruin your driving style, because you can be agitated, be like, oh, why did I make that mistake?
That was a very close moment there, trying to pass one of the LMP2s, and these guys getting very aggressive. Now you see Arthur LaHope coming down pit road for that William Esports team. These guys are running very well. This is an off-schedule stop. There's only 7 laps into their run. I'm not sure what the reasoning is behind them making their pit stop there, but looks like their last stop as well was a very lengthy one. So definitely going to be fun to see how that plays out for the Navy, trying to get back onto a specific pit sequence with still 3 hours and 24 minutes remaining. The overall lead as well, looking at the gearbox of Dardenne, this is the overall lead, down under a second now, as Levine just really starting to cut into it. Really depends on how much of that battery charge that he has in the car to try to make up some time here.
Yeah, Matthew Levine is in a good position now. He just needs to continue holding about 7/10, so about a second behind Justin Dardenne, if he wants to fuel save, or if he wants to gun it, he'll have to pass and essentially run away past Indy. So that would be the best time to make the move. But at least he's got the slipstream. He can now start setting up and start, reaping the rewards of having, his consistent driving style, and paying back the hybrid that he expected, trying to keep up with Dardenne. As they just passed .exe, who are running in 4th right now. Probably caught them at the right time, did Dardenne, for Levine's benefit. It's another half a second taking off between the two of them. As you can see, Levine is looking at the rear bumper, or the rear of the R18 of Dardenne, and looking to see if he can make a move. Dardenne looking to defend all the way through Gulf on the inside, and that is Matthew Levine coming up right up onto the rear end and looking on the outside, coming up towards Indy. That's a second curve. Does he make the move? Does he clear him? He just about clears him coming into Indianapolis, but I thought Justin might try and come back at him in towards Indianapolis, but that was a very nice move when Matthew Levine coming already outside, coming past the second curve in the Gulf Straight, securing it before they come into the final curve before Indianapolis, and he's now secured it and now just needs to run away with it.
Yeah, that's that boost battle that you'd been talking about. How much does he still have left in the tank now that he's gotten around to try to defend and hold on to that lead position? And man, after 18 hours of racing, just shy of that at least, being less than a second apart is just incredible for these two drivers, putting on a great show here in the Majors 24.
Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead.
All good, man. I was just going to say that Levine pushing as hard as making contact with the GTE as well. They made their way past Dennis Neidhart, the .exe car, at the second Mulsanne chicane, and Levine actually gave him a tap, swiped across the front bumper of the 168 Porsche. So that just shows how hard Levine was pushing to get that lead back.
Levine knows if he secures it and then runs away with it, he'll have essentially the golden time, because if he can keep the gap at about 2 seconds, it'll force Justin Dardenne to use boost to try and close the gap, and we return to boost wars. The History Channel had storage wars. We have boost wars here, and it's basically the highest bidder goes to whoever can use the most amount of boost in the most tactical way. But that is, oh crikey, that is the SOS of Brutus. Did he go wide coming out? Let me just double check here. I think he came out wide out of Tete Rouge, because he is, oh yeah, that's a slowdown.
You see the slowdown penalties all over the back of that car, and just issued one to himself. We'll have to put another sticker on that rear wing of that car. Doing a great job for the most part, but man, unfortunately trying to play catch up there with VJoy and could not do it. So Dardenne now puts himself in a little bit of a hole as they work their way down through the Mulsanne chicanes.
The difficult thing about this is that if you get yourself into boost wars, it's a game where nobody wins, because, well, except the person who doesn't boost, but we'll get more into that as we go along. The simple issue is, if you start boosting your way to solve a gap issue, it's just don't try and figure out different ways of doing it, because you'll ruin this. Boost is like fuel. It's all about strategy, where you use it to the maximum effect of the car. And at Le Mans, you basically use it at big straightaways. The exit of Tete Rouge, just a little bit, just coming out of Dunlop chicane to give you that boost over the hill. Helter-skelter amount coming up through Gulf, and then a helter-skelter amount coming out of Indianapolis up towards the Persian curves, and then just a little bit more just to get you boosted out of the Ford chicane to get you a little extra speed. And it's all about that final P1 strategy.
And this marks 2 hours since that full course safety car was deployed. Man, the way that this race has developed, I mean, the battle for the lead overall has not gone away, even after Sayandra's little mishap that he had not too long ago. And otherwise, just all throughout the field, we've seen some great battles after the field checked up. Good to see the Williams team build their lead back up. It's now up to 45 seconds. It was about a minute and a half or so before that safety car came out. So those guys doing a great job just hanging on up there at the front of the GTE field.
Chad, you know the game, like, if you think about the game, you lose. If you think about the safety car.
Well, I've lost the game now, haven't I? So has everyone else watching this stream. The oldest game in existence. But of course, yeah, the safety car is always a massive threat. And if you get one in the last hour or so, that can really change up the strategy. It can put everyone onto the same strategy potentially if there's less than 40 minutes to go.
I mean, especially if you have, strategies you've been working on for the last, ever since the safety car last went in, and you've been working on this new strategy, and you think you've got it just right, and you think it'll get you to the end. The safety car is just like, hi, I'm the safety car. You might remember me from such films as Your Race is now in a tizzy.
In a tizzy. We can definitely tell that you are not the American here in the booth.
Yeah, but moving swiftly on from me being in a tizzy.
We'll just leave that hanging in the air for a bit.
Exactly. it's dangerous. Essentially, it's always the threat with a race like this because it's random full course yellows. You can't predict when they will come. Only one person knows when they will come. And up until that white flag starts flying, can you breathe a sigh of relief? As there won't be any full course yellows after that because it's the white flag that takes precedent over everything. And it's just like, oh yes, I am finally here. Wait a minute, my race, where did it go?
I'm sure a few drivers out there will be thinking that after everything they've been through over the course of the last 20 hours and 44 minutes, as we have 3 hours 16 minutes to go in the Majors 24. It looks like we have a new live timing link, Chad.
Yeah, it's very great to see. I see multiple you guys watching out there asking for it. We have an updated link. It's a little different than the one that we'd normally share on our site, but we have to give a big thanks to Ryan and our producer for sharing that as well. So doing a great job there, turning laps, and great job there by Sean, getting us live timing as well. Yeah, these guys just done a great job between Vijoy and SOS Brutus, just keeping things in check as this race continues. But man, I just can't wait to see how the rest of this race develops. Chat says they will riot if we do see another safety car. So fingers crossed we don't have to get out our pitchforks to kind of fend off the masses.
It's more so they just don't want, because for all of the four course yellows we've had so far, and just to say, we do have Marcel Erang battling in second place for the lead of GTE against Williams Esports, driven by Sami Matti Trogen, who just came out of the pits just there and is battling against a car that's been on a 13-lap stint so far. So a bit of a sequence, but it still can upset the Alpha car if Marcel Erang gets by and then is able to hold up the Williams Esports car and just say, let's have a slow down period. Let's take it slow through the rest of Le Mans. It's French countryside. It's great at this time of year.
I know that typically here we refer to Sonoma Speedway over in Napa Valley as wine country. Can we consider this the French countryside wine country as well?
I'm not even sure if it's wine. I'm not even sure if it's wine country because Le Mans is not too far away from the sort of the middle section of France. So, if there's a French person watching, let us know.
But it's France. It's all a country that makes wine and other delicious food and beverages. So anyway, back to the racing. Man, these I would expect Andretti to come into pit this time by, as they're currently working lap 14, but they're pushing hard to try to make up and pressure that Williams machine into a mistake.
I think they're more so just hoping that they can affect Samati Trogan in any way, shape, or form they can. I don't know if they're even able to pass him because the last laps they've been doing have been pretty fast, but it's not been fast enough. But the out of sequence lap and the out of sequence pit stops they've been having, the Andretti Racing Red will probably skip back down into 4th position, given the fact that a pit stop with just fuel for GTE is 1 minute and 6 seconds entrance to exit.
Yeah, so they'll re-inherit that 3rd spot, and they're just hanging on for dear life at this point to that final step of the podium. That .exe car, after they had some trouble earlier on in this in the last couple of hours, they have recovered very nicely to currently be running in the 4th position in class. We've got some hard chargers through the field as well. We talked about that Williams LMP2. They started 19th. They were leading for the longest time and now have dropped back to 6th. But they are still on the lead lap there in the LMP2s. Another hard charger is that TechSense car. They have worked their way from 23rd all the way up to 5th. And it looks like we're going to have a driver change for SOS Brutus with Michael Rodriguez now getting into the car there. With Matthew Levine in his pit stall going to stay in, and that's going to help him a little bit just grow that margin, grow that gap back to second place, give him some clear track and not have to worry about pressure from behind until they end up making their next driver change here and probably the next stint or two, because it's been quite a long ride for Matthew Levine so far.
I suppose the Brutus took tires and a driver change, so they're going to have to do a double stint if they want to reconnect the dots here, because Matthew Levine did not take tires that round and has a comfortable just under 18-second gap between himself and SOS Brutus. Podium Esports continue to charge, but it's all a bit of the sequence. I mean, they are on older tires comparative to SOS Brutus, so Brutus can put the hammer down and start putting in time crunching laps and just try and work those tires as best they can while they're still fresh. It's an ebb and flow really right now. You won't see the effect of it probably up until the last hour, but it'll all come clear, crystal clear really, once the final pit stops happen. We see where the running order is, but right now it seems they're probably neck and neck in terms of first and second in LMP1, but don't counter Pure Sims Esports just yet.
And we do have confirmation, by the way, from Rap Rex confirming they are French, and we are very close, live an hour away from the track, and there are some vines close to the track. So we can say that this is the European version of wine country.
Yes, indeed. While we were having our discussions just before, I ended up Googling a French wine map, and yes, indeed, the Loire Valley in which Le Mans is located is one of the many areas around France where there is wine country. So not too bad there from our end. If I ever end up going to France, I might stop by for some wine if I ever get to attend this race in the real world.
And still just over 3 hours remaining. We've had 3 safety cars so far. Approximately 60 laps to go is what my timing is telling me. And it's still Matthew Levine and Detroit leading the way. After pit stops and the driver change cycled out, they have about a 20-second lead now over SOS of Brutus. And they've got about a 30-second lead then over David Baker and Pure Sims Esports. So still that battle for at least now with that driver change is going to kind of tamper things just a little bit there. Do have a lead change down in the LMP2s with RLR Abruzzi now taking the lead temporarily. Actually, it looks like, is that a driver change that they just made with Maciej Bolinek taking control of that car, and they're about 20 seconds now behind GSR, which they still need to make their pit stop about halfway through their cycle right now.
Yeah, Maciej Bolinek is in the car and is going to try and go helter-skelter and catch back up to GSR by Hetzner. He's got 15 seconds to recover, but if my maths are correct, I think GSR by Hetzner will have to do at least a splash and dash at the end. Joe, you can roast me if I get it wrong, but you know, it's I think GSR by Hetzner will have to make a splash and dash, or might just get away with it if they save a few liters.
And producers note, by the way, for everybody watching, make sure you participate in that livery vote. We've been promoting it very much for you guys, and we want to see somebody take home a very nice prize. One of these drivers and teams will be able to get a part. Oh, and there's a spin on track. Not sure who that is. Let's see if we can get a replay of it.
That was the car 72. Ooh.
That's the 377 of Franoche. Wow, what a moment there.
Oh. It looks like that was contact with the number 72 LMP2. Oh, no, actually, no, it was cold tyres coming out of the pits. Joaquin Franoche went for a bit of a spin there out of the chicane coming under the Dunlop Bridge.
And there was a bit of contact there with Molinik, the 72. Hopefully it's not much to him because he is still fighting for that class lead there in the LMP2s. About 15 seconds still behind. It doesn't look like it's impacted his speed a terrible amount. Taking a look there at the replay once again. It doesn't look like there's too much damage to the right front of that machine.
And so one of the worries that you have is that it's coming up to the end. People are getting tired. They've probably been up for, sometimes for up to 24 hours. They'll last the entire race, but the fatigue will set in, and you could see it there in the RLR Brizzy Esports black car. He just saw the car slide, but he kind of didn't really process it, and then it was just like, oh dearie me, I gotta avoid this.
Yes,
and a lot of times like that, there's just nowhere for you and your car to go. Unfortunately, it looks like the damage is not significant for that RLR Abruzzi team.
Yeah, they got a bit lucky there. Did the number 72. See if they can hold on there to that podium position.
Looking at Matthew Levine now. Levine has to keep gunning it as he is, but he does have tires to switch out compared to Michael Rodriguez, who is on fresh rubber, but he actually slipped back another second and a half coming out of the pits, and that first lap the cold tires really did take their number. But track temperature coming up to, I think, in at around 90 Fahrenheit. I have it in,
so 103 now. So it's grown considerably. It was about 70 degrees here when we started our stint about 3 hours ago, and it's still continued to go up. You see partly cloudy skies, some clouds rolling in, but that hasn't cooled the track down very much at all, especially with as much sun that is still poking through the clouds.
Gabriel Roos now taking the wheel for Murad's satellite E-Stars Neon after taking to the pits. Just as an aside for any of the Europeans that are watching this race, it's 39 degrees Celsius for track temperatures. It's toasty.
It's an average summer day down here in Australia.
That can be an average summer day here in Indiana as well, just depending on when in the summer you're talking about. But real quick, let's do a run through the field here with Matthew Levine, of course, right on top where he's been for the last about 15 or 20 laps or so. Still leading Michael Rodriguez and SOS Abrudis in that number 51 machine. Then it's David E. Baker and Gabriel Roos there in the Murad's number 43. And top five entirely made up of Audis now, with Matt Loveridge 2 laps down, but still working his way through, grinding along for Team Oblivion Racing.
In LMP2, it's going to be GSR by Hetzner, being driven by Leandro Andretti in the car 67. Doing well for himself, but just needs to keep the wick going. He needs to continue putting in very good laps as he's doing. RLR Brizzy Esports Black, currently driven by Maciek Linek, car 72. Needs to dust himself off after the close encounter with that GTE, and just keep going. In Post Racing 56, Antoine Blankers sitting very quietly and enjoying himself, I imagine, just wanting to bring the car home, in third position. In fourth, car number 13 of Mag Performance SRT, being driven by Matteo Calistani. And finally, GTA Racing of Thomas King, car 22, in fifth position.
And in the GTE class, Williams Esports BenQ still holding on to that lead with Sami Matti Trogan at the wheel. Maniti Racing Green currently holding on to that second place. The Maniti Racing red car is slightly offset on the strategy, so we're not too sure still how that's going to work out towards the end. The .exe esports machine, the 168 with Dennis Neidhart at the wheel, currently sitting in P4. And we've still got Harold Stadler plugging away in the TechSense Fitstye Hades car. Remember, they started 23rd on the grid in GTE. Fantastic fight back there to round out the top 5 in GTE at the moment.
And it looks like we do have some TechSense fans in the chat as well. Make sure you guys vote for those liveries. That's going to wrap up our portion of the coverage. We have 3 more hours still to come here on GSRC for the Majors 24, so stick around in just a couple of moments and you'll be joined by Joe Pico, St. Puhaka, as well as Ryan Walker for some great, fantastic coverage to close out this phenomenal Majors 24 event.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarthe. I am Joe Peak. Joining me in the booth is Asian Buhaka. And of course, we have Ryan Walker joining us once again to close things out just like we opened them. And of course, Ryan Bauer, our director, with Dougie Beard providing the cameras. It is the Majors 24, and it will be 24 with 3 more hours to go. It has been an exciting race with both the LMP1 and the GTE class still having races here at the end. And a few cars on the lead lap. 3 cautions have plagued ourselves here today. And the drivers have dealt with them well, trying to adapt to the strategy. But your leader up in the LMP1s currently is the VJoy Esports number 71. Having started on the front row, they are still in good position, and they have Matthew Levine in the car. In the LMP2 class, we have Maciej Milnek in the number 72 RLR Bruzy Esports black car, starting from 7th on the grid and leading by about 43 seconds. So a decent gap for the time being for them, but still on the same lap. So it's certainly not over by any stretch between them. And then leading in the GTE class, it is the Williams Esports Ben Q car with Sami Matti Trogan, who led earlier in this race as well. Started on the front row of that grid and has certainly made good on his pace, keeping it up at the front. Ozzy, we started it off, we're going to finish it off, and even though things are a little bit more spread apart than what we experienced at the start, it looks like we still got some fun to have.
Absolutely. I mean, we got plenty of things to talk about. Of course, we have that lead battle in the overall. Mind you, the podium still within 1 minute. If that doesn't sound too exciting, well, we've been racing for 21 hours now. They're still within 1 minute. Anything could happen. Then we got the awesome story of RLR Abruzzi Esports Black. Can they hold on to the LMP2 class victory? And of course, the awesomeness of Williams Esports Bengü with Sami Matti Trogen behind the wheel of that car. Mind you, the 2019 iRacing Rallycross World Champion here at Le Mans racing, and probably en route to a class victory along with his Williams Esports teammates. And do not forget, the main talking point during these last 3 hours, I expect, well, not perhaps the main talking point, but one talking point. We come to my favorite subject. We come to fashion. Which one of these liveries is the best? And I'm gonna put it out right away. I'm gonna put my vote out right away. Car number 67, GSR by Hessner, piloted by Leandro Andretti. That's just an awesome livery, honestly. That's simple, but it works. The 67, that's just wow. Especially the rear with that lime green and darkish green scheme that you got going on there. That's just an awesome car.
Looks like we had an off for the 23. Keanu Bushman looks like he lost the brakes coming into Indianapolis. Not sure if we have a replay of this one. I think he made only the lightest of contacts coming into the tire barrier. Here it is. Here's the replay. And no touch with other cars, so this was driver error. Something, Ryan, I'm pretty certain we're going to see a lot of here in these final 3 hours. These teams have got to be tired.
Yeah, absolutely. Their final remaining hours is the time when drivers are starting to feel that fatigue, they're starting to feel tired, and it affects their concentration. And especially in corners such as Indianapolis, if you make a mistake, lose your concentration, it can end up in disaster. But unfortunately, or luckily, Keanu managed to get away with that ever so slightly with just a slight nudge in the wall.
One team that also got away with some issues while we were on break, just a side note, the 29 team, the ProDrive Rosso, unfortunately had a disconnect from their driver, Elvis Bonello, and Alessio Borghini has had to hop in the car after, unfortunately, a long wait for the car to tow back because they had the disconnect just as they were exiting pit lane. So that was about the longest tow you could possibly have. I guess the only consolation is that they were already 6 laps down, so there's it doesn't make a huge difference for them.
No, but the one thing they didn't want to hear is Elvis has left the building. Or the server.
Well played. I'm ashamed that I didn't think of that one first. We're on board here with Thomas King, I think, who's sitting in third. About 45 seconds. Excuse me. No, 3 seconds. I was looking at the wrong class. He is, yes, about 3.3 seconds behind GSR by Hetzner, trying to gain on them. Wonder, actually, what were the last few laps comparatively between the two of them? Let's see if they've been gaining on that number 67 or not, if we got a battle brewing on our hands.
Well, I can tell you that the last lap for the 72 was 3:26.1, and the last lap for 67 was 3:26.5, and here you see the comparison as well between the 67 and the 22, yeah. So you can see the comparison there, and you can see that they have been gaining last lap, but they have been also losing time earlier on.
Yeah, that pit stop in the middle unfortunately throws off a little bit of it, but now that King's taken a stop, now unfortunately I just hopped in and I hadn't had time to see if they took tires or not. Wonder if maybe they've got fresher rubber than the 67 that could be helping them make pace. We'll find out what it is this next lap and if that trend continues, because Andretti and the GSR by Hetzner car is just coming to the line now. We ride on board with Thomas King. Leandro sets a 3:31.340. Thomas King a 3:30.5. So yes, indeed, they are continuing to gain.
And I can report to you that Thomas King does have some fresh rubber, at least a rubber, because the car was put up on checks during the pit stop. It didn't stay there for a long time, but it was put on checks during the pit stop very briefly. So they could have some new tires, and if that is the case, then that does also explain why Thomas King is absolutely flying out there.
We've got another pit stop, this one for one of the Williams teams. The Chill Blast number 9 has Arthur LeHoucq in the car. Looks like this is a scheduled stop, I believe. So in for service. Just a few more of these to go to get to the end. For a brief while, Williams had both of their cars leading in the LMP2 and the GTE classes. Unfortunately, not the case anymore. The 9 has not been able to stay completely out of trouble today.
No, not at all. But it was actually for quite a long while. I remember during the night we were talking about Williams potentially winning both of the classes they've entered. Of course, class of the field, Williams esports, as they tend to be in general. We're looking at Sami-Matti Trogen right now. And I remember the first time I actually met Sami-Matti. I didn't know who he really was back then. He was 14 back then. It was 2016 Finnish SimRacing finals, which tells you how young that lad is as we move on board Thomas King. And I remember him driving one of the X Racer simulators there, one of the junior models. And, you know, they were doing a presentation with the simulators as we were having our finals. They were present there at the Helsinki Conference Center in the Assembly Computer Festival. And I just remember him pretty much being this shy, quiet guy that I guess he still is to an extent. And he was just driving and driving and driving. And I was like, okay. And then Matti Alamäki told me that, yeah, he is this and this guy, Sami-Matti Trogen, and he's been driving these simulators for a couple of years alongside his real-life racing, which was back then, I think, like these rallycross feeder categories, things like cross kart and so on and so forth, helping him progress. And it took like a couple of years, and then his name started popping up like in the entry list, and then all of a sudden he's world champion. So it's quite a remarkable story, Joe.
Yeah, it's always kind of strange seeing that one person coming up, and then next thing you know, they're a star of the scene. So we watch Thomas King now head into the Porsche Curse. By the way, just some information on that Williams Esports Chill Blast. They did not take tires. That was a fuel-only stop. So Arthur's back out and rolling there. You see him on screen now, heading towards Molson Corner. running in the 6th position after that stop. Did we just recently lose Mauricio Cuero here? I see the 8 grayed out. Oh, he's lost connection. The Punto CL 79 is unfortunately having to take a tow due to a connection loss.
Well, that seems to be the trend lately here. I don't know if their computers are overheating and they're losing connection because of that, or is it just some random connection failures for those guys. But yeah, he was right in the middle of the main straight and then just connection gone. Like, I guess that's... people say that they want random engine failures and random mechanical failures in sim racing to simulate what could happen in real life, which doesn't really happen in real life that much. Not unless you're Toyota anyway. So it's... I'm sorry I had to put it out there. Anyway, but we have random internet connection failures and random computer failures. That's our equivalent, Ryan, of random mechanical failures, and it's just part of the game, but you never ever want to see it. And here we see a shot of the 67 livery that I was talking about earlier on, right in the foreground. Isn't that a great livery? Go on.
It actually is. I do dig that one. I thought you were gonna say that the one with the Smurf on it, that was I think our favorite team name, Alan's Alan P2 Adventure with Friends Part 2, I think is the one that had that one on it. Certainly got a bit of time mid-race. I remember covering a few of the items on there that the commentators were trying to suss out what's going on. But yeah, I genuinely do, not ironically, like how that 67 looks. So the 79, unfortunately, having to take a tow on the front stretch, very similar to what we saw with the last car to have issues, is going to have to wait a long time to come back around, and we're hoping that they have a driver waiting in the wings to take over, or that they can get that connection sussed out. But this could be a pass soon for that second position as they get overtaken by Matthew Levine in the LMP1s. Andretti being run down by King. It's down to 1.8 seconds.
Yep, and it is a gap that is shrinking down all the time. Like, you're gonna see Andretti here in that great livery, sadly having to run away from the grasp of Thomas King, who is proving himself worthy of his surname. Like, here you can see them coming out of Arnage, heading towards the Porsche curves. And this is where you can really see the gap shrinking down potentially if Thomas King has got the faster car under him. And this is when you're really starting to catch up and starting to next lap or the lap after that hopefully feel the effect of the slipstream in these long straights that we have here. You're gonna see him just taking everything out of that car, and we got some traffic as well for the 67 in the form of Dennis Neidhart, and thankfully he's not going to get too much in the way of Andretti. But once again, one of those things that one has to worry about is traffic, as is the case always in endurance multi-class racing. However, that's going to hinder Thomas King more, and he's just going to have to take it really carefully through this final chicane and then onto the main straight when he can finally put the power down, which is agonizing always with an LMP2 car, because they don't get out of the corners, Ryan, as fast as the GD, or they get out of the corners as fast as the GDEs, but they don't really have that hybrid to utilize in the same way that the LMP1s have. So out of the slow corners, like the initial bit of acceleration is about equally quick between an LMP2 and a GDE until the LMP2 can get by. But ideally, you want to pass them in the braking zone or right before a fast corner or at the end of the straight. Exiting the corner like you see the LMP1s doing, that's just not an option really.
Yeah, that's found with these P2 cars as well. They don't, excuse me, they're still quick, but they don't have that like launch of on the exit of corners like you get with the LMP1 cars. So trying to get by GT cars, some of the corners, especially the the Ford chicanes, it's such a pain if you get held up behind GT traffic, because it's just you're catching someone, you know you can catch up to them and pass them, but if you get caught up behind the GT car in the wrong place, you can just lose all that time, and it's frustrating. But that's just the nature of multi-class racing.
Yeah, that's what it is. And as we said early on in this race, the first 3 hours, which seem like an eternity ago, and yet they feel like the last minute. We mentioned it 10, we mentioned it again. You can't win time in traffic. You can lose time in traffic. You can gain time comparatively to another driver in traffic, but you can't win time in traffic. And as long as you remember to be cautious, to monitor the situation, and most importantly, having that experience and having that foresight in what's going to happen with traffic, Ryan, it's so important. Not only in terms of your success in multi-class racing, but also in terms of your survival rate.
Well, speaking of the traffic, it appears that the 22 not able to get through it as quickly as the 67. It's gone back up to 2.5 seconds now, but the pace has been quicker relatively consistently than that 67, so we'll see if Thomas can make that back up. I know for me, Ryan, this always a pick-me-up when I ran late in the race for the team, just having something to go for, knowing that, okay, we're going to get a position, just always woke me up a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I have that same mentality and mindset as well, that when you're catching someone, especially in the closing stages of a 24-hour race, you're maybe not doing well, but if you're catching someone for position in front of you, you can use that as a motivator. I know I used to do that anyway, and still do when I do these races, so it's kind of, it's something to keep your mind focused as well, which is always a good thing around a track such as LeMans.
A lot of long periods of not doing anything at this track, for sure. But it's still at 2.1 seconds. Oh, close moment there coming through Maison Blanche as Borghini and the ProDrive Rosso having to go through on Hetzner, and it looks like King is into the pits.
Wah, wah, wah. No, that's the... no, there's nothing wrong with King's car, mind you. It's just... in endurance racing, always when we're so close to getting a battle and then somebody has to pit right at that moment, and we are denied of the opportunity to see a great battle on track. However, it's not like the battle is over. We still got 2.5 hours to go, but so it's just one of those things that you kind of hate to see, but these cars and these drivers obviously have to do pit stops. They have to refuel, put some new tires in every now and then, and put some new drivers in every now and then as well.
Exactly. And see, I thought you were trying to imitate the air horns as he was coming in, maybe. But the GTA racing car looks like probably fuel only. Not seeing a driver swap here. Yep, fuel only. They're back out and rolling. Honestly, that GTA racing car is another one that I do like the livery on. Very, very cool stuff. If you look at it, kind of a pixel art appearance on the front of the car.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that it would be my choice if the color alongside white was anything other than black. If that was pink, a very particular shade of pink, or maybe slightly scarlet red, which is slightly hewing towards pink, like you find it something like 245 maybe instead of 255 on the RGB scale, then it would be an awesome livery. Now I feel that it's a little bit simplistic. Nothing wrong with a simple livery, but and of course black and white always works. It's hard to make black and white really look bad, but it would be even better if there was some attention-catching color in there alongside the white and black. So that's maybe a design idea for those guys.
I'm a fan of simplicity, so maybe that's why I like that one. This one is anything but simple. Michael Rodriguez in the Abruzzi's car. I've been trying to figure this one out. I can tell that they've got the slowdown stuff on there. I'm trying to figure out what meme they have pasted all over it with someone who does.
Greg.
Oh, is that Gregor?
No, I think that's Greg, and they got a couple of memes there all over, a couple of Twitch memes, I think, from or various online chats, and yeah, they got off-track meme, they got race control team, slow down, and all those things all over the place. So a lot of memery going on definitely in that car. I wouldn't say it's my choice for the best livery. I think it's more like something that you come up with 2 days before the race when you realize that you don't have one. But you know, we've all been there, so I appreciate the effort to try and appeal to the meme crowd, especially now that the wonderfully named number 19 Alan's LMP2 Adventure with Trends Part 2 is out of the event.
Yes, those kids and their memes. Meanwhile, the car that we're watching here in pit lane is our LMP2 leader, the RLR Abruzzi team. Milnek coming in for scheduled service. This one making really good use of the new shaders on these cars with the different spec maps on it. Do love how that looks in the sun, nice and shiny now that we're out in the middle of the day, just past noon virtual standard time here in France, and the 72 is out and rolling, falls down to second place, which means your favorite Aussie is out in the lead now.
Oh yes, they are. They very much are. So that's Leandro Andretti, Indy number 67 entry, who is out there in the lead of this LMP2 class, GSR by Hessner. Meanwhile, I know this is asking way too much from our director, who is great. Ryan's been doing great job with directing. But I suppose we can't have a zoom up at the front of the number 71 car, because I'm trying to figure out what do they have on the nose cone of that car, of the number 71 VJoy Esports car. There is some dude with a Santa Claus hat. Thank you. There we go. What is that show? I mean, my levels of memory don't quite go that far.
I'm not sure what it's referencing, to be honest.
I was going to take a wild guess, so it's probably way off, but I thought it was Paul Tracy.
I don't think that's Paul Tracy. Also, I mean, I guess Christmas in, well, it's not even Christmas in July, but close, sort of. I'm not sure why they chose a Santa hat there. Regardless, another of our more unique liveries that might not win any awards, but certainly get some looks. And I guess in the end, that's all you really want up there. But here in the GTE class, up at the very front, and talk about simplicity and a classic look. I do like how Williams have decked out their two cars today. The Corvette looks pretty good in blue and white, especially with it leading and by a minute 14 over Marcel Arang in the Andretti Racing Red 179, who've got a long ways to go if they hope to try and steal this win. But one of the beautiful things, well, beautiful if you're a race fan, here in the sim, of course, Ryan, is the wear and tear that the cars get, just like in real life. All the rubber and gunk and grime built up. I always thought cars looked better that way in endurance racing. Just it has almost a patina to them that is appealing to a race fan.
Yeah, I thought I was the only one that loved race cars with dirt and the old bits of rubber and everything else on a race car after a 24-hour race. Just it gives you an idea of what the cars go through in a long distance race, and kind of like the punishment they get put through as well. And I think just seeing them, looking at pictures of race cars with just loads of rubbish on them after a race, just looks really cool.
This is our second place in the LMP1s. The VJoy Esports has handed that over to Abruzzi with their pit stop, and it looks like the SOS team is not coming into the pits this time. Let's see, they are on, I'm seeing 0 on this stint. So they actually, yeah, 1 now. So they pitted at the same time, and they came out ahead of them. What was the pit stop comparison? They were much quicker. That exchange, we missed this. So through the pit stop sequence, a quicker stop for the SOS Abruzzi has put them in the lead.
Wow, so that's a development definitely in the race. I wonder though how the tire strat is going to go here from out, because the track is only getting hotter. You need to change those tires more often. For now, they are in the lead, but will they stay in the lead, and for how long they will stay in the lead? I guess we'll just have to wait and see, and watching the lap times, and as commended by the Major Series as well, just now in our unofficial or our official peanut gallery of the GSRC YouTube chat. Pure Sims Esports catching up on them, and just like Sneaky Swede catching a win last night, we have Pure Sims Esports maybe catching themselves the sweet scent of a race win show.
So here was the difference in that pit stop. The VJoy team both took tires and a driver swap, which is why it came out to 38 seconds. Gilles Hubin now in it, taking over for Matthew Levine. So they've got to play catch up, but one thing that we can count on is that strategy can change everything. A caution can still change everything. We do still have time for one to happen here, and that would certainly rack them up and let the cat out amongst the pigeons. But Hubin has 4 seconds to make up. Is he quicker than Rodriguez is the question.
Mikael Rodriguez has been there for quite a while in that car. Well, I say quite a while in that, only for first stint, only for one stint, but he will be there for quite a while if he wants to finish this race, if they want to avoid the time loss. And here's my question to you, Ryan. Do you think he can actually do 3 full hours? Because I know it's within doable. I know it's usually around 3 hours where endurance racing teams, from personal experience, put their sort of a limit in the driver. But 3 hours after doing 21 hours of racing already with your team, not having full sleep essentially, and you know, being mentally fatigued and maybe physically fatigued as well, is whole different than 3 hours to start a race.
I think, yeah, three hours is definitely doable, whether you can do it mentally or if you're up to it, especially when you've been up for quite a long time. It's a big ask, but I think if he's up to it, I think I wouldn't be surprised if he tries it. But personally, if it was me and the team, I would be saying, how do you feel? Asking how do you feel? Do you feel you can do it? That sort of thing. Don't push yourself. But I think it's one of those situations that if you have a chance of winning and you think you're the quick, or the team thinks you're the quicker driver, I think they'll probably stick him in and maybe try and get him to do maybe the 3 hours, or just try and go as long as possible to the finish anyway.
Yeah, I remember once being waken up at it was some ungodly hour. It must have been something like 9 a.m. Which okay, that many people will think of that as a joke, but I had been driving from I think 1 to 4 already that night, and I was planning, and then I was driving from 5 to 6, one emergency stint or something. I know it was Nürburgring 24, and I was woken up after a couple of hours of bad sleep, like 2 hours of sleep at most, and basically rung up like, hey, we're gonna come into the pits in 2 laps time, Nürburgring, so that gives you about, with a TCR car, that gives you about 20 minutes, give or take, to prepare, 15 maybe, connect the server, everything else, and we need to catch up these guys. We need you in the car, and we need you to do a triple. Are you up to it? And my response was pretty much, But yeah, everybody handles it differently. You gotta be brave enough to say no as well. Like you have to be also strong. I think you have to be strong to accept the challenge, but you have to be even stronger to reject the challenge. And they have to be, and Mikael Rodriguez has to be also very, very honest with himself and with his team, in that if he feels that he's not up to it, and even if they lose a little bit of time, it's much better to put a fresh driver in that car than to lose a lot more time with him making a mistake or just not performing to the level he's usually performing in. But that's just all, you know, that's just all theories and theory crafting and for all we know, he could be fresh as a daisy, Ryan. And that's just the wonderful thing about endurance racing, is that we can't really peek inside of the head of a driver. Like, we can sometimes see drivers. Earlier on in the race, we could see their driver cams. We can hear from within the team some reports. We can see their lap times. We can analyze some data, but we can't see that inside the driver's head. And that always leaves us, thankfully, leaves us with some room for speculation, because I don't think I would want to know everything.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. If I don't really like lots of talking or people talking to me too much. I'm only talk to me when I need information. But that question reminds me of the real life Le Mans 24 Hours in 2011, I think it was, when Andre Lotterer, who was a factory driver for Audi at the time, was took the car to the finish, and they actually stuck him in, kept him in the car for 3.5 hours, I think it was, and they, as well, when they were in a battle with the Puzzos, and there was only one Audi left, and amazingly, he managed to take it to the finish, and they won for Audi by 13 seconds, I think it was, which is still one of the closest finishes in the Le Mans history, I believe.
That's just insanity. And let us not forget, if we go back to history, of course, endurance racing in general, it used to be that in Le Mans and in other endurance races, it used to be just two drivers. So it used to be duos running for 24 hours, and talk about some endurance there. And speaking of history, as we're looking at the Williams esports car, thank you very much. I think the director is reading my mind, because I was thinking about this earlier. Williams esports Bengue car, it has the number 53 on it. Now, all the Chevy enthusiasts will know the Chevrolet Corvette is from 1953. I wonder if that's an intentional reference, because that's a beautiful livery, that's a Corvette, and it has a number 53. And speaking of things from 1953, Joe, do you have any idea?
Honestly, I was stuck on the idea that it could have been a reference to Herbie the Love Bug, but no, I'm blank.
Okay, and you just let that, we're just letting that slide, okay? So, 50, yeah, I wonder if that's intentional. I'm not sure, but when you think about Williams, surely they know their history. Surely, even though they are not really a name familiar with endurance racing, more so Formula 1 racing and open-wheeler racing, but still, like, if there is someone who had that idea and thought about, okay, we're gonna enter with number 53, we're gonna give a tip of the hat towards the other side of the pond. Other side of the bond, other side of the pond, sure. Not an Aston Martin, it's a Chevy. So, if you are watching whoever came up with that idea of having number 53 on the car as an intentional reference, I salute you, sir, or madam. Could be either or.
Yeah, it's a beautiful touch. I just noticed we still don't see the Punto CL Racing Red team in here. I wonder if they are out for good. It'd be a real shame for it to end in that fashion. I think we got a driver change with another one of our stops. Number 13 is in, with Calistani hopping out. Delatraz Alexander for the Mag Performance SRT team is in. See if he takes it to the finish for the remainder. And man, that battle for the overall lead, separated by what was 2.5 seconds here close to the end, is now less than 2 seconds. And Hubin is quicker than Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just hope he doesn't Hubin it.
Haha. This is what you're in for, folks, with us three.
This is, yeah, that's what I was thinking of as, yeah, you know, I apologize already in advance that this is what you're going to be in for. Speaking of that 71 entry, I won't name names, but the YouTube chat has discovered the mystery of the person in front of that car. I won't name names, I don't transfer on broadcast, but you know, they have discovered it. And Ryan, the only thing I was thinking about is that if it's truly the person that they are saying it is, well, his portrait is on the wrong end of the car, isn't it? Because that's not the yeah, I won't go there. But
Yeah, I was about to say, I know where you're trying to go with this, but we won't go there.
Sorry to cut in, but our leader in the GTE class is in and handing it over. Trogan is giving it over to Alex Arana. So looks like the Williams Esports team has their man to take it to the finish from here. And waiting to see if they're going to take tires. Yes, they are taking tires while they're getting the driver switch in. Wonder if that set will make it all the way to the finish itself. Of course, they don't really need to try and do anything risky like that. They've got such a big gap that even as they take off now, they're only just losing the lead to the 179 Manatee team. So they're not going to be too far behind after the pit stop. And that 179 should be in within the next lap or two. Remember, we just saw them go off as we brought our coverage in for this last 3 hours. And as I looked away, the VJoy Esports team drops to 2.3 seconds behind Rodriguez. Not sure if we missed a little bit of traffic or something there.
Yeah, checking right now. Yeah, on the second Mulsanne chicane, they were caught up a little bit by the Sport Team LMP2 entry driven by Miguel San Martin, who had a bit of a sideways moment actually. If we can go about half a minute, 40 seconds back, then you can maybe see it, 45 seconds back. On the number 208 entry, then you can see it on the second Mulsanne chicane. And I believe we are going to see that right now. So coming into the second of the chicanes, look at the front end of that car, and it's going to happen on the exit of the corner. So they're cutting across the inside nicely, then at the exit, being caught up. A little bit of sideways moment, and they had to lift the 71 had to lift a little bit. She'll been erring on the side of caution here. You're gonna see an onboard shot of it as well, and just look at that wonderful save. I mean, you can so easily get it wrong when you get it sideways, but just keeping the throttle on, and that's so crucial, Ryan, with these LMP1 cars, because the hybrid energy, of course, goes to the front tires. So it effectively becomes a four-wheel drive car at that point, or rather an all-wheel drive car. And with an all-wheel drive car, if you want to save a slide, the easiest way is to keep the throttle on. Because if you lift the throttle, then you're going to lose it even more. So it kind of goes reverse against the instincts of the typical racing driver, I guess.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sometimes your mind says to lift off the throttle so to stay in control, but it's a good point you make. Staying on the throttle actually helps, because it keeps the car under control, and also there's less chance of even spinning or even hitting the wall like we saw there. That could have ended up in disaster with being spat in the wall.
Well, we're continuing to watch the pair of them try to chase each other down. You've been now 3 seconds back, losing time. This is interesting. Is Rodriguez picking up the pace? Last lap, wow, was just about a second quicker, and I can't imagine that is just down to traffic, because it was 3:13s consistently for Rodriguez. Has the team gotten on the radio to let Mikael know he's got to put his foot down?
It could be 3:13s consistently, yeah, for being, and compared to Rodriguez is starting to get even faster. Of course, you look at the last lap, it was 381 was the last pit lap for the 71, and it was 381 for the 51 as well, so they're on the same strategy. As anyone who has a memory longer than 15 minutes can tell you, and yeah, that was a big moment from Alexandre Deletraz from the Mac Performance SRT car, the French driver who is actually spent his 2020 show in the LeMans Academy in order to become a professional there, or at least a trainee there. So is driving also for Mac Performance SRT in SimRacing, but also has a lot of real-life experience from this wonderful French location. So an interesting name, and certainly someone to keep in mind for the future. Very young lad, I think is 21 years old. I feel old.
They keep getting younger and we keep getting older somehow. So, it looks like second place is in, or what was the leader in the GTEs. The 179 is taking scheduled service, handing it over to the Williams Esports Ben Q team. Not up on the jacks yet, at least. Will
But the driver change has happened.
Aha. And that is Wenzel, who now has it. And there's the tires, so putting fresh rubber on it.
And I think that's going to be their last tire change of the race, because they will have 2 full stints and a half stint. And I wonder if they're going to be just loading up with fuel, and then on the last stop, checking how short of a stint will they have. It's going to be something around 20-minute stint that they have left near the end. So that's about 1/3 of a tank, roughly, give or take. So that's going to definitely be the last tire change of the race. And as such, Rico will most likely take this 179 all the way to the end.
Indeed. The green team overtook them. The 23, and excuse me, I did get the confused. The 179 was not the one that had the issue earlier, like I had said a few minutes ago. It was the 23 team that went off. Tim Matzke has taken over that car for Bushman. Bushman being the one that had the problem in Indianapolis. Looks like a stop as well for the number 10, which is already done. The DRS Wave Italy GTE team has Fulgini in that car, taking over for Lubinu.
You know what we need, Joe?
Pronunciation?
Yes, and a native French speaker. That would be really, really, really helpful. But yeah, we try our best, and honestly we try to stay professional, you know, pronouncing every name, but we apologize, we sincerely do, if we get one of your names wrong. I was just reminded of that particular tidbit, as speaking of the GDEs, the tire cycle, Ryan, and I think you are the most qualified person in our booth to answer that one. The tire cycle of the GDEs, because we often talk about double stint in the tire, like taking it to the end, taking 2 tires, but we know that these tires go through heat cycles. So essentially, how does it feel for a driver? Like, what are drivers experiencing through a heat cycle, and why is it so difficult, for example, to drive a GDE car with a full tank of fuel and use tires?
I think this is basically down to the weight distribution, if you like. The car's having a lot more weight as well, so the tyres take a bit more of a punishment, you could say, unlike the prototypes, which are a lot lighter. The tyres don't take as much of a punishment, so they don't wear as much. But these GTE cars, you've got to be a lot more smooth, you've got to be a lot more precise with your throttle applications and stuff like that, because the tyres take a lot more of a punishment. But around this track, because it's just you're on a straight most of the time, the tyres get a lot more, or more chances to cool down, if you like, so they don't take as much of a punishment. So it's different variations for the tire cycle and the tire life.
We've come back to that battle for the overall lead. Hubin, who we ride on board with, has it back down to 1.4 seconds. They've kicked it up as well. 12.5 last time by Rodriguez, a 13.3. Unable to keep that pace up. He can see him up ahead of him through most of these corners now as they come to cross the line. 2 hours and 12 minutes to go. The Carrot is front of that VJoy Esports team, and they're on a similar pit cycle. Who would have thought that after 22 hours, nearly 22 hours, we'd have this close of a race?
Indeed, the Rabbit is in front of them, and the Carrot is in front of them, and they have a rabbit pace, I was about to say, but I screwed up my English, so I guess we'll forget about that one, and I think it's a good thing, so we can focus on the actual battle instead of trying to soil on it with stupid jokes. So here we go. Shirley Bean trying to catch up to Mikael Rodriguez. Here we go, and you can see some traffic in front of them as well. Timo Heiden is that one. Heiden, Impulse Racing, number 56, and Hubin has to wait just a little bit. in that 71, he had to go through Tête Rouge and lift off a little bit, so he's losing some time once again, but he's gonna gain that time as we come to the technical sections. I think last time around SOS Abrudis 313.1 and Ubin 312.5, so 6/10 gain, and once again gaining a little bit in the braking zone was Ubin. And he's really, I don't know if he's deploying more of the throttle or what, but look at Rodriguez. He is well and truly slowing down, and he might have been actually slowing down due to a penalty, because he did go very, very wide indeed through that corner that leads to the back straight, through the Mulsanne straight, Tête Rouge, and I wonder if Rodriguez was able to catch him just a little bit as a result of that. But Joe, I think it's fair to say right now that this is pretty much what we were hoping for. I don't think it's what Rodriguez or Ubin were hoping for, in a sense that both of them would like to be having an easy lead, but I think as spectators and as fans of the sport, I think we all love a good battle for the lead as well. And who knows what Pure Sims Esports can do. They've been so fast today. Maybe they will be right in the thick of it come to the end of this event. But for now, it is between two teams, and it is between two drivers, and it is mano a mano, and it is one of the most legendary racing venues in the world. And all I can say to that is, let's go.
The neutral fan loves this sort of situation here at the end. Saw a little puff of smoke, not sure who that was from, but didn't look like there was anything true dramatic in front of them. I can also just give a heads up that the number 9 Williams Chill Blast car has taken another stop, and it's back out with Lehouk still in it.
Oh, you know who the puff of smoke was from? Can we go 30 seconds back on car number 53, please? The GDE leader, Williams Esports, because there has been contact for the GDE leader, and it was a little bit dramatic. And I hate to say, it was the 67, my favorite livery, Fabio Unverdrus, giving a little bit of a punt to Alex Arana. Here you can see it again coming up to the rear at the braking zone and just tapping him a little bit, and the 53 sent around as a result of that, and Arana making light contact, thankfully very, very light contact with that Armco, reversing back to the track, and on we go. But definitely not something Alex Arana wanted to experience at this point, Ryan, especially as we know that they have to preserve these tires with the GDE machinery, with any machinery, and spinning the car around and having to spin it back around, or in this case reversing back to the track, it's once again going to bring unnecessary, the wrong kind of heat into the tires.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not a corner that you want to have contact in either, or be punted around in, because Indianapolis, you're going so fast as well sometimes that you're just on a one-way trip into the tyre wall. But luckily Alex managed to get away with that. But that incident didn't help either, because you've got to remember that the Williams Esports BNQ team is sort of in a battle with the Maniti Racing green car, I believe, or the Maniti Racing team basically for the win. But still, as someone mentioned earlier on in the broadcast this morning, I think the Maniti Racing team is slightly off strategy.
The thing that could potentially upset the apple cart here isn't just that punt. Arana had a huge lead, and I'm sure he's grateful for that now. But Unverdrus and the GSR Hetzner car, that contact could net them a penalty. So they need to watch out, and they're on the podium right now. If they get an extra penalty, Hayden in the 56 could easily jump them.
That could happen, and that would be dramatic. There was a bit of netcode potentially involved, a bit of ghost contact, but still a little bit reckless perhaps to come to the inside right at the end like that. But then again, it's one of those things that can happen so easily. I'm sure no ill intent at all from Fabio Unverdrus. And meanwhile, as we were talking about that contact, we need to talk about the race leaders as well, who have been in pictures for a long time, because I'm sure that Ubin is now at the draft of Rodriguez. The gap is hovering around 1 second, and I wonder, Joe, and I wonder, Ryan, but Joe first, I wonder if Ubin wants to get the overtake done, or is he content just sitting behind, applying the pressure and see if he can get the pass done the easy way?
Have to wait and see. And for Rodriguez, you have to imagine this is a little bit personal. Hailing from Club France, the Abruti team would love to see him take home a victory here on home soil. But it appears the Benelux driver is going to try and deny him of that as they come through the Porsche curves. Bit of an irony that the one that looks a lot more French is not hailing from the the country that you would expect. Rodriguez instead the one who is trying to fight for a home win as they come upon traffic. James Bunter and the Genesis SimSport GTE just going to hold them up briefly. Second to last of all the cars running, only 30 of them left of our 53 starters.
So, yeah, just going to briefly talk about Gilles Ubin. I was wondering, I had a theory of him being from Belgium because of his name, the colors of his helmet being, of course, black, yellow and red, the classic colors of Belgium. And they, of course, will be cheering for the Red Devils in Euro 2020 as well. That's going on, one of the championship favorites. But I just stumbled across a Facebook page for a SimRacing team. And I will have to say that Gilles Little Waffle Ubin is a wonderful, wonderful nickname.
That's beautiful, and thanks to our own personal Hercule Poirot, Aussie Puhaka, for digging that one up, back up to 1.5 seconds between Gilles and Mikael. So it's been ebbing and flowing, but even the littlest mistake could wind up costly here. I cannot imagine the nerves in both camps at this stage. Even more impressively, they're about 1.5 minutes ahead of third with the Pure Sims Esports car. Still trudging along. They're another one that have unfortunately been through the wars today with plenty of errors, despite leading pretty definitively early on.
Yep, meanwhile we also have confirmation from Mr. Kauppinen about what happened to the LMP2 car, that discussing about the damage of the LMP2 car and what happened to them. Floor damage, 1 minute optionals, then 40-second stop, the 40-second black flag. So, you know, they lost a lot of time as a result of that, but they repaired the floor damage, I think, and they are back within full pace, of course, no longer leading the race, if somebody was wondering about the fate of the number 9 machine, currently in 6th place in LMP2 class. But yeah, very much our focus is on that LMP1 lead battle. Ryan, I know the answer for this. I almost for certain know the answer for this, because you're a racing driver. Which one would you rather be right now? The chaser or the chasee?
I would rather be the chaser, just because you can put the pressure on the driver in front of you, put the pressure on him, maybe not go for a move, but just show that you're there and just kind of play mind games if you like, but not make any moves, just can't play the... So, an LMP car went flying through the 4 chicanes there. Ooh.
That was Liam Quinn on the Kinetic team. Driver we've seen on this channel plenty, but with a bit of an error here late in the race. Thankfully able to get away with it without any sort of contact, although he did go over the curbs pretty hard, and he himself could be suffering from floor damage. In the meantime, why don't we give a heads up to our viewers about the top 5 in each of the classes, starting with those LMP1s. What a fight we've got on our hands with the 51 of SOS Abruti leading the way. Mikael Rodriguez up at the top, having just taken over in recent times for Justin Dardenne. Then behind them, they've got the 71 of VJoy Esports. Gilles Hubin starting on the front row, trying to take this car up to the top spot and have been working hard in the last few laps to try and chase down that leader, only separated by 2 seconds currently. About a minute and a half back in third. I mentioned just earlier the 118 Pure Sims Esports with David Baker currently in there and has been in there for a long time now. Wonder if they're going to swap him out soon so somebody fresh can take it to the end. Alex Gao in the Muradinus Satellite E-Stars Neon, who put it on pole, unfortunately has not been up at the top spot for some time. It has been a mistake-ridden race for this team in a number of different fashions for the 43 running fourth. Team Oblivion Racing with Matt Loveridge in that number 64, having run it up from 9th position and proving that sometimes it's just about keeping the car clean and trudging forward there. The first one a lap down from the lead car. Ozzy?
Next up, we got the LMP2 class. It is RLR Abruzzi Esports Black in the lead of the class with Maciej Mlinek still holding the fort strong. He has been in the car for, this is now his second stint, so we'll have to wait and see if he also gets to finish the race. In the second place is the number 22 GDA Racing Ben Bishop, being furiously chased by Fabio Unverdrus of GSR by Hetzner team, but Fabio does have the danger of a potential penalty looming over his head over that contact with Williams Esports BenQ car. Then we got the Impulse Racing number 56 Timo Hoiden driving that one in fourth place of the class, and rounding out the top 5 is Alexandre Deletraz, France's own Indy Mac Performance SRT car. And over to GDE we got Ryan Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yep, so in GTE at the moment, that's currently being led by the 53 car of the YMG Sport BenQ team, Alex Arana at the wheel. Still leading that class, luckily, after that tiny bit of contact with the LMP2 car into Indianapolis. Second at the moment is the 23 Maniti Racing Green car, which is currently being driven by Tim Matsky. And then rounding out the top 3 is their sister car, the 179 Maniti Racing Red car. That's being driven by, at the moment, Rico Wenzel. And then rounding out the top 4 is the 168 .exe esports car, currently being driven by Dennis Neidhart. And then rounding out the top 5, having a great run at the moment, is the 397 TechSense Fitztai Hedge car, currently being driven by Gareth Medsam, and that's your top 5 update in the GTE class.
It's only 2 hours to go right before we leave. Let's hold to see what comes of this pit stop, because both Hubin and Rodriguez are in at the same time. Will either of them potentially have a shorter stop? It looks like Rodriguez back out first, so no change to that as Hubin comes out in second. Just about a second slower in the pit stop. Some time to make up. Make sure while you are here that you vote for your favorite livery. We've put a link in the chat, and that will be decided after the race. But we'll be back in just a moment for the final 2 hours here at Le Mans.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. We are watching the Majors 24, and we have less than 2 hours to go in this day-long event. I'm Joe Peak, joined by Ossian Puhaka and Ryan Walker. Of course, we've got Ryan Bauer and Dougie Beard to bring us to the finish here today. Our three leaders, of course, are Michael Rodriguez up in the LMP1s in that number 51 with the closest fight we have of the three battles. And then in the LMP2s, RLR Abruzzi Esports Black has Maciej Milnek in the 72. And finally, down in the GTE class, it is Williams Esports Ben Q car with Alex Arana in that number 53. Having a bit of issues recently, got punted off by an LMP2 car, unfortunately. And, or LMP1, I think it was actually. No, it wasn't LMP2. in Indianapolis. Thankfully, didn't get too much damage from it. It is down to 45 seconds between themselves and second place, but they had a huge gap beforehand. So thankfully, they gave themselves enough of a buffer that they do not have to panic as they put another lap on the Texans Fitstye Hades 397 there. We hop on board with that closest fight being held up a fair bit here. That is Hubin coming out of the Forest S's and into Tetra Rouge, dropping back to 3 seconds behind Rodriguez now.
Indeed, being held up a little bit by the .exe esports car of Dennis Neidhart. Of course, no fault of Neidhart. It just happens that sometimes catching traffic in a bad spot will eventually cost you a little bit of time. Now, Rodriguez, as a result, enjoying maybe an extra second due to the speed differential that he can now pull over, and every second, of course, matters. Every second is of utmost importance at this stage of the race. We still have less than 2 hours remaining in this event, so the pressure is climbing, I think, on Uban in that he knows that he can potentially be a little bit faster. Like we've seen over the course of a stint, Ubin has been able to put in the faster lap times in terms of pure raw pace, but I think Rodriguez has been a little bit more consistent. He's been better through the traffic. Of course, luck plays into that a lot as well, but you said earlier on, Ryan, that you would rather be the one doing the chasing, and I agree, but sometimes if there's some person being chased is doing their job well and not getting hassled too much, not getting too flustered by the fact that they are being chased down, then the heads can turn when Ubin is starting to try a little bit too hard, starting to make those mistakes, not really focusing on what he should be focusing, but just overdriving the car. We saw him going very wide on Mulsanne corner, almost touching the gravel as well there, so earlier on. So, you know, it can be a double-edged sword in that where you can get that little bit of mental confidence from trying to catch somebody down knowing that you're faster, but you have to be very, very careful in your application of the aggression.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, where when you're trying to catch someone, you like you mentioned, Ossian, that sometimes you can start over driving and start making silly mistakes. And yeah, if you start over driving and making silly mistakes, it can cost you. And I think he realises he's quick at the moment and he can close that gap, but it's just traffic keeps getting in the way. But again, that's just the nature of multi-class racing, and you've just got to kind of just suck it up, if you like.
Yep, and meanwhile on the screens we have another close situation where Maciej Mlinek in the lead of the LMP2 class, and the GSR by Hessner, the number 67, are very close to each other on the track. However, I'm not actually sure if they're on the same lap or not.
They are.
They are, yeah.
But this is the last lap of the stint, I'm pretty sure, of the 67. So he's going to duck out, and then the car behind them, the Impulse Racing 56, also has one more lap to go before their stop, but they're a little farther behind. Unverdrus is down on the lane.
Yep, and coming to take his scheduled pit stop, which will leave him, I think, with surely 3 more stops in this race, albeit one of them is going to be a little bit shorter, and I'm not seeing a black flag for them yet, so I don't think they got a penalty for that contact with contact with Williams Esports being used, so it was ruled a netcode hit, and I think in the end, you know, that's a good thing. Because if the stewards didn't see any fault in it, then I'm inclined to believe them, and I don't think it would help Arana's matters at all. They're still leading the class, and even though they got punted around, they didn't lose too much. And it's not like, you know, another team being penalized will help them. Sure, it's about justice, but it's also a good thing that the 67 is able to stay in the podium battle and didn't get judged too harshly for what was essentially an incident deemed outside of their control show.
Yeah, just went and checked the steward's room because we do have access to that to see not the decisions being made, but the protests. And It was mentioned to them and seems to be passed over. I do want to make a note of a more amusing comment that was made in the stewards chat. It said, "I'd like to protest the lot of you for not saying how awesome the stewards have been for this race." And someone proceeded to call them a suck-up immediately.
That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. But seriously, if you see any race stewards around, buy them a drink. I assure you they will need it. On a similarly amusing note, there is a lot of memery going around these days, as the kids like to call it. We used to call it banter, but it's apparently memes now, so it's memes. And a lot of memes are being made about stewards, because we just had the Finnish National Championship, SimRacing Championship qualifier series of 5 races end for a live event during Rally Finland later this year. So the qualifying series ended, and there was a meme after the first race about essentially about the Finnish comedy show that I won't even bother explaining, and about the stewards being overworked when the stewards room that was then visible to everybody but not accessible to everybody. They had the same stewards there for I think 4 or 5 hours after the race looking through the incidents. And well, memes were made, the memes were recycled throughout the series, and in the end, one of the drivers in the series actually bought himself an A2-sized aluminium print of the meme and hung it on the wall and posted it. So that
sounds like Finland, right? Honestly.
Yeah, that's when somebody buys a print and hangs it up to the wall of a meme, that meme is officially retired. Like that's it. It's just, you know, ascended to the Hall of Fame of memery. As we are still on board Ben, speaking of memes and the front of that car, the situation is normal, or as they say, Ryan, all quiet on the Western Front.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just less gruesome, maybe.
Hopefully, at least in the sim worlds, as they now approach 1.7 seconds between them. Rodriguez dealing with a little bit of traffic in the form of Mesham there in the Fitztai Hades car. So it's coming back to him after a slightly slower pit stop. Gilles is catching back up, but still has not been able to overtake. And they were in this position when we started our coverage. I'd have to check and see with our old team how long were they together like this, because it's been in this state for so long. And you mentioned the leader not potentially cracking under pressure, Ozzy. When you have it in this state for this long, do you feel like it gets worse as a driver if you're that lead car, or does it get easier just getting used to that car being this close behind?
I think it gets easier in a sense that, you know, you can't make mistakes, but if you're confident in your ability that even though they're catching you up, if you just keep doing what you're doing, they stay close, but they're not quite close enough. I think it gets easier in where you can kind of get used to that fight. Whereas if a fight comes up to you quickly, it can, you know, catch you off guard. Because as a driver, you often lapse into a different mode during the race. There is the full-on attacking mode, you know, the aggressive mode, and then there is the fuel-saving mode, then there's just let's just finish the race mode, you know, and it's a different variable of risk. And risk management is one of the most important skills for any racing driver to learn, because you are never really at 100% in a race. There's always something, be it tires, be it fuel load, be it just risk management. And the closer you get to that 100%, the more the error increases. And it's kind of like where it's squared almost, in that every percent you get closer to 100, squared that is the increase in the chance of something going wrong in the risk. So it's kind of like braking distance versus speed. So the longer the speed, the faster you're going, the longer the braking distance, and the same applies if you replace speed with essentially how close you're at 100%. So you replace speed with pace, and you replace braking distance by risk, and it's the same formula. And I know that I lost a lot of people, but essentially it's a lot about risk management, which is what I'm trying to say. And the risk increases much more than the pace increases the closer you get to 100%. So I think that's what both of them are realizing, and that's why I was so worried for VJ Esports and Shilu Bin when I noticed him starting to get closer and closer to the edge. Because you can get close to the edge, you can live on the edge, but Ryan, we still got 2 hours remaining almost of this race, 1 hour and 40. They've been at it for like half an hour. Well, they've been at it for 22 hours, but they've been at it for half an hour this close to each other. And he's been chasing for half an hour. And I don't see, there's not very many drivers on this planet who can be even close to 100% for like a couple of hours.
Yeah, and being this close after, God knows how long, well, a long time anyway. Yeah, these guys have been close together for about half an hour, like you say. It's pretty incredible, and proof or shows why I love these races, because after racing for such a long time, you can still be close together and battling for the win, like these two teams are doing. And I think at the moment, I think Rodriguez is probably feeling the pressure, but I have to give him credit. He's not cracked under the pressure by any means, and he's doing a good job of keeping hold of the lead. But I think Gilles is trying everything to try and close that gap down, and he's closed it down a little bit, but not as much as I thought he would, considering they're in clear air.
Yeah, and that can really start eating on you. Think about it this way, like if it was a football game or a sports game and you are chasing down a lead. Now, of course, like if it's 2-1 or 1-0 and you got half an hour left of the game, that's fine. Like you can find a goal. 25 minutes to go, that's fine, you can find a goal. 15 minutes to go, okay, we really need to find a goal. 5 minutes to go, and suddenly you see them starting to take more and more of a risk. So that's the worry here for Ubin, and they have to also remember that they are on a second place, which in and as itself is an excellent result. Anytime you're on the podium, that's an excellent result. There is no if, but, or maybe about it. That's an excellent result. But at the same time, there is not a single racing driver on this planet who would settle for silver if offered gold. So that's something you gotta remember. And here we see on the traffic Rodriguez getting stuck up just a little bit, stuck behind. Ubin started to catch up ever so slightly. And, you know, once again we come to the 4 chicanes, and the gap has been hovering around 1 second, Joe. And Ubin here, well, we know he's on a charge, but I would say he's more now, you know, taking his time, biding his time, and maybe evaluating his options.
Yeah, he's been able to get it closer pretty much on command. Obviously, it takes a little bit at the level that they're racing, but yeah, it seems like he is basically waiting for the right moment and not trying to force the issue, knowing that he does have that time. So I'm with you on that it seems like Gilles feels, at least from the outside, like he's in control. Now, I have no idea what it's like behind the wall or under the helmet here today. Also, a big thank you to Leandro McRae for the kind words on the commentary. Really, honestly, it goes to the entire team who have put this thing together. We'll definitely give them a big thanks at the end of this, but there is a whole bunch of folks that helped make this broadcast happen, and we can't thank all of you enough for your hard work. In the meantime, focus here on the drivers who've been down to 1 second. I think this is the closest we've seen him. And Ozzy, at what stage do you think he starts to feel a bit of the slipstream up in front of him?
At the straight.
At what distance? Let me put it that way.
Okay, close. Okay. So around 1 second you start to feel it properly, and the closer you get. Oh no! That's Bernardini. Leo Racing team number 21, Alessio Bernardini, is in the wall, and that was contact with Gilles Ubin of the VJ Esports team, and I'm sure we're gonna get a replay of that one soon. Leo Racing team, thankfully, I say thankfully, in that they were already a couple of laps down, so no major implications for their result. But that was a very careless bit of driving, unfortunately, there, and just misjudging combined with a little bit of netcode, and that's what I thought about risk. I talked to you earlier about the risk factor, and meanwhile we are side by side for the lead if we can go for live pictures, because Ubin has taken the lead, as we see another view of that one. Yeah, that's just netcode. He was trying to go for the gap, and I think there was a little bit too small of a gap being left there by the Leo Racing team car, who was trying to just return on their racing line. But yeah, Ubin has taken the lead there, Joe, meanwhile, so obviously not that much damage, and I'm gonna have to wait and see. Oh, Rodriguez got held up by some traffic too, so that's the reason for that. But whoa, a lot of drama in half a lap. We've been racing for 22.5 hours and everything happens in 30 seconds. Racing.
Yeah, that sounds like an endurance race. Yeah, let's get a replay on that pass just so that we can see the moment happening up into Indianapolis for this overtake. But this is not done. Again, it could be brushed off because of netcode, but will the VJoy team get a penalty for that contact? And that could unfortunately cost them the victory here today. There the pass was into Indianapolis, just nicely done by Gilles after, at this point, almost hours of work to get to that stage, and eventually he made it happen. Now, is Rodriguez able to hang? Considering how close they've been running for so long, I would suspect that the 51 would be able to hold on, but there are no guarantees in racing.
No, and having to make decisions like these is exactly why I mentioned earlier, if you meet a race steward, buy them a drink. This is why. So it cannot be an easy decision. You got racing on the line. You have to consider all angles. You have to consider the netcode, possibility of careless driving despite the netcode. You know, you have to account for netcode. It's just the word of sim racing, where that any time you are over a connection, there is bound to be a little bit of delay. You can't make delay-free connection, because you just can't go faster than the speed of light. If somebody knows a way, then please tell me how. So, Ryan, we are seeing here some excellent scenes. Rodriguez trying to change down Ubin and getting very close indeed. Oh, actually, hold on a minute, because there might be a pass to the second chicane. Is there? No, Rodriguez is sticking in the draft for now. But yeah, that's a lot of things happening, and I wonder if Ubin is now a little bit rattled as a result of that contact, despite it not damaging their car at all.
Yeah, quite possibly could be playing with his mind, that bit of contact. I think at the moment he's got the lead, which he'll probably be happy about, but I think he might have, is it Rodriguez? I thought he was going to move out and take a dive up the inside there, but I think Gilles will probably be thinking about that incident and maybe having that bit of thinking of in the back of his mind that if he'll have a penalty or not. So I could be playing tricks with his mind. But as I head up to Indianapolis, will Rodriguez try and make a move? He's got the slipstream. He's going to pull out and try and make a move into Indianapolis. It looks like he's going for it.
There's my side into the kink, and it looks like Ubin is going to consider discretion the better part of valor and back out. So back to the front, 2 passes for the lead here at the end. Deep under braking for Gilles. He manages not to make contact with the 51. You talk about the risk factor upping late in the race. Suddenly, we're seeing some anxious moments here.
Definitely, and even more so as they come up to some traffic, GDE traffic, nonetheless, to the Porsche curves, or rather GDE traffic. So that's the worst kind of traffic, in a sense that the speed differential is biggest, and we see them just following suit, run the outside. Matske doing his best to stay out of the way. Then we've got Fuligny that they have to get by next time by, coming through karting, already past it, and 10 little less as the Corvette curves, as they say, and into the 4 chicanes. And there is nothing between these 2 drivers. There is nothing between these 2 cars. Just a bit of air, both taking exactly the same line. It's like somebody drew a line and it's 2 computers following that line, but it's not computers. It's very real, very alive human beings by the name of Mikael Rodriguez and Gilles Ubin, and both of them are fighting for the victory here at Majors 24. Remember the human factor. Always remember the human factor, because that will come into effect sooner rather than later, and even the sun is having to hide behind some clouds, because even it doesn't dare to watch how this will end, Joe.
Yeah, it's the track itself has been heating up significantly since the nighttime. It's been quite a swing on that. It's 111 Fahrenheit on the surface. Remember, it was down as low as I think it was 67 at one stage. I saw Fahrenheit on the track surface in the middle of the night.
19 degrees Celsius. Yep.
Yeah. So as they come into the first chicane, still 0.3 of a second, splitting this pair. And by the way, I went and checked the steward's room just to see if anything has been mentioned. And nothing on that incident with the VJoy car. However, the Williams thing might not be over yet. One of their engineers is asking for an update because we didn't officially get one. As Hubin is hustling things, taking a whole lot of curb.
Yeah, and that's not something we want to do, and he just got a little bit too far to the inside on the second Mulsanne chicane and hopped up from the curb, and that unsettled the car. It unsettled the back end, and it was a nice save by Gilles Hubin, but he lost a bit of time and as a result got caught up behind some traffic in the form of the RLR Abruzzi Esports Chrome car, the leading GDE entry. Of course, no, not the leading GDE entry, excuse me, they are on 6th place in the class. I mistook it for their LMP2, but yeah, Zelerski staying well and truly out of the way of that one, but of course, that still cost a bit of time to Mikael Rodriguez. So, Gilles Hubin, excuse me, who is now over 1 second back, but Rodriguez is catching traffic of his own, doesn't dare to send it up to the inside of Arnage, and as a result of that, Hubin is able to get a little bit of a cleaner exit. These guys should be able to get a pass, all these passes done before the Porsche curves, where we don't really see any traffic coming up to them. So it is a straight fight. And look at how much Rodriguez is catching here. He's gonna send it up to the inside and he retakes the race lead. Excuse me, he doesn't. It was the wrong car. I was watching the LMP2. Joe, save me from this one.
Yeah,
I want to hide.
That was the LMP2 battle for second that he just passed. That was significant. I thought you were shouting because of the fact that he chucked it in and gave himself that much more room over Hubin. He's, again, taking risks. That is going to be the word you hear a lot here at the end. But this battle, it looks like, has come back together for second in the LMP2s. Verdroes and Ben Bishop, who are separated by about 4 laps on their pit stop stints, so they're not completely on the same sequence towards the end of the race. That may change. We haven't discussed this yet. The drivers will have to start taking into consideration how to start working backwards. The engineers, rather, will have to start taking into consideration how do we want to play the pit stops, and eventually everybody will start aiming towards that magic number to get them to the end.
Yep, and that magic number can be a little bit more difficult to find. Of course, it's so to speak, it's easier in some senses for the leaders, Ryan, because they roughly know that the time that they will finish is also going to start the last lap. But it's harder for the GDE and the LMP2 drivers because they have to account for the pace of the leaders. How many times will they be lapped? At which point of the lap will they be at once the checkered flag drops? So will they get an extra lap or not? And at this point, you're pretty much accounting for that extra lap.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. Let me step in and I'll let you go here, Ryan. We got official word from the stewards on the Williams incident. It says an element of net code means that with the relatively minor impact of the 53's race, no further action. But they do place more blame on the LMP2 in that situation. But basically, not really a slap on the wrist, but a sort of wag of the finger, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's pretty much. It sounds like it's pretty much a friendly warning, just to say, don't do anything like that again. By the sounds of it.
Well, this battle for the lead now at half a second between Rodriguez and Hubin as they go past Phil Pott and that number 12. Boy, that is a car that has been all over the place during the course of this race and had quite a bit of action happening to it. Ooh, this is a good run here from Gilles. He's taking a look, showing himself in the mirrors, but not a serious attempt.
Are we sure that he's actually making a pass this time and it's not just lap traffic?
I think we're fairly sure.
Okay, good. Then we can safely get hyped about that one. And I will kick myself in the head if Gilles is actually making a pass to the first of the Porsche curves now. But I will also get excited about that one. You can see how close he is. He's biting for that time. And something that was mentioned very many times earlier on in the broadcast is the hybrid factor. Like, you use that hybrid and you can use that boost for only very few parts of the lap, and these guys are, I think, measuring in where can they use that boost, where should they use that boost. Do you use it for overtaking a lap car, or do you use it in a straight battle against another driver? They have, of course, worked out the points where they can use it, the strategy, in a clean lap. And I don't think that's going to differ too much. But if there is a little bit of slowdown for one driver, or maybe if Ubin can trick Rodriguez into using his boost at the wrong spot, then he can fly by on one of the exits. And speaking of flying by, Rodriguez had a little bit of a mistake there through the last chicane. Not too bad earlier on, but he still lost about a tenth of time, and it's those single tenths of a second. It's those little mistakes, Ryan, that you as a chasing driver, you can see them very clearly, and every mistake that the guy in front of you makes gives you that extra hint of confidence that you are on top of the situation and you can do it.
Yeah, being the driver that's chasing the car in front of you, when you see the car in front starting to make little mistakes like Rodriguez has a few times recently, I think you know that you're starting to get into their head and you're starting to make them crack a little bit. But I think at the moment, I think again, Gio's is maybe not wanting to get by right away. I think he's just he's happy to stay behind and just kind of just watch what Rodriguez is doing. But I think it's interesting to see how this battle will pan out in the closing stages. But I have to say, boy, I'm loving it.
One note, I was just looking at the time left, the amount of laps on this stint for the pair of them. They're both on lap 10. They're both pushing hard to get the most laps out of each stint. But if we're looking at about 40 minutes per stint, it's going to be extremely tight to get to the finish on 2 more stops for these two. I wonder if Hubin is just sitting behind him, if he is trying to save a little bit of fuel to make it more comfortable for himself here.
I don't think that's too far off. I think they should be able to make it, but it's going to be a little bit tight. It's definitely going to be full of fuel. And even if Ubin can save an extra lap, saving an extra lap here is incredibly difficult. But any fuel he can save means a shorter pit stop for him. And if he can't pass him on the track, he can pass him during the pit stop. And then, if you pass somebody during the pit stop and give them a little bit of their own medicine, you need an absolute flyer of an outlap, because you need to break the draft. And once you manage to break the draft, this is why forcing somebody into a mistake is better than just passing them straight away on track, especially a track like Circuit de la Sarthe, which is mostly made out of long straights, long drafting straights, in that you can not only pass them and get the position, which is your goal, but you also save yourself from the hassle of trying to create a gap, which is extremely difficult here, Ryan. So definitely that has to be something in the mind of the drivers at VJoy Esports. And I'm quite positive that the nails in the hands of the drivers as they come to the pit lane are very short, as they're making their penultimate pit stop, or what they're hoping is their penultimate pit stop right now.
This could be decisive. Let's see, 3 minutes until the magic 120 mark. God, this is incredibly tight for both of them. I'll see how long it takes for them to get back out. I want to say it's roughly a minute, so they'll still be over that hour 20 mark. Both of them fighting their stalls. Have to make sure not to miss it. If ever there was a time, you don't want to run into that. And do we have, yes, we have a driver change. So the Abruzzi's team has De Silva in the car. Hubin stays in the VJoy car. Is this going to separate them somewhat?
That's a very good point. And what does that say about the confidence, getting a fresh driver in for the last hour? Bastian da Silva losing a bit of time. Yeah, and they are staying a little bit longer as well. I wonder, fresh tires at this stage of the race, is it gonna be the deciding factor, as well as Abrudis really playing the game here? Well, more than 1 hour to go, they got plenty of time, but as a result of that longer pit stop, the gap on track is roughly around 20 seconds right now. Gilles Aubin is also already at Tetre Rouge, heading to the back straight. And here we have Bastian da Silva, who is just went under the Dunlop Bridge at the Forest SS. So it's gonna be game on now, and it's not gonna be a straight battle in terms of drivers just jostling with each other on track, but instead it is going to be a chase. Bastian da Silva is going to do the chasing, and it's gonna be Gilles Aubin now suddenly finding the roles reversed, finding himself in the lead. And I'm sure, Ryan, that he'll be getting all the information of those lap times. But as you mentioned earlier, some drivers don't necessarily want that information. And I know that I wouldn't want the information that, hey, you know, the guy who's chasing you, yeah, he was 2 seconds faster last time around. So, you know.
Yeah, it's a battle, and P5 and LMP2 is starting to heat up as well by the looks of it.
Now, this is between the Williams Esports team, the Chill Blast one, and Mag Performance SRT, separated by a little less than 2 seconds currently between them. Looks like the Kinetic Racing Surge team also in, just as a note, as they've got Liam Quinn in that car currently taking their service. Alexander still trying to see if he can get up to Lehouk to attack. They'll hit the Mulsanne straights, foot flat to the floor, and they get to relax for just a moment as we watch and wait to see what becomes of this fight. Now, they are separated a little bit on pit strategy, sorry, by about 3 laps, it appears.
Yeah, so you look at the MHE team and 364, excuse me. Yeah, they did pit 3 laps apart, and Williamston pitted on lap 367. So they got a little bit of a latest pit stop, but the difference is not all that much. However, it could be the crucial difference, because we know that it is very close for these guys, LMP2 guys as well, in terms of the pit strategy. However, I don't think either of those guys are going to make it in terms of fuel, so they are definitely having to pit again in this event. But yeah, Arthur Lehouk is trying to stay ahead of Alexandre Deletras. And of course, at least Lehouk, we've heard earlier on from Atte Kauppinen in the chat of the Williams Esports Chill Blast team that they still got floor damage, which has really been the plague of these prototype drivers throughout this event, Ryan. I remember during the first 3 hours we were just watching prototypes left and right and center bouncing off the curbs at the fourth chicane and just picking up damage, picking up radiator damage, and even blowing their engines.
Yeah, we noticed as well with some of the prototypes as well. They were trying to take as much curve as possible on the exit of the fourth chicane, especially that left side curve before the exit. And they were being spun round into the wall, and also getting floor damage and blown engines as well. So these cars are they're light, but they're very fragile at the same time.
I love that bit of countersteer you could see from Deletras as we ran on board through the Indianapolis corner. And I'm sure the driver is not necessarily even noticing they're doing that. Like, they're on the exit and they're just calculating. At this point, you're almost at an autopilot where you countersteer just a little bit, you're focused on the throttle, and here you go. And please stay with these pictures on board through the Porsche curves. And Joe, you can chime in back on the main straight because I haven't listened to this. such a great sound. Sounds of racing, you know?
Absolutely. I have to admit, I know I'm a bit in the minority, it seems, from what I saw in the response when these cars released, but listening to them, I really enjoyed the sound just because they sounded so futuristic, to be honest, as they raced around here at Le Mans. And frankly, Le Mans has always been a test bed for technology in both motorsports and cars in general, and I think that's a big part of what this whole endurance racing thing is about. So as they come onto the Mulsanne one more time, you have to appreciate the speed and the effort and the human ingenuity that goes into these LMP1s and all of these race cars in general. By the way, we got a steward's ruling on the incident with the number 23 car, I think it was. Or no, the 21 car. That was the car that was hit by Hubin. That was another netcode incident ruled by the stewards. No further action. So VJoy dodged a bullet.
Yep, definitely so, and I think they'll be feeling joy about that one. Not in terms of their team name, but in terms of their race. So they are very much still in the game, fighting for the win. Meanwhile, Deletras is fighting for that class position as well. You can see him almost coming alongside Lehouk, and I wonder what Arthur Lehouk is feeling right now. Williams Esports Chill Blast driver, over 8,000 iRating, an excellent racing driver. We talked about the pride of a racing driver. Well, here you got a very proud racing driver who doesn't have the means in terms of the car to necessarily fight another driver. And here we see Deletras already. He looks like he's toying with his prey a little bit, coming very close, locking up even, coming to the Mulsanne corner, but not electing to make the move just yet, Joe, and this is very curious.
Yeah, not sure what exactly he's planning here. He's on a very different strategy. He's on lap 8 of his stint. There he goes. Maybe just waiting for a time that he felt was the most safe to try and get this overtake done. And now he's got it. So the Mag Performance SRT team moves himself up into 5th with that move. Williams Esports Chill Blast, who started the race 19th, is still on a huge net gain here, running in 6th. So they can't be too disappointed, although I'm sure with the level they hold themselves to, this is not the result they were hoping for.
And meanwhile, as Lehouk is still very close coming into the Porsche curves, but I think he's gonna be very close into the Porsche curves, but yeah, not gonna be making a pass. Briefly, before we go to some other exciting news, briefly, if I may ask our director to pop up a lap time comparison between the 71 and the 51 at the overall lead of this event. Because as we saw, the SOS Abrudis got some new tires on that pit stop, and we said that we were waiting for a couple of laps. Well, here we have the first lap in, and 1/10 slower was Bastien da Silva. That doesn't yet say too much, but it gives a clue. This is something we will return on in a couple of laps, because this gives a clue of da Silva that he has now got his tires underneath him. He only lost 1/10 on that cold tire lap, and now he's gonna be absolutely flying here towards the Indianapolis corner on the last hour of the race. But Joe, on the chat, we get some interesting news.
Yes?
The Major Series is posting that they would like to extend their congratulations to the Alpha Esports GD team for winning the livery contest.
Wow. Well, that is, I guess, a bit of consolation. I'm not sure how they'll take it, because Alpha Esports has been retired since, I think that was lap 28, unfortunately. Yep. No,
yep,
excuse me, it was lap 30. I was too short.
Yeah, and so what it makes me wonder is that, you know, okay, first of all, which one of the teams? And second of all, we can't show you the livery because they've been retired. They're no longer in the event, so that's a bit of an anticlimax, really.
Yeah, I don't think our director has the replay on that one, unfortunately.
No,
maybe if somebody can pop into our Discord and shoot us a screenshot of the livery for us so that we can appreciate it. But regardless, that'll certainly at least give them a little bit of a joy out of what I'm sure has been a disappointing day. Our leader in the LMP2s is in, by the way. The GSR by Hetzner, number 67, takes their stop, which means it'll hand it back over to the 72.
Meanwhile, we are going to watch a replay of Liam Gwynn in the Kinetic Racing Surge car coming to the Dunlop chicane. And it's not this one we're interested about, it's the downhill one. You go down the hill here, he's going to touch the grass and watch what happens next. I know I sound like clickbait article right now, but here he comes, touching the grass and saves it.
Wow, can we get an onboard?
Dominic Hasek, eat your heart out. That was the save. Well, I don't want to say save of the century, but that was an awesome save. A real two-pad stack around the board, and he went full lock, full opposite lock, and somehow held on to that race car. Liam Gwynn, okay, if we have the Alpha Esports GD car winning the livery context, I think Liam Gwynn just won the, you know, save of the race context. There is a highlight of the race contest, I know that one. But if there was a save of the race, I think that one would be very, very high up on the list.
That was the Formula D award.
Yes.
He just got. Yeah, I think we have the livery for the Alpha Esports team. I'm not sure if we're intending to show it on screen. Maybe we will a little later. But want to give them some love for winning that, and it does look extremely nice, I have to admit. It may be a little bit of a popularity contest, but it is still a bit of an ego boost, I'm sure, for them, as the 62 continues on around in that beautiful Kinetic Racing blue. Looks like Alexander for the MAG Performance SRT is in for a stop. Just one more to go after this one should get them to the end. And we've got the livery. Let's put that up on screen. There we go. Yes. I have to say, as I said before, I'm a fan of simplicity, and sometimes just a clean, stylish car is all you need to win the best looking award.
That is a looker for sure, Ryan. That is a looker for sure. It reminds me of Mika Häkkinen's old Formula 1 helmets, actually, kind of with the color scheme. Of course, not with the pattern going on, but with the color scheme. But yeah, I agree. That's a deserving winner.
That was, did we just catch a little bit of a mistake from the 62 on screen? Is that what we were watching? I saw somebody in that final chicane just mess it up a little bit. Yeah, I think that was them. I hate to give them a lot of bad attention here, but I guess any advertising is good advertising, right? So as the Kinetic car comes through the forward chicane, this has been, we saw this at the start of the race as well, Ryan. This seems to have been, the trickiest part on the track for many of the drivers.
It's just it's one of those in sections that just invites you to try and carry as much speed as possible, especially the last part, and or try and take as much curb as possible. But if you take too much curb, it can unsettle the car, and unfortunately Liam found out the hard way. But it's still a challenging section of the track, and the Kinetic Racing team in LMP2 is still going. So it's good to see.
Okay, we are back with the lap time comparison between Ubin and Silva, and you can see the turntables, how the turntables turn. We have definitely come to a minus here. Lap 405. 1.9 seconds, that's nearly 2 seconds faster. Must have been some traffic in there, but even then at lap 406, half a second faster. So definitely doing the right things is Bastian da Silva. And as a result of that, after last lap, the gap was 15.3 seconds. Now you can see it on the top left of the screen, or you could see it rather, as we have some bouncing cones on track as well. Familiar sight here at Circuit de la Sarthe. It's 13 seconds. So wow, it's really quite something. 13.4 seconds. So he's definitely catching up. And now I wonder if it's gonna be like half a second a lap, a second per lap, and you know that the guy is catching up to you. What is going through the head of Gilles Aubin right now, Ryan? I know you probably don't have a degree in philosophy, but we're using you as the resident shrink in looking at the mind of a racing driver and trying to maybe pick your brain a little bit on what might Gilles Aubin be thinking at this very moment.
In the closing stages of a race, if I'm in a battle for the win or in a battle for to finish well, I always tell myself not to worry or stress out or panic about anything. Just kind of keep doing what you're doing. Just try your best. And I mean, at the moment, if I was in a battle for an LMP1 win, I probably would be kept nervous, because it's one of those races you're going for an overall win. You want to win. You want to win badly, but you don't want to make a mistake at the same time. So it's kind of one of those things. You kind of just got to be careful and just do your best.
Watching Hubin continue on last time through a 3:15.2. Bastian, who's just coming to the line now. That was a very slow lap for the 71. And it looks like Da Silva 3:12.4 for him. Wow, chopping it down, hand over fist at this stage.
Wow, so wow indeed. I mean, he is feeling it right now. They got one more pit stop to go. And I just wonder, you know, of course, if you are VJoy Esports, you're Gilles Aubin right now, you can't really change your strategy. I mean, if you take tires on that last stop, you're pretty much gone. Like, that's it. It's going to be very hard to make up that gap in the last 40 minutes of this race. So they are pretty much sitting ducks, and they're pretty much hoping that Da Silva makes a mistake here and that they can capitalize on the win, and also hoping, Ryan, that the tires will eventually even out, because he's got the fresh tires now, yes, but he won't have so fresh tires on the next stint. As we talked about the heat cycles earlier on, it's gonna have an effect. And even if Aubin is always going to have even more worn tires towards the end of this race, the gap is perhaps not going to be quite so drastic as we near the last hour of this event and come to the last half an hour as well.
Speaking of coming to the last hour, we're just about there, so it's about time to run through our top five. Gilles Aubin, who has been through some drama in this last hour, is currently leading the race by 11 seconds, but he is not faster than the second place car. The VJoy Esports team is being chased by the 51 of SOS Abruzzi, with Bastian da Silva having recently taken over for Rodriguez, and with fresh tires is running down the overall leader. A driver who led much of the early race is only 45 seconds behind. I say only, but that of course is in endurance terms. That's still relatively close, but the 118 is still looking at a podium at least, with Chris McGrath in that car on the LMP1s. Alex Gal, another one who was fighting for the lead, unfortunately is down a lap down, actually, in the number 43 in fourth position. Marana Satellite is that car on screen. And Team Oblivion Racing, who we mentioned before, the 64, chugging along, still now actually 2 laps down from the leader, with Matt Loveridge in that car.
Yep, and in the LMP2 class, it is the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black with Maciej Mlinek still at the lead of their class. 1 hour ago, they got a pretty much a safe advantage of 40.9 seconds, make that 41 over GDA Racing and Ben Bishop. Let's see if he can pray his way to victory here yet. And in third place, it is GSR by Hessner, driven by Fabio Unvergrus, number 67. One of the more wonderful liveries in this field, my personal favorite. And he is hoping, Fabio, that it's gonna be seen on the podium today. In fourth place, currently sitting in the pit lane, is the floor damaged, unlucky Williams Esports Chill Blast that is gonna throw Atte Kauppinen behind the wheel of that one, and they are most likely also going to finish the race with him. And rounding out the top 5 is Impulse Racing, number 56, and Timo Hoiden. Actually, other way around right now, Williams Esports in the pits and gonna lose that fourth place, so they are 5th, and Impulse Racing is in 4th place. Ryan, GDE, if you would.
Absolutely. GTE at the moment, it's still being led by the 53 Williams Esports BenQ team with Alex Arana at the wheel. That team's pretty much been on challenge for most of the race so far. Pretty much beat by themselves. But in second place as well, there's the 23 Maniti Racing green car currently being driven by Tim Matske, with the sister car, the 179, the Maniti Racing red car currently being driven by Rico Enzo, rounding out the top 3. And then the 168.exe esports car being driven by Marius Brewer is currently in 4th, with TechSense Fitztai Hades rounding out the top 5, and that car is currently being driven by Gareth Mesham. So that's your latest update in the GT class with the top 5.
And with that, we are just about right at that 1 hour to go mark, the final leg here of the Majors 24. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with the last hour of coverage, and we'll find out the winners of our 3 classes. Do not go away. There's more to come.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12-Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarthe. The Majors 24 is now officially into the finale with less than an hour to go. It's Joe Peak up here in the booth with Ossian Puhaka and Ryan Walker helping me take it to the finish, with Ryan Bauer and Dougie Beard behind the scenes for us. And Gilles Hubin leads in the LMP1 class, but he is not the fastest car on track by a long shot. VJoy Esports being run down by Bastian de Silva on fresh rubber in the 51. We'll keep an eye on that as you can see the comparison on screen between the two of them over the last few laps. Then in the LMP2s is Maciej and Milnek in the 72 RLR Bruzy Esports Black, who is leading the way there. They've got a full 40 seconds over Ben Bishop in the GTA Racing car, so they're looking relatively comfortable, but again, it ain't over till it's over. And then Williams Esports Ben Q has one of their two cars leading the way. This down in the GTEs in the number 53, and Alex Arana is in that machine, leading also by a similar margin to the LMP2s, 42 seconds ahead of Tim Matzke and a Maniti Racing green car. But really, the story of this stint that we've been covering, these final 3 hours, Ossian, has been that lead in the LMP1s, and it has had some serious twists and turns.
Absolutely, and these are the kind of moments where you just put some movie music over, like really, really pompous movie music over. Requiem for a Dream, for example. I have no idea how to pronounce that word. I've never heard that word pronounced before, so I have no idea, but I guess it's gonna be something Latin, so Requiem is going to do it. So anyway, it's been an absolutely thrilling race so far and continues to be so. It ebbs and flows and always has new sources of drama. Right when you thought it's going a little bit dull, we had calm, but it was before the storm. And in this case, the storm is the battle for the lead, which is brewing between Bastian da Silva, who is doing the catching for the SOS Abrudis team, number 51, and the leading entry, the overall leaders of this event, the VJoy Esports, Gilles Hubin. They are still trying to hold on to the pride. One Belgian versus the French team, who would want nothing more than to win on their home soil. Meanwhile, we also, Ryan, I believe we have a battle for the 6th position in the GDE class, which we are seeing on screens right now. So definitely not limited to the prototypes. The GDE classes are usually trusted to bring excitement in endurance racing, and they're doing so right now too.
Yeah, there's battle for P6 at the moment between the DRS Wave Italy GTE and the RLR Abruzzi Esports Chrome cars for 6th position. This battle has been going on for a few laps, and Woods is starting to close the gap down on the Faligini. I probably butchered that name, but yeah, this battle has been going on for a while, and Lewis has been closing him down at a rapid rate of knots.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
indeed. Yeah.
I was going to say, we have one of our lead GTE cars pitting. Marius Brewer in the .exe esports machine has been in and out. And actually, I think this will take them to the finish. I do believe that is the first car to have pitted in the GTE class that can now make it to the end.
I believe you're right, Ryan. Isn't it usually, well, we were wondering about it earlier on in this event that they were not doing full hour stints, and they haven't been able to do full hour stints. So, but 51 minutes left, that should be right within the window.
Yeah, 51 minutes, 50 to 51 minutes. That should be, if you're pitting there, you should be able to make it to the finish. So, yep, it sounds from my quick calculations. Yep, he should be good to the finish.
And watching this battle for 6th place, DRS Wave trying to hold back Lewis Woods, but last few laps for Woods, a 358, a 359, 350.8, whereas DRS is a 351, 351, 351 down the order. So this is unfortunately for the 10 looking like a matter of time. It's Lewis Woods rocks up to the back of him, heading into Indianapolis. He'll get another long stretch before the Porsche curves. See if he decides to make it then.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see with that one. Foligny, of course, still trying to hold on to that position. But I do wonder for how long is he able to do that, because 1 second faster was Woods last time around, Ryan. And, well, you still got time, which is the good thing for Lewis Woods. He still got time, so he doesn't have to make the pass right now. And I don't think there's anyone he can realistically catch either. But you don't want to catch yourself out. Passing at the wrong position and trying to make it into a long drawn-out battle. Ideally, he would want to make the pass maybe exiting Arnage or going into Arnage, and then he can make up a gap through the Porsche curves where he will surely be a little bit faster. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I think if I was Woods, I would want to try and get the move done, possibly heading onto the Mulsanne straight. I think that's his best opportunity if he can get a good exit and a good run onto that straight, because if you want to try and carry as much speed, and at the moment he's absolutely close, but I think he's not really, you can't really make a move into turn one, and he's not close enough. But if he gets a good exit, like I say, onto the Mulsanne straight, that's his best opportunity.
Well, you can make a move, but yeah, I know what you mean. It's not advised, and it's not really a braking zone. And we're speaking of the GDE cars. I want to pick your brain a little bit more about the GDE cars and the racing. Like, it's a little bit different from the prototypes, but these are not slow racing cars either. So you kind of need to be not only close, but you also need a braking zone in order to really pass on the braking. But if you were Lewis Woods, where you would be trying to set it up? Would you be trying to set it up to a certain place, or is it more like taking an opportunity once it comes?
I think if it was me, I would maybe just take my time, just plan where I want to make the move, then set it up. And at the moment, he's got the slipstream, he's got the run heading down to the Mulsanne chicane. But is he going to try and make a move? No, he's not. He's going to decide to wait behind. So I wonder if Lewis is maybe deciding to stay behind for a little while and just do a little bit of fuel saving.
Yeah, I wonder about that one too. Another opportunity could be that we talked about, you know, these. Oh, and he's doing the move now.
Yeah, there he goes. I think it was a little close to the braking zone. It's the end of the race. They're not looking to throw anything away. It looks like Woods was trying to make the safe maneuver. That Porsche, though, struggling a bit compared to the Corvette to try and get fully past him. And look at that. He's going to back out of it. So Foligny is going to fight this one. Amadia is not going to give this one up easily and make sure that the RLR team is going to have to work hard for it.
Yeah, Foligny wants shame on you. Foligny twice shame on me. It's. I was wondering earlier on about the theory that you know, Lewis is maybe trying to time it in a sense, because if you go past, there's 4 straights essentially, 4 long ones here at Circuit de la Sarthe, where you have that first one after Tetre Rouge, then you have the one after the first chicane, you have the third one after the second chicane, and then you have the one from Mulsanne down to Indianapolis, where we are right now. So if you pass on the first one, you get passed again on the second one, you pass again on the third one, and then you get passed again on the fourth one. So you can't pass on the first one. Essentially, you want to time the pass on the second one, which is what Lewis did, and he's passing him here once again, and this time round the outside for the first kink, and he's gonna make it work. Can Foligny come back? Maybe on an over-under. They do have the Precision Racing Esports 111. Oh, getting a bit loose on the braking was the LMP2 car behind them, but managing to hold it all together. And this is where Lewis absolutely wants to be ahead. He's now ahead into the Porsche curves, Ryan, and that's what we were talking about earlier on. This is his opportunity to extend that gap, potentially to where Mattia Foligny is no longer able to catch him with just the draft.
It's the start like racing the LMP1 car just comes by Wood and manages to just get by. As it looks like we've got the 51 second place LMP1 car in the pits, and also the P1 leader as well.
Yeah, just like last time, they pitted at the same time. The big difference is still with fresher rubber, not taking tires. And this is what I wondered about Hubin here, Ozzy, is he was being run down by De Silva. It's now as they exit the pits, looks like 2.5 seconds. And I mean, if he takes the fresher tires, he can try to come back on him. I feel like this was essentially the SOS team pulling a blinder on the 71. I don't see strategically how they could get out of this now.
No, not at all. I mean, they can't, as we mentioned, they can't take tires anymore because they're so far back and they got so little time left. Essentially, now it's brewing down to, can they make it, what's going to be the last pit stop? Because they are having to pit again, actually. They are having to go for a splash and dash right near the end. But okay, this is gonna brew down to what happens when Da Silva catches up to Hubin. It's no longer an if, it's a when. Bastian Da Silva. And how does he, A, get the overtake done and keep his position? Because once again, as we just saw with the GDEs, passing here is actually quite easy. It's really easy. You can just draft on the straight and just move alongside and that's pass done. But it's another thing keeping that position and timing it to a place where you can keep that position and in a place where you can use your advantage, in this case the newer tires, the fresher rubber, the faster race car, and use that to create a gap between yourself and your rival.
The only thing I could see working out for Hubin here is if he is able to stretch that fuel to the finish somehow and manage to pull one less stop compared to De Silva. It has pulled back. It's up to 3.5 seconds now. So he's got some wiggle room, but as you said, even with the tires kind of evening out between them, you have to think that the 51 is going to continue to have better pace. We're on board with Fellini once again, who has not given up on the number 73 for 6th place here in the GTEs. Woods has gotten by, but he's given him a nice tow, and Mattia is more than happy to just ride the coattails of that RLR car.
Absolutely so, absolutely so. So they are pretty close right now, but not able to get that move done once again. And I think it was a pretty good timed move by Lewis Woods, Ryan here. And we see Foligny, he's been able to stay on, so he wasn't able to create that gap. But if you're Foligny, as we see some bravery from the prototype drivers as well, splitting the two GD cars. If you're Foligny, you can pass on the straight line, but what's your end game here? Like, what is Foligny going to do in order to win this battle? What are his options, essentially, with the with being a little bit slower?
I think he could do the same as Woods done before, a few laps before. He could maybe just sit behind and kind of work out where Woods' weakest areas are, like what corners, what parts of the track is he not as quick or is he slower at. Fellini could do that and just watch and kind of just bide his time and plan his move and maybe just if he gets an opportunity on the Mulsanne straight, for example, he could try and make a move there. But I have to say it's been a great battle between these two cars. They've been going at it for quite a while now, and through the Porsche curves, as you can see, Woods just starts to pull away ever so slightly. So the Porsche curves, ironically or coincidentally, it seems to be the strong point for this Porsche.
Yep, and ironically in the sense that it's the kind of a fast corner. They're the kind of fast places where the Porsche hasn't usually been at an advantage in endurance racing, what with its let's say unique philosophy in building a car where you put the cart before the horse, so to speak. You have the engine in the rear. It's a very rear heavy car, usually good at mechanical grip and in slow corners, good rotation, and you can get on the throttle so early because all the weight is behind the rear wheels. Not necessarily the best handling vehicle in fast corners, however, what with having no weight in the front and all that.
I want to give a little bit of a nod to the 62 team again, this time for maybe a little better reasons. The Kinetic Racing Surge put Josh Chin back in the car to finish things off for them. The reason I want to bring them up is because they have both Liam Quinn and Josh Chin racing in that machine. Those are two drivers that have won Indy 500s in the majors. and we haven't, I don't think we've mentioned this yet on this broadcast, and that is the Triple Crown, which is so vied for in real life and only taken by Graham Hill in the real world. This would be an interesting yardstick here in the majors, since they do imitate real world races. The only problem is we don't have Monaco yet here in the majors, so I'm not sure if we have a stand-in for that. I'd be curious to see what the Peanut Gallery has to say. Unfortunately, what's that?
It's okay, we have Detroit. Go on.
I was going to say, well, Detroit came to mind. I don't know if everybody would consider that. Maybe Long Beach is one that they could consider for that one. But the sad news is that Kinetic team is down in 10th, so they're not going to be able to take another leg of that Triple Crown, at least this year. But maybe in future years for the Majors 24 being able to come to them.
Indeed, that would be quite interesting. That would be very interesting, as a matter of fact. All I was able to think is with Liam Gwynn and Josh Chin, those names rhyme, but unfortunately their team Kinetic Racing Search hasn't been quite able to find the result here at the Majors 24. So all I have to say to that is Liam Gwynn, Josh Chin, all you need is a film.
There you go, to try and take the win, of course.
Exactly.
We look once again at our leaders, down to 1.7 seconds between Hubin and De Silva. It's the 71 and the 51 going for the victory here today with less than 40 minutes to go. But a giant question mark hangs over both cars as to can they get to the finish on that last pit stop, because it's going to take a lot of fuel saving. Let's continue to ride on board. Some of these long straights will definitely give us an idea if either of them are lifting and coasting.
Yeah, we can hear that over the sound of my voice, and we can also see that on the revolution sleds, on the revlets on the wheel. So you can definitely see them lifting off if they do lift off, and you would lift off around the 300 mark here. Da Silva, yeah, he is lifting a little bit, all right.
Not dramatically.
Not dramatic, no. So it sounds like he's pretty much going at it, and I think the reason for that is that they have pretty much resigned to the fact that it would be essentially a heroic fuel save, which reminds me of a guy, and this might be a familiar name for some of the long-time viewers, long-time members of the SimRacing community, a guy called Roope Turkkila, who was once asked during a Blancpain sprint race, iRacing GT3 sprint race, which are 40-minute races. You usually do need to make a pit stop. He was asked during the Okayama week, hey Roope, when did you pit? When he was out in the lead of the race and just didn't, come to the pits. Everybody else, of course, having to pit, and his answer was, and I'm gonna quote here, last week. Because he was able to do those all the official races that week without pitting, so it's a brilliant response. But yeah, unless these guys are able to pull off absolute heroics in fuel saving, I don't think that's even possible at a pace remotely resembling competitive. I think what we need to do is what they need to do is come to the pits for one more time, which of course gives us, Ryan, a chance to see these cars pit together once again, and also one final last chance for either of the two to take a speeding penalty on the pit lane.
Yeah, it's not something these drivers or either both teams will want at this stage of the race. But what we've got 36 and a half minutes to go by the looks of it, or 36 minutes to go. Sorry, it's not something I would want at this stage of the race when you're going for a win. But I think I'm looking forward to the pit lane battle.
Yeah, there's so many things that can go wrong. That's always the thing that I wonder when dipping to a bit of a different discipline here in racing, but the fastest lap bonus in Formula One, that I've seen so many teams try to take that. And in the past, I've heard some teams say, "Oh, we don't want to take an extra pit stop because that's always a risk. Things can go wrong when you enter that into the equation." And yet, so many do try to take that fastest lap bonus now, just because things are so tight in the championship, in the way it is these days. And it takes me to these cars as well. If you have that extra pit stop in there, something can go wrong. There could be the speeding penalty. You could miss your pit stall. You could have an unsafe pit entry for either one of them. And when you enter variables into racing, that is not something the engineers tend to like.
No, not at all, but that's what they're paid to do too. And the engineers in sim racing, like sometimes you have a dedicated race engineer. In modern sim racing, professional sim racing teams, you absolutely do. Usually, though, historically, it's usually been just one of the drivers. One or two of the drivers doing the setup work. Some of them are more engineering inclined and some of them maybe less so. I want to give a quick shout out, if I may, to our chat at the Peanut Gallery, who were mentioning the name Valtteri Bottas twice on the chat, and both times they've gotten the name Valtteri wrong.
No,
from different persons.
Nobody knows how to say or type Finnish, apparently.
No. And we have moved for the lead. Meanwhile, it's Bastian da Silva moving alongside, but not quite yet committing to the overtake. However, we are getting into the zone where da Silva is definitely no longer chasing, he is now battling, and now he is biding that time. What we were talking about earlier on with Ryan, and Ryan, I think you can and should chime in on this one as well. Porsche curves once again maybe looking like the most logical opportunity for Bastian da Silva to try and make that move into, so he can create the gap right away.
Absolutely. They're on up to the Porsche curves. I think it's his best opportunity to try and make a move before heading into there, and maybe just try and eke out a bit of a gap if he can. But De Silva at the moment, he's got the run heading down to Indianapolis. He's going to try and make a move. I don't think he's close enough, but they've got GT traffic up ahead.
This could give an opportunity, might not. No, it's not going to for the time being. Good job for the .exe car with Brewer in there to let them through safely. So De Silva has now caught his prey, but he's kind of waiting patiently before he actually makes the pounce. Here it comes. Ooh, and a defensive move forcing him way to the inside. As they come down to the curves, he's going to fight it. He's out in the marbles. Hubin is going to work hard to hold on to this one. We have been racing for 23 and a half hours, but De Silva gets it done as Hubin unfortunately has to let go.
But they had to battle for it for so long that can he hold on to it? He wasn't able to really make a gap through the Porsche curves. Those were the fast S's that he was going to use to create that separation between himself and Gilles Aubin. Not right now, he doesn't have that separation. Aubin coming to the main straight, he's gonna be right on the tailpipe of da Silva, and he is using that hybrid boost as well to look down the inside, look down the outside. He was sending him a dummy, and looking to the inside into the Dunlop chicane. Can he pull it off, Gilles Aubin? Yes! He does pull it off! Out from the inside, Gilles Aubin off the floor, on the board, back to the race lead. VJoy Esports are joyful right now, they're celebrating right now, but they're not out of the woods just yet, because Bastian da Silva is gonna come at them like the public prosecutor here, and going a little bit wide is Aubin, and he is now just looking at his mirrors. Okay, where is da Silva going to come from? Am I going to let him through easy, or am I going to fight it into each and every corner? Gonna come up some lap traffic as well in not too long, but whoa, is this a battle and a half, Joe?
I'm gonna say 32 minutes left in a 24 hours race, and fellas, we got a fight on our hands. I cannot believe what we're witnessing. And the other crazy thing about this is, remember, if they start fighting hard and they have trouble, it is a minute back to the Pure Sims Esports with Chris McGrath. I'm sure he'd love them to continue fighting this hard and have something go down so that they could steal a shock win here. Oh, and the traffic is not in a convenient place for them. Lewis Woods had to really take an evasive move there.
Yeah, and da Silva was going very wide through the chicane. You could see him fighting the front tires. Give me some grip, come on, give me some grip. Let me turn this car. Because I tell you, it's not easy to make these cars turn through those low chicanes. If you have to get it chucked in just right. You have to get it pinned in just right to the corner, get to the apex. If you don't get it to the apex, you're in the marbles. If you're in the marbles, you are going to have some bad time in terms of cornering. So we have 30 minutes, half an hour left in this race, and so far so good for Gilles Aubin. He has been caught, yes, but as we said much earlier, Ryan, catching is one thing, passing is easy, holding on to that position a whole different matter, and right now it's a mind game. It's absolutely a mind game. I don't think the tires even matter that much at this point. It's just a straight up fight between these guys.
Yeah, I don't think either of these drivers will care about looking after the tires at this point. They're basically just going all out and just going at it now. And yeah, I was amazed that both of them at the previous lap never had any contact through the Porsche curves, because that could have ended up in disaster. But like Joe mentioned, the next car behind them is the Pure Sim Esports car in third place. So if either of these cars get caught up with each other, Pure Sims Esports will be in the box seat to pick up the pieces.
Of the box, I just checked their laps though. McGrath has been out for 9 laps, so he's got one.
Da Silva, come into the pits.
Ooh, okay, here's where it gets very interesting. He is going to put out the white flag, but not the typical racing context early for this SOS team. They're going to call it now to try and splash and dash to the finish. Does Aubin now try and stretch it potentially to see if he can go without the stop, or does he respond to stay on the same strategy? And as I was just mentioning, the Pure Sims Esports team does have to come in for one more stop. So they are going to have to take a similar amount of fuel, but a little bit more. So they're not going to really catch up on them here. And then Gal and the Muradness team has just taken their final stop. They're good to go from the finish, but they're also a lap down. So we have all different kinds of strategies going on here to the finish.
We absolutely do. Bastian Da Silva, I think the play for SOS Abrudis team is to get them in clear air, and that's what they have plenty of. They know they can't use their pace. They had to battle so hard with Vichoi. They had to battle so hard with Gilles Aubin. And now they get some clear air, and now it's Bastian Da Silva's job. His teammates can give him all the encouragement, all the strategy calls, but right now his teammates are just watching, their spectators, and it's all about the man between the wheel and the seat, the lump of meat that is weight that steers this car, Bastian Da Silva, and he has to make these laps count. He's gonna try for the undercut, and let's see if it works, and let's see how Aubin responds to that one as well. Does he come to the pits this time around, or does he try and stretch it all the way to the end? Because of course the play here is that the undercut is more effective than the fact that Bastian Da Silva is essentially having to carry extra fuel. He's heavier right now than the leader, so he's driving a heavier car, and he's hoping that his newer tires and his added pace can make up for the difference, and that is a very risky call, Ryan, indeed. But I think at this point in the race, it wasn't necessarily the wrong call to make.
Indeed, and that was a question I was going to ask you as well. I was saying, what do you do if you're the VJoy Esports team? Do you respond and pit this lap, or do you just try and go as long as possible and just hope that you can make it to the end on fuel?
That could be one thing too. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to make it to the end on the fuel, but you know, you never know. You never know. And now the thing is that Vichoi have some time to work with, and if they've been saving even a little bit, they're looking at the fuel maps, they've been thinking, oh, maybe we can do it, but no, I don't think that comes into the play at all. As exciting as it would be, I admit that would be exciting if Aubin would be able to essentially prove me wrong. If you're gonna do it, Vichoi, just by all means do it, like show me, essentially. But I don't think it's possible, and he's coming into the pits. Yeah, Aubin is coming into the pit lane, so they're gonna respond right away. And that also is not necessarily the wrong call, because he knows the situation. He knows that, okay, we can't let these guys use their raw pace. We have to keep it as a battle. But let's see if that lap was quick enough from Bastian Da Silva, if he is able to overtake Aubin in the pit lane and essentially turn this thing right around. Wow, Joe, this is essentially hairs rising up on your neck time. This is like crunch time for both of these teams.
You know, that's what I was thinking. I can't imagine being in both of these cars, and it was almost the exact same stop time between the pair of them.
He's gonna take it
out. Hubin is ahead. Gilles is ahead, and it is by 1.4 seconds.
Not even that. I was thinking he's gonna take it. That was the acceleration a little bit slow maybe from Ubin, but Da Silva is right behind him and having to negotiate with some traffic in form of De La Trace. And now Da Silva is seeing that black car still in front of him. Apologies. Once again, I was thinking at first he's gonna take it, but then I was thinking, but that's not possible. He was surely not able to make up that much time. Either or, they are now both forced to show their hand. What is also possible when I'm talking about the extra fuel is that maybe they were already on a lighter fuel load from the previous pit stop. Just, you know, maybe throwing it out there as a theory that maybe they were under fueling, maybe they're splitting this final tank essentially instead of taking a full tank and a bit of a tank. Essentially they're splitting the one long and one short to two medium-sized stints. So that, if that makes sense, and that's sometimes what's done, and you're able to essentially save time on that initial pit stop as a result of that. We'll just have to wait and see. But Joe, interesting scenes here as they are running into some traffic in the form of Carter Hutcherson as well.
That could potentially make a difference in this as well. Used as a pick to get someone away from that slipstream, and he's got to run. Da Silva is coming up on him. He's going to defend. Hubin knows that this is for the win. He covers off the inside. A little bit of contact, and off goes Da Silva, hard into the wall, and into the gravel goes Hubin. He did not get out of this one completely clean. Da Silva gets the car going. 30 minutes to go, and the leaders have wrecked each other.
That's the one thing we did not want, absolutely not. And we can see the replay here. They're coming into the Mulsanne corner, and it's gonna be Da Silva on the outside making a brave move. He knows it's a closing gap, and I think Da Silva was pinching a little bit too hard. He was absolutely pinching on Ubin, and they made contact, and just a little bit too little space. Two cars trying to occupy one space. Ultimately, it's a racing incident at this point of the race, but as a result of that, Ubin still holding on to the lead. Da Silva, I think he has serious damage. Unfortunately, he has dropped off of Ubin, and now the question is, Da Silva versus Pure Sims Esports and Chris McGrath, because McGrath surely is getting some information that, hey, Da Silva, he's a wounded animal right now. Wounded animal, there's maybe second place up for grabs. Wow.
Blame either of them going for it, knowing that the race was on the line. 24 hours of work. You had to fight hard in that one. There's about 10 seconds between them after that incident, but Da Silva definitely got the worst of it. I don't think the car looks terribly healthy, to be honest.
No, and that was absolutely... I think he went for it too soon and too aggressively. Like, he was trying to leave too little space. Da Silva having to pit as a result. He is coming down the pit lane. The damage is too severe. I think they have the meatball flag, the black and orange flag, which means that they have to come to the pit lane. The damage is deemed too severe to continue racing safely, and as a result of that, they have to make the long drive of shame. And I wouldn't and I would want to be a fly on the wall on the communications on the team radio of SOS Abruzzi right now, bugging that team radio a little bit, listening in on what they're saying. It wouldn't be pretty, but it's certainly something very, very exciting, the conversation that's going on in that team, and I hope they can calm down Bastian Da Silva, because that is racing deal ultimately leaving a little bit too little space. But Ryan, going back to what we were talking about earlier on, also one of those cases where when you can bide your time, why not bide your time? A little bit of frustration maybe, like trying so hard Bas Da Silva to catch up, to make that overtake, couldn't make anything stick.
And sorry, but he's just coming out of the pits now, and Chris McGrath is ahead, but it's not by much. We need to watch and see what the pace is of the SOS Abruzzi's car now, because can he at least hold on to a second place is the question.
Yeah, and McGrath has just pitted as well, so he is good for fuel.
Exactly. They're good. They're all good to go for the finish. So we'll keep an eye on that. We also have a battle in 5th place. Well, sort of a battle. It's down to 3 seconds between the Williams Esports Chill Blast and the Mag Performance SRT cars. We'll see if that gets any closer between those two. So De Silva, is this pace, is this seem right? 214, 215 down the Mulsanne. Does that seem about accurate?
Yeah, it seems correct to me, like coming up to 345, 346, with a bit of draft grounded in case an hour, but it seems okay. And it seems like he doesn't have too much lasting damage. And it could be Da Silva's fortune that it may have been the body panel that was removable and swappable, essentially making it a quick pit stop and the car can be repaired. If there's no floor damage, these body panels can be repaired relatively quickly. If there's floor damage or chassis damage, then it's going to be a little bit of a longer repair.
The other thing that we need to note as far as these LMP2s, that's Ben Bishop on screen right now, pitting. That gives second place to Unverdruus in the Hetzner car. And I think, ooh, this is going to be tight. The RLR team pitted 7 laps ago. So they've got 2.5 really, because it looks like they are, where are they right now? They're somewhere on the Mulsanne, I want to say.
Yeah, they're coming up to the Mulsanne corner right about now. 90-degree right-hander, so they are halfway through the lap. The 67 is, I think, good on fuel too.
Yeah, they are absolutely.
384, yeah.
Abruzzi could try and stretch this to the end. Now they have about a minute over the GSR team. So this is another question mark. If they have to make a splash and dash, that could bring the 67 back in.
Absolutely so, absolutely so. And it's wide open still on the LMP2 class as well, and it's that's one of the things, like these races are not over until they are over. We just saw an excellent example of that here in our lead battle as well. And here we see chat request from Sykes059. Can you show the .exe esports for a longer time? We can until something exciting happens. Marius Breuer taking that team to what seems like an excellent 4th place finish, the all-German entry. Now, I find it interesting that we have .exe with their angry-looking Badger/Raccoon, and we also have a Finnish team in SimRacing called Raccoon Racing.
That was news to me. Yeah, the .exe team, let's give a shout out to the other drivers that helped make this 4th happen. Dennis Neidhart, one of your favorites here, Ozzy. Marius Brewer, who we see in the car right now. Raymond Yip, one of my favorite names, honestly. And that is it. It's been a 3-person team taking this one for the full 24 hours, so going the traditional route.
Yeah, there are more of Nürburgring masters, really, like have been excellent at the Nürburgring and have been excellent in other series as well. Not necessarily known for their endurance racing mastery in other series, but here we go, having a great 4th place finish coming up to them here from Circuit de la Sarthe. Okay. Here we are moving back to the LMP1 class, because of course we are moving back to LMP1 class. This is, I want to say, the VJoy Esports entry at the moment being shown. No, it's not, excuse me. It is one of the other entries.
That's SOS.
That's SOS. Yeah, it is. And they are 3 seconds behind the Pure Sims Esports, or were last time around. The gap is now down to 2.8. So Da Silva definitely still has a chance, but Ryan, I want to pick your brain on this one a little bit. They have a chance, but Bastian Da Silva, he is in a very precarious position. I was talking earlier on how he was alone in that car. Well, he was alone. He made what was essentially a mistake in, well, pulling a move a little bit too early and doing it in a little bit of a hasty fashion, I want to say, and definitely feeling the pressure to at least salvage the 2nd place out of this.
Yeah, I think he will be. I think, yeah, looking back at the replay, I think Bastian just went for the move too soon. He should have waited until that run-up to Indianapolis to try and make the move. I can understand you want to try and get into the lead and you're in contention for 1, but which you can't get off your mind. But if I was him, I would have waited until the run up to Indianapolis to get that move done. But I think can he salvage the second place? But it's more than possible, because up the road, not too far ahead of them, is the pure sim esports team, and I don't think they'll let second place go that easy.
So as we watch from McGrath's view back to De Silva, I was kind of going through to see who else will not make it to the finish here on their current thing of fuel. And Luke Bannister for Simsa Esports will have to come in as well. We are unsure about the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black LMP2, but the car that we're looking at on screen, both of the cars that we've had here on recently, McGrath and De Silva, are able to get to the finish. It's just a question of who's got better pace, and if the Abruzzi car can manage to get up and pass McGrath in these last 15 minutes of the race. As they come to the line, what's the times going to be like between them? McGrath, last lap with 3:14.1, and this one at 3:13.9, a little bit faster, maybe picking up the pace to try and keep himself at arm's length, but a 3:13 flat. So the ship does look to be okay for the SOS. The 51 has some speed.
That they indeed do, and they got some chasing to do as well. So Da Silva now trying to salvage the best he can. McGrath suddenly finding himself in that second place, having to deal with a car that has floor damage, of course. Let us not forget the Pure Sims Esport have been hindered by the floor damage. Otherwise, I think they could have been absolute contenders here in that leading fight come to the end of this event. But now he is wishing that the car was good, and he is probably wishing that Da Silva would be a little bit slower for him with 14 minutes to go, but still trying his best to hold on to that position. And I think it's absolute crunch time once again with these guys. Da Silva just chasing down yet another driver. Will it end the same way, or do we see a different ending? Maybe a bit of light at the end of the tunnel that Da Silva has been, a spare thought for the man. I've been harsh on him, and I think, in my opinion, it was his mistake, and it absolutely was. Again, in my opinion, something that he will regret later on. But these are also human beings. They're racing drivers, but they're also human beings. And I think that one will sadly come into his dream. So taking that second place would feel right, especially if he can pull off that move in a much better fashion and with less contact this time around.
I mean, I was going to say something racing driver, something go for a gap.
Yep, essentially.
Meanwhile, Simsa Esports took their 66 in for their final bit of fuel. They're out and running in 7th now.
Yep, so that's another thing we are watching out for. And here we see Williams Esports as well. Atte Kauppinen behind the wheel of that one right now, the number 9 machine, Williams Esports Chill Blast. And
yeah.
That's Alexander Deletras. That is right ahead of them, and they got Da Silva actually between them. So that's going to be a very exciting of a one battle to watch out until the end of this event. You saw Deletras going a little bit wide at the Arnage corner as well. So Kauppinen is looking a little bit closer once again. Can he maybe snatch the 6th place away on this race yet? The 5th place, rather.
Sure, they'd love that stat of a top 5 at the very least. One more position, regardless of what it is, here as Kauppinen continues to try and hunt him down. I'm trying to figure out, I'm not sure why Alex has a sort of a Japanese take on his name, putting the last name first here. It's definitely throwing me off up here.
It's because of the French credit cards, essentially. The French credit card, you see it a lot with French drivers on iRacing, because iRacing essentially pulls the name either from your PayPal account or your credit card. So usually it's written like Joe Peak or Ossian Puhakka or Ryan Walker, but in this case you see it, even sometimes you see it all capitalized, like in rallying you see, where it's the surname in all caps first, and then you see the given name. And that's not only Japan where it's done that way as well, also in the official naming convention when you have the surname and then the given name, but it also happens in Hungary.
I'm learning new things today.
You're very much welcome. I didn't
Thank you.
expect this to be the topic we're talking about 11 minutes to go in this race.
I know. Well, I mean, we at least have a fight to watch while we're talking about it because it's down to 0.3 of a second. Does the Finn manage to pass the Frenchman? He's certainly got a nice toe as they come up towards the first chicane here on the Mulsanne. And in the past, we've seen some drivers back out of it here at the late stages, but we're getting less and less time. Does he feel the urgency? No, he does not. He's going to brake early.
That he is not quite yet going for that move, and I think that's the right call at this moment in time, because he's got the time, he knows he's faster, he's got the draft, he's just timing that move, maybe into the Porsche curves once again, or is he gonna brave it into Indianapolis already, or do we see it here on the back straight? No, we don't. Not on the Mulsanne straight. He wants to wait and see. Mind you, they still got floor damage on the Williams Esports Chill Blast car as well. Creeping so very close. So very close was Atte. That was not too many centimeters away.
Ooh. He's pushing it a little bit here. But
Just a tad.
I think he's got it, though. I think he's got this under control. And I think you're right. I think these guys are very much thinkers drivers. And I imagine he's going to try and make a pass where he can't be reeled right back in on them. Some significant battles here in the last stages of the race. Not sure if that's something you want or don't want here at the end if you're the driver, knowing that the nerves are going to be through the roof. But also, the excitement probably keeping them focused here at the end. One is for second place in the LMP1s. This one that we're watching is for fifth in the LMP2s, and he makes a decisive move down into Indianapolis.
Wow, call him Atte Kupinen for that one. Taking the fifth place with 9 minutes to go, sending it up to the Indianapolis King, and 10 with the same move, managing to block off the inside so Deletras can't come back. If Atte can hold on to the inside line here, if he can hold Deletras behind, I think he's in the clear. And look, he's blocking the inside line, he's defending it. Nice and tight. Deletras is gonna come around the outside, but he's gonna run out of room maybe. Can he take it the long way around? They're gonna come very close, but ultimately Atte staying cool-headed, ice in his veins and keeping that position. But now they got lap traffic in the form of Williams Esports Bengyuki GDE car, and I think there might be some radio communication going on, like, hey, please, Alex, can you stay out of the way for me on this one? Thank you very much. But Alex was being fair, he let both of them go at the same time, and that's some great sportsmanship. But yeah, that was some close racing and a great move from Atte, I would say. That was very decisive indeed.
Indeed, the Finn said, here's my move, don't at me. As up in second, we have it down to half a second now. McGrath is being caught by De Silva. And you have to imagine that the red mist is down in that 51 car. Because if I was Chris McGrath, I wouldn't be that excited knowing that an incensed driver is now coming up and eager and hungry to take this second place.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, like, Bastian De Silva, he is now essentially looking for his chances once again. Ryan, what did he learn, you think, from the first time around? Because now we got even less time. Now we got 7 minutes. He's once again, like, feeling the haste and coming back to that one. Oh, he's gonna actually send it up straight to the inside, and McGrath is just gonna give him the space, essentially. And here we go. The move is done. But can he hold on to it? Like, that's my curious question and genuine question, Brian. What did Bastian De Silva learn from the first time, and how is Chris McGrath going to respond?
Oh, well, McGrath is keeping up with him in a straight line. Well, I think Chris might wait until maybe the final couple of laps to try and make his move. But the battling for P3 and LMP2 is the third place, I believe, is still going on with the Impulse Racing.
No, something happened to Impulse Racing.
Something happened, my bad.
I think is a connection issue. That was Hayden in the car. He's not back yet, but I'm not seeing any messages. Oh boy, this does not look good for them.
Well, I think our Bishop might have some supernatural powers after all.
Bishop takes Hayden right there. So the 22 up into third because of that. By the way, the Abruzzi Black team did come back out ahead of Unverdruss, and they've got about 24 seconds, so they managed to give themselves enough buffer with the pit strategy to get to the end. Meanwhile,
we lost Hayden. We lost Timo Hayden from the server. The Impulse Racing number 56, they are officially disconnected from the server. And connection
6
failure.
minutes to go.
6 minutes to go. I mean, they're not even racing a Toyota.
Heartbreak doesn't begin to describe that one. I would be absolutely frustrated if I was anywhere in that team, right down to the caterer, as we continue to watch this fight for second place. McGrath's not giving this up. He's hanging on, and he's actually got a great run. Oh, but it looks like a little bit of a lift there.
That we are indeed. And yeah, Chris lifting a little bit, not wanting to make that move into turn number 1. That was a smart choice, I think, by him. Because why would you make a move here when you got these long straights that you can essentially get a free pass on, and you know you have time to plan your move? So I think Chris is being very much a thinking driver here. And as we get a comment from the chat as well, from Lisa McGrath, incidentally, come on, Chris, you can do it in the end. So close, just hold on for a bit longer. And I think Chris is thinking the same thing. I can do it at the end. Why would I do it right now? Swerving along one side to another, trying to break the draft, is Bastian da Silva of that SOS Abruzzi car. And both of these guys will be on the podium, barring a major catastrophe. But of course, Chris would want to be in the second place. But does he have the power in his car to catch up to Bastian da Silva? Has Bastian da Silva essentially used all of his hybrid power at the early point of the lap? And that's a really good question, because if this is the speed difference between the two, then I don't really see a way for Chris to do this. But at the same time, it just might be the hybrid deployment.
Also, let's consider the time left. I was trying to double check on Hubin and when he crossed at the line. Unfortunately, the clock that they've provided is not attached to the, well, it's attached to the official timing, but the timing within the sim is slightly off because it began when the cars started to grid, whereas we need to go by when they cross the start-finish line. So we've got the official time on ours, but we can't tell when Hubin crossed the line. We're keeping an eye on it since he's coming through. And it looks like, yes, white flag this time by, because he's under 3 and 11 seconds left to go.
Yep. 2 minutes and, you know, crossing the timing being, so maybe we can get one more lap. Who knows? I think at this point, Vicho is maybe lifting just a little bit, you know, just trying to maybe, make it.
This is for sure the white flag lap. This, he's come across, and Jubin has a 51-second lead over Da Silva, coming down to contact in the last hour of the race here at the Majors 24. But stewards, we did get a ruling from them, by the way, that no decision needed on that one.
Essentially confirming that it was indeed the party at fault. Potentially, if there is a party at fault in a racing incident, then the party at fault has already suffered enough. And Bastian da Silva going very wide indeed on the Porsche curves, using all of the track and then some. We're watching Chris McGrath, or rather we're watching Bastian from Chris McGrath's perspective inside his car, coming to white flag, one more lap to do it. And if there is ever a time for Chris McGrath to put the lap of his life, if he has the car underneath him, then this is the time to do it.
Yeah, we're getting word from Timo that his PC crashed, and that's what caused the loss of connection there. Yeah, third, a podium disappearing and a puff of blue screen, unfortunately. But the white flag is now out for both Da Silva and McGrath. The Pure Sims Esports, as we mentioned, led much of the early race. McGrath in there with Richardson as well. David Baker helping out in that car during this race. And now they have a chance to take a second place, but it doesn't seem that the pace is in it as we ride on board that 118. is dropping back to a full second.
Yep, and coming to the first chicane and getting support from the chat as well. Chris McGrath is trying to pull it through, but Bastian da Silva, he's been very fast indeed. He wasn't apparently too badly damaged. We know Chris has floor damage. He's had floor damage since like the wee hours of the night. And it might be down to the traffic because we still got a couple of GDE cars right in front of them. We do have an LMP2 as well. They might come into play at this point of the race. We are also keeping one eye on the progress of our overall race leader, Vicho Esports, there at Arnage. So we are cutting to them, Joe Peak, because it's been a fantastic race for them. I don't think they were necessarily the favorites, even if they started in the front row to win this race. But what a job Sheila Bean, Stephen Kimmins, Will Lyon and Matthew Levine have done today. Wow.
Absolutely. This puts them literally among the best in the world here, managing to take this win. And if ever there was a white flag and a bunch of zeros that was a more beautiful sight, I don't know what it is for the VJoy Esports team. That number 71, I mentioned it before, started on the front row. They backed up that qualifying pace with race pace. And after 24 hours here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, the Majors 24 is going to be won by Gilles Hubin in the VJoy Esports, with Matthew Levine and Stephen Kimmins helping them across the line. And then we've immediately got our LMP2 winner coming as well. Maciej Milnek and the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black taking the win by 24 seconds in their class.
That they do. Meanwhile, the P2 battle in the P1, it has slowed down a little bit as a result of lockup by Chris McGrath in the Arnage corner, going a little bit wide, and that means that it is going to be Bastian da Silva taking the SOS Abruzzi's team home to a second place. What could have been a victory was turned to a bitter defeat, but at least they got silver as a consolation prize. At least they got silver after starting from 6th, and rounding out your podium is Chris McGrath from Pure Sims Esports, crawling over the line without the floor damage. What could have it been? It could have been potentially a three-way fight for the win of this race, but it is what it is. And Ryan, here we see on the screen as well the dominant force in the GDE category.
Yeah, this team's pretty much been unchallenged for most of the race. They were under, well, pretty much huge pressure for the early parts of the race from the Biela racing team, Biela Euronics racing team. But after that, after they faded away in the night hours, it's this team has pretty much been unchallenged. And this team, we know how good they are in the iRacing scene. But the driver lineup of Alex Arana, Sami Matti-Trogan, Martin Christensen, and Agustin Canapino has just been, well, how can you say it, pretty much untouched. The only challenge they've had towards the end of this race in the final hours is from the Maniti racing team, but they've kept their cool, kept their head, kept it on track, and they're coming around now, just about to head up to the Fossa curves and up to the Ford chicanes, and you have to say that it's been an absolutely fantastic drive from this team.
And let's not forget to mention, too, that Williams is the third oldest team competing in F1. The history behind this team, for them to come over to esports, to sim racing, and to compete in this way, and to show what kind of talent they can bring in the virtual world, which doesn't always promise success just because you have success in the real world. That tells you not only how seriously they're taking this, but also how important sim racing has become to real world racing, especially in the past year and all that we've experienced here in the world. But Alex Arana, who has shared this car with Sami Matti-Trogan, with Martin Christensen, with Augustin Canapino, and of course, all of the other team that has helped behind the scenes have got to be cheering, because they are going to take victory, and he's going to cruise to the line, savoring this win in the Williams Esports BenQ number 53 Corvette. That is the last of our winners coming to the line as he celebrates with a donut on the front stretch. We'll come back with the unofficial results as well as driver interviews, so stick around because we have the post-race show coming your way.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12-Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarthe. The Majors 24 was drama-filled all the way to the last moments. And it was VJoy Esports who took the victory in the overall in the LMP1s, with SOS Abrutis fighting them down to the last hour, making contact even within that hour, and unfortunately deciding who the winner was in the end. But the Abrutis team fought back to second, having to overtake Pure Sims Esports, who were the last one on the lead lap and finishing out the podium in that top class. Maradna Satellites E-Stars Neon was fourth, a lap down, with Team Oblivion Racing in the top five, 2 laps down from the leader and 9 laps down, and still running at the end, so a big credit to them for sticking it out. Pro Drive Esport Team Rosso finished in 6th. Ozzy?
Yep, in the only Porsche of the LMP1 class as well, so kudos to those guys for sticking it out with the Stuttgart brand. Now, winning the LMP2 class is the RLR Abruzzi eSport Black number 72. And in the second place was GSR by Hetzner, finishing not too far behind. GDA Racing rounding out the podium after the drama that happened near the end, with Williams Esports Chill Blast taking home the 4th place, and Mac Performance SRT rounding out your top 5. Simsa Esports ended up in the 6th place of this race, and 10, the number 56 Impulse Racing, who were for so long holding on to a podium. We had a promise of a fantastic 3rd place battle, and instead Timo Heiden's computer decided to crash with 5 minutes to go in this race. From jubilation to heartbeat in less than 20 seconds. Precision Racing Esports 111. Then next, Wannabe SRT Yellow, as well as Kinetic Racing Surge and Sport Team LMP2, rounding out the finishers of your LMP2 class, and we move on to the GTEs.
Yeah, the GTE class was won by the Williams Esports BenQ team, taking the win in an absolutely fantastic performance. Second place went to the 23 Maniti Racing Green team, In third place was rounded out by their sister car, the 179 Maniti Racing Team Red Car. And then rounding out the top 4 was .exe Esports with Texans Fitztai Heads, rounding out the top 5. 6th place going to DRS Wave Italy GTE. 7th RLR Abruzzi Esports Chrome. 8th was FSR and Friends. 9th was Obsidian Edge Black. 10th was Leo Racing Team. Genesis Sim Sport in 11th. Butler Power Motorsport in 12th. Mag Performance SRT in 13th. 14th went to Ronin Esports. And the rest of the class was retired, but the lost of retirements was Lotima Racing Team, BL Racing Team Euronics, RSR G Performance, Absolute Motorsport, Lovely Stucker, Vendaval Sim Racing, Pure Sim Esports, Vulcan Sim Racing Black, Drive Dead Racing GTE, Sport Team GTE, and rounding out the retirements was a GSR by SCV.
And I think we have right now our winner in the LMP2 class ready to talk to us. One of them, anyways. I'm double checking to see if we have any of the others from that team in there. But Maciej Milnek looks like he is ready to go. So we're going to try and bring him in to talk to him here in just a moment. First of all, apologies if we've been butchering your name. Would you mind letting us know how it is correctly pronounced so that we can kick this off right? And congratulations.
Correctly pronounced Maciej. And thanks.
Well, Maciej, that was an impressive drive from your team. You wound up winning by about 23 seconds. Coming into that last stint, you guys did have to come in and take one last pit stop to cap it off and get enough fuel to the end. Did you know that you had a big enough gap that you didn't have to worry about the GSR team behind you?
We weren't sure what the gap would be after our pit stop. But seeing that it was like 25 seconds, it was a big relief for us.
Yeah, I'm not totally comfortable after 24 hours. How did all the cautions actually play out in favor for your team? Did they generally fall in good places for you, or did you kind of have to struggle with them?
The first caution definitely helped us because we were like 30 seconds behind Williams and 50 seconds behind the leading team. I don't remember who it was now. The second caution didn't help us out, so yeah, we lost a bit of time there. And the last caution helped us massively because Williams Esports was pretty close to lapping us. Yeah, I think it was like 15 seconds gap from getting lapped when the caution was out, so that last one definitely helped a lot.
So sounds like things kind of went either way for you guys in terms of that. But as far as the scheduling went, how did you guys play this? Did you have a very strict plan coming in on who drove when? Or did you kind of have a rough idea of who would take what hours and just kind of play it by ear?
We had pretty strict plan who will drive and when, but we played it with cautions pretty well and our plan didn't change too much.
Well, you got to love when a plan comes to fruition. Congratulations again on the victory. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to or a thank you for helping take what must feel like an absolutely momentous victory?
I would like to thank my team, without who we wouldn't succeed, especially like setup work, strategy work. I would like to thank everyone involved in the team.
Great stuff right there. And that was part of our winning team in the LMP2 class, the number 72 of RLR Abruzzi Esports Black, who were joining us. I'm checking to see who we're going to be talking to next. I think it sounds like Leverage potentially here. We're trying to get this sorted out behind the scenes. Yes, we've got him in with Team Oblivion, and I think we're going to actually pull in his teammate as well, Thomas Cope. both joining us, who were 5th in the LMP1 class. Congratulations on a top 5 here today. Is that more of a proud accomplishment, or are you just simply happy to see the checkered flag, guys?
I'd certainly say... Oh, sorry.
Go on, Matt.
I'd certainly say this was definitely the result we weren't expecting. Last year in LMP2, a myriad of problems, unfortunately, put us down, way down the bottom line than Le Mans last year. But to get this result this year, not quite the redemption we wanted, but I'll tell you what, it'll do.
Indeed, it'll do. Thomas, this one's for you. You did a lot of the heavy lifting. We saw you and we talked to you during the race. Now that the 24 hours are over and you finished in 5th place, what are your emotions at this moment?
Very, very high. Obviously, like as Matt says, we going for a bit of redemption. We've really brought back the team. Obviously, being in the top split, we felt a bit like an underdog. We didn't think anywhere near top 5 was on the cards. But to pull away the top 5, I'm overwhelmed with emotions right now.
You sound like you're overwhelmed with emotions and possibly fatigue as well. We know the 24-hour races, they can be a little bit tough. Matt, talking to you actually, because I brought this up with Thomas earlier on in the race, I think if I remember correctly. As far as I'm aware, you guys haven't done too many 24-hour races with this lineup together in the past, and this is Majors 24. You guys managed to finish in a top 5 place, which is an excellent result. How much do you think it helps the team moving forward? Like, obviously, you guys know each other better now. You went through the trials of a 24-hour event and all the preparation that goes to it. But how much do you think it helps you moving forward into future events, future endurance events, and perhaps future 24-hour races as well?
I think it's given us a lot more confidence for the team. It's given us a lot more to focus on. This is probably the best result we've had in a very long time during doing endurance racing.
Indeed. And Thomas, do you want to add anything to what Matt said?
Not really. I mean, it sums it up very well. Like, it's one of the best performances we've had and probably one of the best splits we've been in. Obviously, like all the guys throughout the whole field are very good, high contended drivers. So it's definitely a challenge. And to pull up P5, yeah.
So after the race, of course, emotions running high usually, and there is that relief of finishing. But if you want to look back, and I know it's a little bit unfair, Thomas, to ask you to look back on such a short notice, but do you have any memorable moments that you would like to share with us from the race, like anything that sticks to your mind very quickly, anything that you would like to reminisce about, or maybe that bit of a highlight, so to speak?
I mean, we had a pretty fairly clean, just dead race, to be honest. We're always in our own little area, own little bubble. For myself, driving-wise, the only moment we really had was we went too wide out of the second Mulsanne corner, and we ended up going over a big bump. I think we 4x'd and spun them out, and they got beached on the track. And we took a lot of floor damage to the car. Really set us back about 5 seconds a lap. But just coming away from that, getting the car back fixed again, and being able to still do competitive laps with the rest of the guys. Congrats to the in-sim crew to fixing that car.
This one's from Matt. Got one final question from me. Matt, I understand that you are in sort of a leading role in this team. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but in case you are in a leading role, do you think that this result will help Team Oblivion Racing to evolve into Team Skyrim Racing?
I wouldn't say I'm a leading role. I believe, well, all of us, we treat ourselves as equals. No one's higher than each other. But I think it has definitely helped us evolve as a team. And definitely, this is going to be a result to look forward upon multiple endurance racing events in the future.
Okay, thank you guys very, very much for the interview. And if you do have anyone you would like to give a shout out to, Matt first, Thomas second, if you want to, family or friends or sponsors, whatever, then feel free to go ahead. Congratulations on a 5th place finish. Team Oblivion Racing, Matt Loveridge, Thomas Cope.
I'd like to thank the team first off, definitely Thomas and Tom and Mark Binney, who were all driving absolutely phenomenally and absolutely at their best. The rest of the team as well for giving us all the support in the world, as well as the family who has actually been watching since the beginning.
I'm pretty similar. The family who've been watching and they've been supporting me all the way. The team, we've had a lot of the guys coming in and helping out. Just to name a few, Charles Michelle and Callum Jones, they've been in spotting and helping out and giving all the info they can and keeping us company throughout the race. You guys for the amazing broadcast as always. Majors for the amazing league. Sponsors wise, Stop Say Plugs, Mogul Automotive. Big shouts to those guys, Rework It and Prawn Hub. They're doing an amazing job helping us out in making sure we're all set ready for the seasons ahead of us.
Yeah, and okay, my correction then, so Thomas Cope, apparently the team owner, so I got you guys the wrong way around. Sorry about that. But yeah, congratulations for a great finish, and I hope that if we're getting a Majors 24 once again, I'll see you guys on track, perhaps fighting for the podium, maybe even a victory.
Thank you guys, see you later.
And next up, Joe, I believe we are coming to the final straight of this broadcast. Checkered flag already in sights, and it's time for some closing words.
Indeed, and we can't thank our viewers enough. We can't thank everybody involved with this race, the organizers, enough for all the hard work. A lot of thankless hours and effort that have gone into making not just this split happen, but remember, we had 8 splits today over the last 24 hours racing simultaneously that ran. So a huge tip of the hat and kudos to everyone. We can't express our appreciation in enough ways. In the meantime, we do want to thank the companies that provide the software and the hardware for our broadcast listed here on your screen. And additional thanks to June Lalonde, who provides our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of her great work. I said earlier, there is a whole team behind this broadcast, and thanks to them today, DJ, Rocco, Ozzy, Sam, Justin, Ryan, Nick, Joey, Adam, Robert, Chad, Reese, Sean, and Dougie, as well as Ryan. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com, or you can check out our social media through the outlets listed at the bottom of the screen. And if you'd like to support the channel, check out our merchandise store at simracingmerch.com/GSRC. We got a link in the description below. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel as well, so you don't miss a moment here on GSRC, because in just about a week or so, we will have the 2.4 hours of Le Mans. This is part of the official championship. This was an exhibition race just for pride here, as Sunday, June 20th at 8 p.m. Eastern is when that points race will be on. We also have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. But until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.